time to play it.
Rain gives them the opening, and that's actually now man advantage for Nib.
Brokey, he's gonna get one, and with Rob's by his side, it's a shutdown. Just when you thought there was hope for NIP. So patient, he gets back. It's a fake.
Oh!
Clutch
the play.
Dominantly up on a 12.
Furia, these Brazilians waltzing in. At first they were fast, and now they're just furious. One more man, and that's it, folks. Spirit are going through.
Absolutely huge for the Spirit squad, and what a fashion to close it in.
Hello everyone and welcome back to beautiful Antwerp, Belgium for the second day of the playoffs, the second day of the champion stage. Don't let that image fool you. It's actually raining cats and dogs outside, which means it is a perfect time for you to sit inside and watch some amazing Counter-Strike. We already have two teams in the semifinals, Spirit and FaZe, and today we won't crown the champion yet, but we'll find the others that are still in the race, Pimp and Devilwalk.
Yes, it's going to be amazing today. As you said, it's very rainy outside. You know, it's been sunny for a couple of days, but we move into the arena now. We move into the gamer weather, and I cannot wait to kick off today. We have two very interesting matchups, and of course, the first one being ENCE Flames. There's a lot at stake for all these teams today.
It's going to be amazing to watch and see how it actually develops. We have amazing matchups, Na'Vi, Heroic, ENCE and Copenhagen Flames. So I just, I hope that we get banger games in both of those series.
Absolutely do. We're going to get knee-deep into those matchups. But first, we're going to check in with Frankie, who's on stage.
Everyone, hello, Sports Malays! Now, yesterday we did have a few upsets on this stage. NIP nearly made it to the semi-finals, but FaZe just had too much experience on their shoulders. And then we had an upset. I think Brazil might still be a little bit upset this morning because Spirit shocked them to take a spot in the semi-finals. And today we're going to have two more intense quarterfinals. One of the things that's quite surprising, though, actually, is the amount of fans who've turned out for teams who didn't quite make it to this point. If you look to my left here, we have got some very enthusiastic fans who've currently turned their backs on me. They are the Golden Hornets and they're currently singing for Vitality. I don't even know if I can get their attention, to be perfectly honest. So instead, I'm going to turn my attention over to G2. The G2 army are right at the front of the stage there. There we go. They got the memo with the G2 army. But you know what? When it comes to fans, you guys are like the sixth members of any team. And I'd love to hear how you are going to be supporting your favorite teams today. So Sports Police, can you cheer like you're the sixth man for me if I ask you? Nicely, please. Sports Police, with me in 1, 2, 3. That was the warm-up. Okay. LA. Now the Vitality fans are listening. Hello, guys. Nice of you to join us. Okay, Sports Police. Un, deux, trois. Let me hear you. The arena is still filling up, so we're going to head over to the panel now to get us ready for our first match between ENCE and Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, I love it.
Amazing.
It's so great. I mean, unfortunately for the Vitality fans and the G2 fans and also the Brazilian fans, their teams are out, but it's not really affecting their mood, it seems like, right? And I love that. We're all here because we love Counter-Strike and we love it whatever team plays.
It's hard not to get goosebumps standing right here and being so close to that arena, being so close to that energy. And as you so rightfully said, it's amazing to see that even though Vitality kind of shit the bed, to be completely honest, and didn't make it, they are still here to be supported. The fans are still here showing up, and I absolutely love that when it comes to Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and that's what's so amazing about Counter-Strike. We have such passionate fans all around. They're here for the games, even if their favorite team isn't here at the playoffs. And it's huge respect for both the G2 fans and the Vitality fans, because they've been bringing it not only today, yesterday as well. So, you know, I'm loving it and hope to see more noise from them.
Same. One thing, though. Can you pronounce the place we are at for me?
Yeah.
Sport Palais?
Sport Palace.
Sports Palace. Very well done. Love it. Now we're going to check in with our casters for the first series, Vince and Blair.
Thank you very much, Shox. It is a pleasure to be here in Antwerp today. I can't wait to get into this game, Blair. You must be so hyped for this.
I am incredibly hyped. I mean, it's still early in the day. You can see the crowd turning up as well. I'm ready. I'm sure you're ready. I'm sure everyone's ready right now.
Oh, we really are. And I think ENCE and Copenhagen Flames, they're going to have quite a few fans in here. So Antwerp, are you with me for these teams? A decent amount. I think as the crowd continues to fill in, we're going to get a lot more loud and raucous support on both of these teams. But for now, we're going to head back to the desk.
Thank you so much. We had a little bit of a tour around the arena to see what all is up, but now let's get into the nitty-gritty and let's get into the tournament. First, let's recap what has happened yesterday and hopefully get the bracket up as well, as I can still hear Vince and Blair. We can't get rid of them, it seems. So, what a fantastic start we had to the playoff stage. NIP versus FaZe, Devilwalk. NIP put up a valiant fight, I want to say, not only in that match, but in the whole tournament, but FaZe just ramped up as that best of 3 went on.
Yeah, and they have so many big game players, clutch players, and so many of those moments to turn it around in their favor. It was these magical major moments that they produced in that matchup. Unfortunately, for the Swedes and myself, the magic for NIP wasn't enough this time.
Listen, massive, massive props to NIP. Not only for the game yesterday in the quarterfinal, but also the tournament as a whole. They weren't really favored to get into the playoff, but they did it with conviction. They played some solid Counter-Strike, and I agree with you. Was it not for Brokey, was it not for Rob stepping up massively yesterday? There's a world where NIP potentially could have taken down FaZe, and that would have been one hell of a scalp. So yeah, despite losing yesterday, NIP can be nothing but proud.
And how do we feel about FaZe now? As you said, they are a team that thrives when the pressure gets higher, when they are on stage, when people are against them and for them in the crowd, right, Pim?
They are, and I'm scared. Scared as well. You know, they've lost a lot of games where I thought they'd win, but I'm scared on behalf of the rest of the teams in the tournament. We saw it yesterday. The first map, you know, Brokey didn't play well, Robs didn't play well. They were still able to win. Then we saw it on the third map. You said it yourself right here. When pressure amounts, when it really gets down to the nitty-gritty, that's when they step up. And we saw exactly that yesterday. I don't think FaZe played at 100% yesterday, and they still won with somewhat conviction, and that to me is a scary prospect.
Yeah, they're growing into the tournament. I wasn't convinced completely going into the playoff for the game yesterday, but they proved me wrong, and I have a lot more stocks in FaZe right now as it is, because they did amazing, honestly.
Absolutely did. And then we have Team Spirit. They made it over Furia. They have been the revelation of the tournament so far. And I guess the big question just is, Devilwalk, is the sky the limit for these youngsters?
Yeah, I know you're a big Spirit fan secretly, but I think you constantly underestimate them, and they've been utilizing the position of pressure extremely well. We had an interview with Dexter. He said some fantastic words. I love that interview, how everything is just a bonus to them. Of course they want it, they're hungry for it, they have a lot of young players, but he really relieves the pressure from all these young players coming into their squad, and I think that really helps them produce the numbers and performances they have.
Listen, the performance yesterday is enough of a sentiment to say that they can go all the way if they continue down that path. Yeah. Beating Furia, the fashion they did yesterday, they weren't pressured, they weren't tested, I would almost say, right? They were just by far the better team on the stage. It's only got to get tougher, and in a semi-final against FaZe, that is going to be rough, but there's nothing that tells me that Spirit wouldn't be able to continue down that path.
Someone even dropped the PGL Krakow situation earlier.
We'll see.
I mean, yeah, they're playing like they're flying right now, so we'll see. Before we get into ENCE versus the Copenhagen Flames, one word about the later series, Na'Vi versus Heroic. I don't think it needs an introduction, but still, warm us up a little bit.
We got two of the best teams in the world. We got two teams who duked it out for the majority of last year. The one team in the world that felt like a threat to Na'Vi last year was Heroic. That was the only team who could actually pressure them when Na'Vi were at their absolute best. And what happened 3 weeks ago in the qualifier for this tournament was that Heroic, for the first time ever, beat them in a best of 3. Admittedly, Na'Vi weren't in their best shape, but still, they must give Heroic some confidence. So, on paper, Na'Vi are favorites, but that is going to be a banger of a game.
Yeah, so excited for that one. I mean, something to think about. I'm just thinking about that. How can Heroic be so good against Na'Vi? And I think it's a little bit about like how fast they move on the maps, and the rotations are kind of similar because they do have that like 2-3 second extra pace in the rotation. And I think that matchup kind of fits Heroic quite well because I don't think Na'Vi are used to playing a team like that.
Well, the mind game has started already. Cadian and HLTV dropping the whole, yeah, they are the favorites. They must not lose. Okay, I'm sure they've seen that. That is later today. Let's start by jumping into our first series, ENCE versus the Copenhagen Flames. We're going to have the introduction on the teams on stage in just a couple of minutes. So let's lay out the lay of the land, so to speak, for these two teams. Let's start with ENCE, absolutely on a high. For me, the mark of a good organization is when you have been on top, the easy for ENCE days. Then, maybe after a calmer period, finding your strength again. This time with a whole new roster that has been scouted and it is working together phenomenally.
There's quite some history when it comes to that, right? Because there was a Finnish squad the first time around when they got into the first major final, and they had to rediscover their identity, right? They had to move away from the Finnish scene. Maybe not enough talent, maybe not enough seriousness coming out of that, and they moved into an international prospect, giving the keys to Snappy, who has been, I would say, the driving force behind this project. The fact that he's been able to create what right now is the number world ranked 3 team in the world in a major quarterfinal with the players you see on your screen right here. Had you told me that just 6, 7, 8 months ago, I probably would have laughed and said, okay, these guys have potential, but for them to be in a quarterfinal at a major, let's calm our horses just a little bit.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that they basically picked up almost all free agents. They didn't go for massive buyouts. It was a cheap squad, and they've really developed them along the way, which is as you said, a proof they are a great organization and they're here for the future.
And they have the mix as well, right? Experience in Snappy. They have a couple of dudes who are up there in age. 24 is kind of old in Counter-Strike, and then they have those young guns who are just coming in with full-on aggression, full-on, I guess, motivation, and also delivers on the server. Spinks, of course, a guy we're going to talk much more about.
I think so, and it seems like for Spinks and for ENCE, it's been all about moving the goalpost, right? First, it was like, okay, how much can you do? EPL, the final, didn't manage to beat FaZe. Then they go to the Blast Showdown and they win that thing, right? And then they come here, and now we're just seeing how far they can go as the crowds get bigger and bigger and bigger. Let's take a look at the Copenhagen Flames as well. Funnily enough, they are in a similar position than they were around PGL Stockholm when they weren't able to get that final hurdle and get onto the big stage. Still looking for that org, right? But the Copenhagen Flames, they've been doing fantastic, and they're also a squad that have been developing since then.
Let me paint a very clear picture right here. They're not supposed to be in a quarterfinal. They don't have the budget for it. You look at the team, you think they're not supposed to be as good as they are, but they played some fantastic Counter-Strike. As you said, they did it during the PGL Major in Stockholm. They surprised everyone, myself included. I didn't think that those 5 players could be so goddamn good, but they are. Now, coming into this one, you know, one thing is doing it once, but having to do it again when everyone is looking at you and actually fearing you and preparing for you, that is hella impressive. So no, this team right here, they're not supposed to be as good as they are, but they're still inside the very first quarterfinal at a major, and they fully deserve it.
Yeah, they're incredible hard workers. I know I've talked to Huxi, I've talked to Vorborg about this, and they work probably the hardest out of any team out there. They are extremely, you know, well-versed. Like Huxi demands it out of everyone.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact. He does not want any slouchers in his team, and they are really proving that on the server, that the hard work pays off.
And I just want to point one thing. You see Roy right here on your screen. He's 28. He's actually one of the guys with the least experience, if I dare say it. He didn't start playing Counter-Strike when he was 15 years of age. He started his pro career 4 or 5 years ago, and now he's on the top. So to all you guys out there saying, you know, I'm 22, I'm 23, I missed the train, there's always a way. Roy right now is a great example of such.
Absolutely so. In an interview recently, he also said, I don't know what it is about our squad, even though we don't have that much experience along us. Some of the people like Nikodos and like Jabby, they are just flying when they come onto the server on a LAN environment. And they also said, Nikodos in the interview after they qualified to this stage, well, now we play with absolutely nothing to lose. Like, we've already done what we came out here to do, and that is absolutely fantastic. And I think when you look at the way they made it, Devil Walk, we talked so much about it, about you're in that 2-2 matchup again. Now you're going up against Imperial. It goes to double overtime on Vertigo, but they broke that, right? They went for it and they made it here, and I think that's a big step to take for that roster.
Yeah, otherwise you start thinking about curses and all
Yeah,
kinds of things, you know, but they broke that instantly. They didn't make it a tendency, so that's a really good sign for them going into it. You know, they have been super impressive because, you know, they haven't really lost against, you know, it's the semi-final teams they lost against. It's Spirit and it's FaZe, and that's super impressive. You can look at all the matchup and their way here, and they've just, you know, blown everyone away, I think.
Absolutely have. We'll dive a bit deeper into the matchup in just a second, but now Frankie is standing by with our teams.
Thank you very much, guys. Now, I think the crowd is ready for this one. When ENCE first went international, few would have predicted their current success. But in the past few months, Snappy's boys have shown that they can not just beat the best, but be counted among them too. Please welcome, it's ENCE! Their opponents. Now, this team's dedication to learning the ins and outs of every corner of Counter-Strike has finally seen them make it to the big playoff stage. Will their commitment to Counter-Strike finally pay off tonight? Sports Police, get ready for Copenhagen Flames! join me in the corner here. I'm going to take Snappy. Siphon, I'm going to come to you first. Your family's traveled all the way from Denmark to watch you play in your first major playoffs. How does it feel to know that they're here to cheer you on?
The support is like it means so much to me, and I think this will boost my confidence in game. That I know that they're out there cheering for me and making me better in game.
What does a confident Siphon look like in game?
What?
What do you look like when you're at your most confident in game?
It's just about like making the right decisions and not really overthinking things, and like always making good choices.
I'm sure you're going to make plenty of those today. I'm going to come over to your fellow Dane, Snappy, obviously your rivals right now. Snappy, you've been on the scene for a bit, but this is your first major playoffs. What's it like for you finally making it to the quarterfinals?
It feels amazing to be here in the autumn of my career and make it to the stage. It's obviously been a dream of mine for a long time. So I'm just happy I finally made it, and hopefully we can go a bit further and bring a good match against Flames today.
Well, the only numbers we care about in Counter-Strikes are the ones that we see on that board. Gentlemen, please shake hands, and we'll get these quarterfinals underway with the panel.
Thank you so much. Amazing stuff. By the way, if you didn't see it, I think it was Siphon's mom who tweeted like a photo from when he was little with like a plastic gun. And now, I mean, Counter-Strike is what dreams are made of, and that is proven every single day. I'd like to start with talk about the IGLs and Snappy versus Hooksy. I think we've got two IGLs here, as said, who aren't necessarily the guys that are the stars of the Counter-Strike scene, right? But who have been working so hard for so long in these individual projects and bringing them to newer heights.
Listen, Snappy has been a workhorse for a very, very long time. He played Counter-Strike 15 years ago. You remember him maybe from 1.6 in the days?
Yeah.
You do, yeah. A player that has just been grinding and grinding and grinding. And he's always been good, but he's never been at a level where you thought, okay, he can lead a team that is top 8 or top 5 in the world. But he has been doing such the last couple of months. So massive props to him. Hooksy, on the other hand, relatively new guy, still, up there in the age. But even in the Danish scene, no one really gave him the credit. But he finally found the right mix of players, and he's doing a fantastic work together with the rest of the Flames.
Yeah, and they are kind of similar but very distinct differences in their calling style in IGL. I think like Hooksy, for example, he likes more masking defaults, going for trick plays within it, and Snappy, he goes maybe a little bit more gimmicky styles, more fast-paced kind of tricks up his sleeve. So it's going to be a very, very interesting way, and obviously they have a different in stylistic with their players, but it's going to be an interesting IGL matchup.
Yeah, you love to use the word, but both very well-drilled teams,
yes,
right?
Yes, they are very well-drilled.
Let's pick out a couple of those individuals that you just mentioned. Sphinx, let's just go for it. We're going to be talking about him a lot. If the goalpost that we've now set out for him, he also just shoots the goal there, because I remember we have been talking about it throughout this tournament. All right, what's he going to do at the Major? What's he going to do in Challenger stage, Legend stage? And this guy has just been improving in front of our eyes and seems to revel in the level of competition that is put in front of him.
Just look at the stats on your screen right here, right? He is one of the best players in the entire tournament, and he is probably one of the more impactful players as well when it comes to how well and how much he's helping his team. This guy on your screen, as you said, we keep raising the bar. He came into the Major qualifier, played well. He came into the Major, played well. Now he's on the stage. Now he's in a quarterfinal, and I guess that's where we're setting the bar. Can he also deliver on stage with a crowd in front of him? Then we may very well be looking at one of the best players in the world of Counter-Strike as of right now.
Yeah, he's been proving ourselves wrong in all our questions about him. He's constantly raised the bar, and I think he's on the road to superstardom. He is such a good player.
Devilwalk, break it down for me. Why is he playing so well? What's his style in game?
So stylistically, I think he's more of a cleanup man, more of a, he embraces the chaos that Snappy, Mad, and Dusha creates for him on the server, and he's very good at abusing and finding timings to get map control, sometimes an entire bomb site with one kill or blocking them off. So he's very percentage-based player, and it shows on the server.
He's a lone wolf that at any given point on the map can make chaos happen, right? You said it yourself right here. He doesn't necessarily need a flash for him. He doesn't necessarily need a teammate to bait for him, but if Spinks wants to, he can go out, he can find a couple of duels, and he can dictate the game and dictate any given round. To have a player to be able to do that with a rifle, there's very few in the world who could do that. Spinks right now is one of them.
Absolutely so. He is also being supported, not only supported, but Daicha often top fragging in the server for ENCE as well. They have so much firepower, as you say, that they can make work for them. Let's look at the other side. What can we expect in terms of firepower from the Copenhagen Flames? It seems that they are all very well versed in that department.
It's a well-rounded team, right? There's no clear star within Copenhagen Flames. You may look towards Roy and say that's the guy that most consistently plays well, but in this tournament, a lot of the players are very similar. You look at Siphon right now, and Nikodos sharing the same high rating, 1.10 as the highest. Roy a little bit behind, Yabi a little bit behind, and then you have one problem, perhaps, in Huxi. He's a great in-game leader, but individually speaking, he hasn't really played well this major. He's currently the 4th lowest rated player in the entire tournament, and just to make the comparison with Snappy, as we talked about before, that could be a problem. There's more firepower when it comes to him than there is on Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, but they do have this man, and he is I think, if you're going to look at anyone matching up against ENCE players, and he's going to be like the better one, so to speak, I would look at Nikodos on the Flames side, because he constantly produces magical moments for Flames, and I think that he will be a super key player if they're gonna be able to break against this best of 3.
Yeah, you didn't mention the name, but Hades, of course, on the other side, has been up and down at times, and I think he then also had games against good opponents that he really showed what he was made of. But we're looking for that consistency, and I think especially when you come into the playoff bracket against these opponents and the next ones that you may face, now is the time to show your top level.
He needs to, right? Because the man on your screen to the left right here is the one weak point. If you have to point out something, I don't think he's a weak player. I don't think he's a bad player by no means. And as you said, we see glimpses of what he can do. But on a consistent basis, if you were to pick a player right now from Instead, you potentially could remove in the future, or you could potentially switch out with someone else in order to make them an even better team. That would be the guy. So I agree, pressure is on Hades, and I would go as far as saying that Nikodos so far, and in the, I guess, last couple of months, he's been the better player. So if there's one area in the game where Copenhagen Flames actually have the better card on their hand, it would be on the AWP.
Yeah, I will see in the map pool if that's something that they can exploit a bit more. It's coming in just a second. So guide us into this one. We've seen different strengths from these teams, but what should be the priorities, Devil Walk?
I think, you know, looking at both teams, they both are very well drilled, as I like to say, but they have, I think pistols are super key in this duel because they're both very meticulous. They have a great conversion rate after. I think they're both on 87.5% conversion rate on the second and third round. So they have multiple anti-ECAs. They do have a deep playbook, both of these teams. But looking at the veto, interesting here. Vertigo, I thought, Nuke pick from ENCE. I actually suspected they might go for a Mirage, but it's still in the pool.
I absolutely love these map picks from both teams. Your Copenhagen Flames, you think to yourself, okay, we're going against ENCE. ENCE is a very good Vertigo team, especially recently. They've had some very solid results, but we feel comfortable on Vertigo. Vertigo is our home ground, so we feel comfortable picking that map into ENCE. Same could be said for ENCE, right? Nuke right now is to be considered the best map in the map pool, but you look towards Copenhagen Flames and you think, okay, maybe you could have gone with something else. Maybe you could have put them under a little bit of a pressure, but ENCE feel like they're the favorites. They feel like they want to pick their best map, right? So you have two teams right now who are both picking their best maps, going into a best-of-3 series, and that's usually what makes for the best games.
Yeah, in the top level, we referenced it already, but for the Copenhagen Flames to make it here, it was on Vertigo that they kept their cool. I think they feel very confident in their abilities going onto that map. Break it down a little for me in terms of the starts of these two teams. Pimp, I know you dove a bit deeper into the pistol rounds generally and the winning of rounds for both two teams.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to Vertigo, I think we should start there, right? Because you look at ENCE right now, and the record they have in the past 3 months, not necessarily that scary. You look at a 50% win rate, but the last 3 games they've played, out here, right? They beat Outsiders 16-6. They beat Copenhagen Flames at Blast Show Springdown 16-7, and they beat NIP 16-9. They haven't given up double digits on Vertigo in the past 3 games, and that's what Copenhagen Flames decides to bring into the map pool. I'm curious to that one.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking about this veto a little bit, and I'm starting to think that Copenhagen Flames actually have an advantage in this veto. I think these maps are absolutely great for them. If they have a chance to 2-0, if they bring Vertigo, they have a great Nuke. So I don't think Nuke is, I think it's a little bit of a risky pick for ENCE, even though they are so good at it.
And the third one is the one that Copenhagen Flames beat ENCE on in this very tournament. Very interesting. As we are about to get into this game, Pimp, break it down for us from the macro perspective of what we're looking at. ENCE is the number 3 in the world. They should be heavy favorites here, but now they're in the pressure cooker.
Listen up, ENCE are the heavy favorites right here. We have seen Copenhagen Flames crumble under the pressure a couple of times. Maybe, just maybe, the fact that they're over that hurdle, the fact that they finally got into the quarterfinal could be enough for them to play free. If they can, I believe we get a competitive game. I believe we get a close game, because I agree with you. Both the maps are good for both teams. I will say, though, that ENCE being the number 3 in the world right now, ENCE having Spinks in their lineup, ENCE having Dyha, who's one of the most underrated players at this tournament. There's a lot of stuff right now that points in the direction of ENCE.
Final notes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a 2-1 series. I can't see this actually going any other way. ENCE has a 7% out of all games where they lose 2-0. So I don't think it's going to be that way.
I'm going to spice it up just a little bit. I think ENCE will win 2-0, but I think we're going to get 2 competitive maps, and we're looking at a 16-13 scenario on both.
Okay, I signed up for that, but I always want 3 maps. I think Vincent Blatt are ready to take us into the arena, so take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Shox and the boys. Expert job. Look, our job, Blair, isn't to rehash what the desk has already said. Our job is to hype this crowd up and deliver on the players' makings. Are you ready for this game?
I am so ready. The crowd, they look ready. The team should be ready as well. And I think that that's broken down perfectly. So much on the line for both these two teams. It's going to be nerve-wracking, and it's going to be so intense in the serve, and we're ready to kick things off here.
I think the crowd might be ready, but I want to hear you, Antwerp. Are you ready for this game? We are live.
And we're wasting no time. It is going to be the Vertigo pick coming in from Copenhagen Flames. It's their map pick. It is a map they will be looking to win if they want to take the series, because as Des said, the favorites would have to be ENCE. ENCE, though, starting on the CT side. We have a full USP armor purchase coming out, and Copenhagen Flames wasting no time. An A hit on the cards.
Straight up on the ramp side is ENCE for the time being, pushing through the side and ramp simultaneously. But Copenhagen Flames at a very fast flank. Now bolstering up 4 players over on the back of the site. Smokes being deployed, first kill still not forthcoming, but there is Siphon through the smoke into the head, and that yields the bomb plant as well. And now ENCE have all the work ahead of them. They're gonna have to try and retake. Snappy gets one.
Snappy gets one, but his retake isn't going to be easy. They need to hit the shots here, Vince. No utility.
No utility on the drive-by. Hooksy comes in, but Dyha with 2 lights up the scoreboard. And now Nikodos with it all to do with the Glock, but Snappy says no. ENCE get first blood in the quarterfinals.
That was such a clean retake coming in from ENCE. They had no utility, Vince, no kits as well. They knew they couldn't allow Copenhagen Flames to feel comfortable in this post plant, immediately going in for the retake and making things so very convincing. And Snappy with an unreasonable shot to open things off. Clean shots coming out here from the side of ENCE. And I gotta say, at least in the server, this ENCE side, their first arena game, their first arena round, and they seem to be calm and composed.
Absolutely, 3rd in the world for a reason, as they have shown time after time. And Dyha locking down the B side with his A1S. It is effectively just upgraded pistols and a couple of Glocks thrown in the mix as well, but ENCE have done well to kick things off very cleanly.
Yeah, not really going for the force buy here, even though Copenhagen Flames, they got the bomb down. So just going to be going for the pistols, as you pointed out there, Vince. Yabi going in for a little bit more. He's got a Tech 9. And Kevlar as well to work with. For ENCE, it's about keeping everyone alive, getting that MP9 in the hands of Madden to farm as much cash as possible. And you can see they've invested heavily in the rifles here. Lack of utility is something maybe Copenhagen Flames could try and abuse, but it's been a rock-solid hold coming out from the defense. And Dyha, he's a player that Desk highlighted, Vince. He's a player we're talking about alongside Spinks as being the 2 stars of this ENCE lineup. And he's off to a rolling start, albeit it's against just the pistols.
Yeah, the caveat needs to be put into place, but you can understand that all these players have not played on a stage of this magnitude before, so there could be some jitters, some nerves coming in, so it's great to see ENCE kicking things off cleanly. And although Nikados does possess a deagle and 35 seconds, it's surely not going to be going in his favor. They have every single angle covered right now. And the star player on Copenhagen Flames is going to get sprayed down. 2-0 start, Ents. Very convincing.
Very convincing, not losing a single player. But the buy is going to be coming in for Copenhagen Flames. You have the AK-47s being purchased. No AWP yet here early on in the game for Nikados, but we have the AKs. We got a ton of utility as well. And Flames, I mean, they are really dominant on this map, but you go back a few days, you saw how it was a bit of a struggle against the Brazilians in the form of Imperial, and that is going to be something on the back of the mind. So we do have the first test here for Ents. Madden still wielding the MP9 and looking to be aggressive. Time being, there's going to be Hades with the M4 of this, alongside his captain in the form of Snappy. Bit of a lull in the action here. No pressure towards mid from the side of Ents. As Snappy looking to take the fight. He finds one, but the trade is immediate.
Ooh, Nikados doubles up, gets ramp control. Will be forcing away the CTs as well from rotational positions. Diha, who's had a lot of success already on the B side, may be caught in transition. But Madden feels like he could be the linchpin here. Blair, if he can get a kill with that SMG, anything's possible. And Ents, they decide they're going to hold positions, and Copenhagen Flames begin to retreat.
They're expecting this re-aggression coming out from Ents, but Madden being all by his lonesome, if he walks in and he falls, that A bomb side, it's going to be free for the taking for Copenhagen Flames. So just going to buy this time, holding the angle towards the short position. Siphon, in the meantime, making his presence felt towards mid, and that's keeping two of the CTs, at least one of them in the form of Spinks, focused towards mid, and a hit is coming in on the A bomb side.
40 seconds to play with Spinks now in prime position. Grenade up and over, could be doing some significant damage, but Huxi has dealt with side, and there is Yabi. Straight through, claims the headshot. Diha in a 1-on-4. Time may work against the Danes if they're not careful. Diha's got one, did catch the leg, can't finalize the kill though. And Nikados will be putting the bomb down. Diha, a dangerous game of cat and mouse. If he can take down Nikados, this round is doable, especially considering how low Huxi currently is. But Nikados expertly plays around the box, and Copenhagen Flames are finally on the scoreboard.
Don't give him a chance there, Vince. Well executed. I love how Siphon was making a lot of noise towards mid. It was forcing Spinks to hold down the mid. And we have a bit of a contingent here. They have been the loudest section in the crowd in the past couple of days.
I was surprised at how many Ents and Copenhagen Flames fans we've got in the audience right now, honestly. We were just talking to a group of guys over to our left traveling all the way from the US. Hello, guys. Pretty amazing stuff. I'm sure there's many other stories like that. But into the fourth round we move, Black.
Yep, and the buy is of course going to be coming in. It was a great second round, so the buy comes in. Snappy, he's going to be plucked, but Hades with a quick trade.
Quick trade, keeps himself alive on the sandbags. Susceptible to being mollied off. This is an important trade. It goes the way of Yabi. And Ramp can now fall the way of the T's, but it's a flop Molotov.
You can see slight nerves. It's tense. 4v3 though, still man advantage for the Copenhagen Flames side. And look at this, the push, and Yabi, he reads it to perfection. Madden will fall.
He may have messed up the Molotov, but there's nothing wrong with his aim. Two huge entries. And Ents feeling the burn again on their CT economy. They went all in on this round, Blair. They're down to an SMG, they're down to an M4, and they have nothing in reserve. They've got to stand their ground and fight.
And I love how Copenhagen Flames are being so very patient. Man advantage, they don't want to give it away. Spinks now starting to question it could potentially be a late B play. But the Molotovs and the smokes getting deployed, that should be the tell. And Spinks got to go nuclear now.
Well, this has to be a huge round through the smoke. The right idea, but Yabi with his third. Entry kills to perfection. And just like that, Ents are a done deal. Diha, his options are scarce. He either runs and tries to save the SMG or stands and fights and maybe posts up a kill. He doesn't even have a kit at this stage. So we are going to be all tied up at 2 apiece. And Yabi, take a bow. That was a phenomenal round.
We have so many questions and unknowns when it comes to these two teams playing their very first arena game, especially in a major as well. And there were going to be nerves. There were some questions. Can Spinks deliver? Can he be the best player in the server because he's been phenomenal by far. The desk spoke about it as well, him alongside Diha. They've been incredible. Second and third highest rated player in the tournament right now. But you look at his Copenhagen Flames side, sure, it is a team effort for them. You don't really have a clear-cut star player. But Yabi, for me, man, as an entry, the amount of impact he can find. Hades over here caught in a very uncomfortable position. And this one, he knows Madden's got to go for some info play, and he waits patiently and pops his head clean off his shoulders. Ends now down to just a saved M4A1 in the hands of Diha. But Vince, one thing we know about this man, he can deliver even if it has to be all by his lonesome.
They were discussing this on the desk. He is a huge heavy hitter on Ent, so Copenhagen Flames can take nothing for granted. Need to tread lightly. What we have seen though is their ramp control's been solid, and that's what we're talking about. Insta headshot, Roy's just gone.
And immediately pivot back. They know there's no more guns here, and it's going to be just one defender.
In comes Yabi, taking point, does get dinked down and finished off by Spinks, who's landed another headshot, but Typhon survives on 22, and now D-Has up to the plate, trying to drill down the players, and he's got himself 2 more. Ridiculous round from the pole, and he goes in for another one. A 4K for D-Ha.
Absolutely incredible from him. 1 M4, that's all they needed. A 4K, and all they had was USPs, Vince. 4 USPs and the M4, and Diha does everything by his lonesome. Opening it up, finding Roy. And it was a right call from Copenhagen Flames as well. They knew where Diha was towards the A bomb site. They immediately pivot back towards the B bomb site, but then Diha, such quick rotations, 9-1 for him as we have a little bit of some fancy movement from Roy here, looking to catch Diha.
Beautiful play. We saw this in the Legend stage as well, Blair. We casted this. It was a flashbang and Roy got the perfect entry. So good to see them bust it out, but Ents, they're a step ahead. They weren't even there to get headshotted down. Diha already on 9 kills as we move into the 6th round. And as we highlighted, a player may be down, he is never truly out.
Diha, he reads it. Almost finds the tap, but here comes the play though. 2 T's pushing on in.
Nikodos in the meanwhile though gets the first entry. Now Diha has to try and rinse and repeat, but Roy has dealt him the fatal blow. Copenhagen Flames in a 4-on-2 will be very likely to secure this round, and Ents want no part of it. It's 1 step forward and multiple steps backwards. If they can save these weapons though, there could be a way forward for another buy.
Yeah, they could still eke out a buy here, but the AWP in the hands of Hades, there's nothing it can do. Far away from where the bomb is planted. And yeah, if they can save these 2 guns, which they should, Madden can buy for himself, Hades can drop a weapon, but it's still going to be a bit of a dicey buy. So yeah, Copenhagen Flames, great recovery. It looked like they completely capitulated in round number 5, but able to bounce back, keeping all 4 alive. Just Nikodos the only sole casualty, but that was after he did get one of the entries. So Copenhagen Flames making things still very competitive.
3-3, the score. They said it on the desk. Even if it does go the distance, even if it's a 2-0, they expect this is going to be a close game. And so far, it has delivered. But a lot of it's been of individual efforts when it comes to Ents. And that may be an issue going through into the latter stages of this map if it continues.
They're calling attack time out early on as well. We're just 6 rounds in. Shout out to this guy. Shout out to this guy. He's been wearing that, I feel like, since yesterday.
I'll tell you right now, it's pretty hot in this arena, I'm not gonna lie. I can't imagine how much that guy is struggling, so fair play, my respect.
All right, I can see your pick'ems, He's
got Na'Vi to win it.
He got Spirit, what a genius.
I got Spirit too.
You're a genius too, Vince, but here we go. It looks like they have talked things through as we have a buy coming in once more. As we spoke earlier, couple of guns will be dropped. Diha will only have to make do with the MP9. Couple of kits, decent bit of utility as well to work with. We have an early boost once more. He's been spotted, however.
There was a flash in the eyes. I'm not sure if they know exactly where he is, but he's flopped the Molotov again. And that's going to allow Diha to stay in position, but he still gets plucked out from the AK-47.
Roy making up for that Molotov, and here comes the play. Spinks with the AWP. That's interesting.
Yeah, over Hades, it would appear. So definitely keep an eye out on this play. Spinks in the meanwhile, though, more than capable with the weapon. He's normally, though, when you think of Spinks, you think of the rifle. You think of just crazy fragging out with that weapon.
Look at the rotation from the T's. This is brilliantly played. They know mid's open, so they have to invest Hades over there, leaving the A bomb side with just one defender right now. And it's got to be the captain to deliver.
Snappy up on off angle with a scaffolding with a hit and run. Afforded the luxury of backing away, tosses in a grenade. No one's there to deal any kind of return damage, though. And he's done enough to force the Flames back again.
Roy still has control of the B stair, so they will still have an avenue to this bomb site. And Spinks, he's been scoped in the entire round. And now it's turn to strike with the AWP.
Going in for that late boost again. We've seen this a couple times from the Flames. Spinks is here, though. Later, wait, but he misses the shot. He's still alive to tell the tale, but it's going to be a Molotov designated towards him. Second shot is also missed. Hades steps up, delivers one. 20 seconds left on the clock. Looking to try and fend off the push with Snappy. And they both dip in for frags, but here's Nikodos from the back.
10
seconds to play with a 1 HP. He needs a headshot, and he needs it yesterday. Is it going to be forthcoming? No, Hades holds on, and again, ends get the round, but by the skin of their teeth.
Hades actually faces, with barely any time remaining, the sheer cojones on this man. It was a bit of a question mark. Seeing Spinks with the AWP, a couple of shots, well, if it was in the hands of Hades, you'd know he wouldn't have missed that, but still able to bring it back. But you said it right, Vince. The rounds that ends up winning are coming down to the individual heroics of the players.
Vitality crowd has been amazing. This section has just been so loud throughout.
Shout out to them for showing up. Even though they're not there, the team's not there, they have definitely shown up.
Spinks on your screen there, missed a couple of key shots in that last round, but they weren't punished. However, the timeout has come and gone. Ents are ready. Copenhagen Flames are also ready. And both teams going to have a bye, but it's not ideal on either side of the coin.
Yeah, this is going to be a pivotal round to see which team might be going on maybe a 2 or 3 round streak here. You see the Galils coming out for the side of Copenhagen Flames. It looks like a faster play towards B. Diha with a nade could deal a lot of damage.
Has been tossed in, but as Copenhagen Flames were a little bit more passive, not been affected. I understand why they've gone for that nade, though. We've seen that run boost multiple times. Flashing, Diha behind it, but he's getting drilled from multiple angles, and Yabi puts the final nail in the coffin. Spinks now showing us why he's so revered with the rifle with 2 big kills, and he forces back the Danes.
Roy somehow sneaking his way in. They have no idea, but it's caught looking the wrong way. That is so unfortunate for Roy. They've lost control of ramps now, and just 2 players surviving for Copenhagen Flames and Nikodos on 8 HP.
51 and Zyphon as well. Copenhagen Flames looking very rough. And keeping in mind the positioning of Snappy is so good, and Hades has his crossfire established on top of that. Bomb's been spilled down. This would have to be the play of all majors, and it will not be coming to pass.
Great round for Ents to win. They needed that desperately. Keeping 4 alive as well. They can upgrade one of the MP9s to the AK-47s from one of the fallen Copenhagen Flames member. But still a long path ahead. This was so well done by Spinks. They lose Diha, and the fact is able to find not just one but the second kill. There was still a window for Roy to sneak his way in and just dismantle that A defense by his lonesome, but timing not quite panning out. A fast play coming in towards B, and this should be Farm City, but Diha getting riddled by the clocks.
They're basically tickling him, and Spinks the triple spray. It was a full-on eco, can't get too carried away, but that's going to build that confidence, and more importantly, the bank balance.
You can see a couple of smiles on the face of the Ents players as well, and that's what you need, right? Even though, yeah, that was an eco bash, it does definitely help to start to get warmed up. Copenhagen Flames, it was just Glocks. Now the buy comes out again, but Ents have now started to get a bit of a lead, 6-3. You can see the maps as well. Ents picked Nuke, their best map. This is Copenhagen Flames' best map. So a win here seems imperative for the Danish side. Roy, once more, leading the path.
Snappy may be mollied out, but he's still in a good position behind the cranes. Flashbang designated to mid. This could affect Spinks if he's not careful. Turns his back, though. Expertly navigates his way across. Another going to be moving into his crosshair, and he doesn't disappoint. Hooksy should tread lightly or he will follow suit. And mid becomes the Flames' tomb. And they're getting sprayed across the map. They're being bullied and battered and bruised. And Ents are looking good for yet another one.
Ents look like they have stabilized. The first few rounds, it was iffy. And it came down to individuals, but now finally starting to look much better. I say that though. Immediate 2 kills from Yabi and Nikodos, and all of a sudden we still have a round in our hands here. They will creep on up. Still a lot of time to work with, but just 1 smoke.
Both players also have been tagged, and then the nades just rip and tear a little bit more HP off the bars. Puts them into headshot range of the 2 A1Ss. And now a fact-finding mission. Ents decide they want to be pushing up the side, take some control, and this could be the nuts position. This is the round coming to an end. Mad and beautiful spray transfer. 7-3 lead. Ents are looking undeniable right now on this CT side.
For a moment there, it looked like Yabi and Nikodos would potentially be able to bring it back, but just the consistent re-aggression, the constant mobility of the CTs from Ents catching Copenhagen Flames off guard. We do have a half mic coming out. It's just going to be the pistols, maybe trying to take away a few weapons here. Once more the run boost for Roy, and he lands it again.
Hey, that's 100%, 3 out of 3 times. He has taken quite a bit of damage though, and there's another HG that's going to be finding its way, but the wrong side of the stairs. Forward position has been maintained though, but we've seen Copenhagen Flames get in these positions a few times, Blair, and they haven't really done much with it.
And for the side of Ents, the past couple of rounds, they have started to build up a decent bit of money. You can see Mad and Sphinx an average about $7,000 on the 2 players, so they have stabilized their economy. They're looking pretty solid here. This nade should deal quite a bit of damage. Hades just trying to go for the jump spot. Hasn't seen anyone yet as Copenhagen Flames look to creep up and potentially find a couple of 1Ds.
Well, that nade could have been so much worse had it have not been for the box. The timing was slightly off. There were 4 players down there. 5th is Hooksy in middle with his Desert Eagle, and now Hades gonna be 1 tap round the corner. This could get a little bit sketchy. Snappy needs to get a couple more kills out of this position. And he's being forced away. Now there's no Molotovs or HEs to deal with him. So it's still a really rough ask on Copenhagen Flames. And now Diha has joined the party, joined the fray. Down goes Madden. However, Snappy is also going to fall to Zyphon. He's picked up 3 kills in this round. And although he's down to 16 HP, they still have 30 seconds.
This is a lot of damage being dealt here. I'm not too sure why Ents went for those fights. He had a headshot angle. And now we can see both the defenders remaining for Ents. Diha and Sphinx, the 2 stars coming in. Bomb still needs to be retrieved.
Zyphon going in first with the A1S. D has dealt with his teammate and goes in for seconds. Diha, by the way, 15 kills already.
Easy for Ents yet, Vince? I don't think so. I still feel like this game is still very, very early, but you have to admit, Ents are starting to look pretty solid. A couple of rounds, that round in particular, didn't really have to lose so many players, but still, they stabilized. Diha has been absolutely brilliant thus far. Second tactical timeout getting called here for the Flame side. And you can see Zyphon, 18 years of age, playing his first major playoffs, and you can see the shots affecting Hades as well. Great work from him. And sure, they lose a round, but they do deal a little bit of damage. They ensure the coffers of Ents don't spiral out of control. 8-3 though for the Finnish org. And here comes the buy once more. No op yet for the side of Nikodos. They're going to be sticking with the AK-47s, and Hades looking to take the fight.
Flashed and smoked out of position though. They nearly snap away the IGL, but Hades is there to repel the push. And Ents on Flames not looking like they're going to be doused anytime soon. Decent utility also tossed in. HC in the incendiary as well towards the ramp. And again, the Copenhagen Flames get aggressive, but they get forced away.
Spinks pushing in mid as well. He could catch his rotation, Vince, the timing. He could listen to the footsteps, but they're going to slowly sneak on up. If they opt to head up the ladder, Spinks could completely ruin their day.
Molly still burns, going to be drawing away. Spinks He's on the long flank here, Blair. This could be so catastrophic for Copenhagen Flames. It really relies on Madden. If he can stall this with a couple of kills, that could be good enough, but he's lost his head, he's lost his life, and now Spinks has to try and pick up the pace. Now it's Diha next up to the plate. They are watching the back though, the backside, but Spinks still takes the head before Zyphon's there to thwart the retake. They still haven't got the bomb planted though, and our utility is coming in thick and fast. Diha has also put a bullet between the eyes of Zyphon. 3-play-2. And suddenly the Flames have been put down again, and it's the pole in prime position to strike. Yabi's got himself one. This should afford him the luxury of the bomb plant. They have no more utility to stop this. They do have flashes, smokes, and a couple of kits. But Yabi could clutch. Hades will snatch it away though. And Ents 9-3 in the lead.
Diha is pretty much single-handedly dousing the Flames. He has been so instrumental. That was a great call for them, going for the contact play towards the B bomb site. The defender is all by his lonesome. They take him down. Even the flank from Sphinx, it looked like he'd easily find a couple, but he gets smacked down. But somehow Diha once more finding a multi-kill. And that is what everyone's battling for. That trophy. And right now, Eds are on fire. 9-3. 3 rounds remain in his first half. Dia's 17-6, and he has been just unstoppable.
He's been unbelievable, but you also have to have a look at Yabi. Yabi on the Flames has been so huge as well, with tons of entries, but it feels like there's been no follow-up. Roy has had a very slow game so far, and he's normally one of the better players. Madden, though, with 2 kills, and 3 gets it as well! No mutually assured destruction this time. Ents are on the fast track to 10 rounds, and they can thank their new recruit for a beautiful 3K spray down.
They've just been stopped in their tracks, Vince. Going for the contact play out mid. The bomb's dropped as well, so it's a recovery mission for Yabi and Roy. And Madden, he's just spotting for them. He's not going to stick on around. Still on 37 HP.
Oh, this HE as well, it's so grim. It may not do a ton of damage, but it softens them up, and Spinks is going to finish this one off. The bomb's at the top of the box. Good luck, Yabi. Not happening. Ents are playing lights out Vertigo CT side right now. It's hard to see how the Flames get back in this.
The rounds they're starting to win are looking convincing. What a hole from Madden as well. They just went for the walkout, and even though he had a teammate nearby, Vince, he was all by his lonesome. Just incredible control in the A1. And what looked like a very back and forth affair just 15-20 minutes back. It was 3-3. It was back and forth. It came down to Diha getting some crazy multi-kill rounds. But with every single member of Ents starting to come alive, the individual starting to shine. It's just starting to look very, very grim for Flames, as we will be seeing a light purchase. They're going to ensure they have enough money for the rifles come round number 15, but penultimate round of this first half here. And once more, they will have to just work with the Deagles and the Tech 9s. It's going to be a faster play once again out mid, and once more Madden has to answer.
And he has for the first and the second. He may go down to the hands of Zyphon, but he's got all the information and put it down into a 2-on-1. There is Spinks with the AWP again. Interesting. And Diha may go down on the site, but considering Yabi's on 12 HP and has now been finished off, the chances for Huki are looking bleak, as are the chances for Copenhagen Flames to get any kind of a stranglehold on this map. 11-3, and we were discussing this before, it was individuals popping off in the first few rounds. Now the entirety of Ents is there, and they're all delivering.
Yeah, you're not expecting to see Sphinx with the AWP just getting killed at will. We have a lot of Flames fans as well in the house. And a solitary Ents fan right in front there. It's looking pretty easy for them, I have to say. Diha with a nade. Just going to chip away at Hooksy. But they have invested all they have. Final round of the first half for the side of Copenhagen Flames. Can they find one more, Vince? A 4th round is imperative for them if they want to make things competitive.
Yeah, it gives them a little bit of a foundation. But that's all it will be, unless they can convert from here on out. And Madden once again delivers. Nikado's down, Roy gets traded out, and it's more of the same. Deja vu. The Danes are being straight up destroyed. And Diha is 1 kill away from a first half 20 bomb.
He might just even find it here. What an absolute shutdown it's been from ENCE. Zyphon, young Zyphon left alone, 1v4, great shot into Madden, but his position is known. Sphinx will shut him down. ENCE get 12.
Incredible first half performance on ENCE, but I have to say the Flames have looked like they haven't got out of first gear so far. We've had moments of brilliance from Yabi. Roy showed a little bit up towards the end, but so many of their heavy hitters aren't on the server yet, Blair. That has to change.
You gotta love them. You gotta love them.
Makes me think, imagine how loud they would be if Vitality were playing right now. I'm not sure we'd have a roof afterwards, honestly.
Well, right now, what we do have are Copenhagen Flames looking to make a comeback. Their pistol rounds have been a struggle in this Legend stage thus far, Vince. This time, they need to convert.
They simply have to. There's no second lifeline available. The Flames will know this, and they're posting up in passive positions. So ENCE very aggressive. Diha claiming a ton of kills, but now Nikados on the mid. The T's have bypassed him, they're swelling, they're swarming onto the site, and Snappy is claiming heads. Zyphon though gets two, looking for a third, but Diha and Snappy now come together in tandem and pick up the kills. The bomb's been spilled down, Nikados is still alive, still taking heads. But Spinks have to flank. Spinks could still put this to bed. Spinks could potentially take this entire map and put it in the back pocket of ENCE. The bomb still in awkward position. Nikados administering the pain. And Copenhagen Flames now have a chance.
That is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Copenhagen Flames side. And Nikados, what even are these shots? We said a pistol win was something they absolutely needed to make this even slightly competitive, and they find it. One step forward. Still trail massively, and you can see ENCE looking to exert the pressure. The force spy coming in, pistols abound, and it's going to be a trade down mid. Hooksy with one, but Madden with the trade.
They sacrifice the pistol and they keep the Glil alive. They get a bit of control as well. And now Madden can try and spread his wings, fly out towards window. Roy knows this is a possibility, but Madden's using that smoke expertly. Roy's not sure if he needs to bolster up the B side or stay in mid. Meanwhile as well, Blair, ENCE have other ideas. This is all misdirection. It's such a huge moment, and he gets double peeked. Death from above. If it wasn't from Yabi, though, he's about to get wide swung from Roy. And now Zyphon stuck on the side. Has to try and clutch this one out. He's going to be fine. Yabi's alongside him as well. And that Galil, of course, has gone down, but Spinks is still alive. And that Deagle, if it finds its mark another couple of times, this could get interesting. But instead, Roy shuts him down.
The cavalry arriving in the form of Roy, because Sphinx, boy, oh boy. You could almost see it transpire in front of your eyes, but Copenhagen Flames, they withstand the test of the force spy from Snappy and his men. Just a light investment here, and for Copenhagen Flames, it's about shutting it down, not suffering too many casualties, starting to build up the economy, starting to go on a streak, and bringing this one back. As ENCE, they just come charging on in, and just the pistols, not much being invested. It's Yabi just duking it out with D-Hub, but this should be a clean round, but Hades has got something to say about it.
These are all important kills as well. Have a look at the economy in some of these players. Hooksy down to 200, Yabi's on 400. Even if they lose this round at this kind of a deficit, another kill or two could be enough. ENCE could really put some pain down, but instead it's Roy. A barrage of bullets down onto the ramp, and Snappy with his Tech 9 alongside him. He's not had a slow game either, 10 frags to his name, but the Tech 9 at that range is going to get nothing in return. We said the Flames have got to get the second pistol. They have to convert that opportunity. They've done just that. They've given themselves a chance now.
All right, he's got some guns.
Damn. Okay. They're not quite fur levels, but
close
soon.
enough.
Soon.
All right, we're jumping back in here. 12-6 now. Copenhagen Flames survived the first test, but Yabi getting Wilt down to 31 points of health. And he hasn't faded back yet. He's found a little bit of a window of opportunity to scamper back, but mid is wide open. Vince, there's no one here for the Flame side.
No one here, and with a low Yabi as well, but there is going to be a peek, a wide swing in, and Zyford with one. Thinks better of overstaying his welcome. He's got the hit he was looking for. Backs away. Very smart decision.
Oh! Dink onto Snappy. And Ents, they're not falling back. They seem committed to going for this B-take, and Yabi just spraying away through the smoke. He's got backup as well, and Dia comes charging in, and he gets team flashed.
That should have been Yabi dying. He was switching weapons there, but as he said, the team flash was everything, and now it's really messed with Ents' plans. It's been a wrench in the works, and Yabi's going to take that wrench out and knock them upside the head with it as he sprays down another couple, and there's Zyford in mid. The Flames on the fast track back in this match.
5 rounds now, just 5 rounds separate them. And we said they needed to win a couple of these rounds in a bit more of a convincing fashion, and they have indeed done so. The AWP now out in the hands of Nikodos. And this is something the desk spoke about when it comes to the IGL's delivering, and the desk has said, you know, when it comes to individual prowess, Snappy seems to have the edge over Hooksy. And you can see right now Hooksy is struggling indeed, but then if his stars in the form of Yabi and Nikodos can shine, it could be a whole different ball game. Quick flick from Nikodos, won't quite find its mark. This is a light buy, mind you, but there is an AK-47 in the hands of Sphinx.
There is the hero, the potential savior of this round, but Roy passing more tests. Now he is starting to get in this game. Now we're seeing what he is capable of delivering, but the second frag goes against the Flames. Another miss from Nikodos. He's landed very little in this round. He's forced away. Lots of nade damage though, and there's Yabi with a follow-up. He's been so on point today for the Flames. They can go from strength to strength as the spray is slightly awry, and Hades comes back with one. Ents are making this a costly round right now. There's the peek in. Hooksy nearly capitalizing on the momentary weakness. And there's Nikodos. He's landed the shot he was looking for. Snappy in a 1-on-3. Hooksy may be low. There's 50 seconds. Snappy with the first. Making this sting a little bit more. The rotations in from Snappy.
Oh.
And Siphon just about survives on the lowest of health.
There was a world there if Snappy, if he finds Zyph and Hooksy, the battle of the IGLs, and he was so very low. What was looking like a very one-sided affair. And Copenhagen Flames have finally seemed to have found their stride. Attack time getting called by Ents. And they really haven't been finding much success here on the T side.
Awesome to see the Brazilian fans still in the crowd. Antwerp is still alive! What you love to hear. This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Where dreams are made, or indeed shattered. And right now, the Flames, who are looking, honestly, dead and buried at half-time, they found that life raft, and they've been desperately swimming back ever since.
The Flames, they are burning bright indeed. It's been flawless on the defensive side. Ents, though, even though they found 12, they found nothing here in the second half. Hades with the AWP, Roy spamming away through the smoke, almost finding the kill out of Madden as he will slowly peel back.
Oh, the damage is significant. That nade could finish him off. Lands onto his head. And they back out of ramp. However, it's at great cost to Madden's life, but he'll be so happy with that trade.
The repick from Roy. Bear in mind, Madden is so very low. Wielding the AWP. Dropped by his teammate. They continue to push ahead, and Roy continues to put them down.
Still in this fight. Smoke will force him slightly to back away. They have no side control. That could be a problem. Smoke is lined up, and they get Hooksy as Roy is lining up the smoke himself. Roy is still alive, but he knows that side control has been deemed forfeit. He's going to try and get back to the site, but he meets Hades. And Hades will deal with him so quickly that this round should fall as a result. Yabi's still in this round, though, making a move through middle. Onto the elevators, and now about to show his hand on the A side. If he sneaks in, this is winnable. First kill goes down. Bomb's now been planted. This is a momentary one-on-one. The IGL is just biding his time. He's waiting. He's anticipating this push. And Spinks will survive with 9, and Madden was on 5. That was so nearly winnable for the Flames.
91 in 1. He wishes he had that AK-47. Sphinx, though, surviving 9 HP. Not really a clutch because Madden was still alive, but as you pointed out, Vince, they were both so very low. And hence, they finally seem to have cracked the code. It was hairy. It came down to Copenhagen Flames making a couple of mistakes in the ramp hole. And despite the heroics of Roy, not quite able to find it, the speed from Sphinx and Diha. And 3 will fall and 2 remain for Copenhagen Flames.
Speed does indeed kill, and now the Flames are going to try and re-emerge. We had that comeback. We had the 4 or 5 rounds in the second half. It may not end up mattering if it comes to an abrupt end now. Huxi and Nikodos with no real money, or at least in the right position, but Madden still pinces in, and Sphinx will go full circle. He got the opening entry, and he'll finish the round off. 14-8.
21 for Diha, 19 for Sphinx. The second and the third highest rated players in the major, and they are here to play, Vince. The speed here, the 1-2 wombo combo. They have left Copenhagen Flames shattered. They're going for the full spy. And for ENCE, 2 rounds to take map number 1. Multiple opportunities, and Copenhagen Flames are like, we're still gonna battle it out. They're not gonna try and play for OT. They want to bring this one back just with the pistols. And ENCE showing a bit of restraint. They know the money's not great right now for the Danish side. Being very methodical. The Sphinx holding towards mid. All 4 other players gathered up outside the ramp position, and a cheeky little boost. That Deagle could potentially find one.
Problem is, there's going to have to be more bullets behind it than you connect. Diha has a good idea as to this position. They're going to check for this one. The kill goes against the Flames. They now know a second player is there as well, which is going to force a lot of ball banging to come in. And Hades plucks out the second player. As you mentioned, this being a force spy puts the Flames in such an awful position. And it looks like the final curtain may be coming down. Nikodos, last man standing through the smoke snap. He goes for the spray. At least 1 kill for the star player, but Sphinx lays him to rest. 7 map points. And this is Copenhagen Flames' choice of map.
Copenhagen Flames have not been able to crack the riddle of the Sphinx as he has come alive on this T side. It was Diha who was a rock in the first half. With everyone chipping in for the end side, it is looking unstoppable. It is looking like it's undeniable here as ENCE 1 away. 7 map points on their opponent's map pick. And look at this buy. Look at the buy for Flames. Couple of MP9s, couple of Deeks, and a solitary scout for Zyphon. They have virtually nothing to work with. It's just scrap spins.
They couldn't get it done with rifles. It's hard to see how this is going to work out for them. But we have also seen a couple of crazy Deeks from Nikodos already. They do their due diligence and they find Roy hiding on the crane. And this destruction derby from ENCE just continues. Copenhagen Flames had their second win, but it proved to be nowhere near good enough. Huxi with the SMG though is making some pain down on the ramp side, traded back out, and Snappy would have heard that Yabi was getting up close, but that's only half the fight. Meanwhile, Zyphon has drilled into the head of Diha with a scout. So a 2-on-2 has fallen upon the server, but Yabi has the advantage, but he doesn't have the weaponry to make the most of that opportunity.
Zyphon has though, Vince. He's picked up an AK-47, the 1v2 to save his team.
Everything on the line, with Nuke coming up next, and Zyphon delivers as he sinks in the fangs, tries to coil up and go back in again. Sphinx low HP, smoke down onto the site. Zyphon has no kit though. He may feel desperate to get in amongst this sooner rather than later. Tickling the bomb, trying to draw fire, gets what he was looking for, takes the kill. This is going to be very close, but I think he has the defuse.
I think he's got it. He needed a clutch. He's got it, Vince. He's got it. He doesn't even need the kit. Oh, what a round! What a round from Zyphon! 18 years of age. and pulls off the clutch to keep his team in the map. 15-9 now. And immediately ends calling for the tactical timeout. They knew they had one in the bag. They knew that was a round which was theirs. They knew that was the map. Have they allowed Copenhagen Flames back into the game? 6 rounds is what the Flames need to take us to OT. It does look improbable, but it is definitely not impossible.
Mate, how are you going to claim Nikodos is your dad if you can't even spell flames right? Come on, Chief.
No, it's Farms.
Farms?
It's Farms.
Either way, 15-9 the score now. Copenhagen Flames, like you said before, this is their last chance. They've had a second win. This may be their third win. Those are the kind of plays that can inspire, motivate, and really pick up the pace. But the way Ents have been playing, I have to feel like that's probably just a blip on the radar.
We're about to find out. They have the weaponry this time, Vince. They won the miracle round with the Scout and the SMGs and the Deagles. Can they do it with the full-fledged buy? M4A1s, an AK-47 for Zyphon, and the AW from Nikodos. They're creeping on up, and it is going to be Hooksy to fall, the B-bomb side. It's going to come down to Zyphon, but this time he'll find nothing.
Spinks is continuing to twist the knife. The last 3 players stand for Copenhagen Flames. Yabi, Nikodos, and Roy. Under normal circumstances, this is a triple threat of doom. You do not want to be playing against this kind of a roster. And the bomb's still yet to get planted. Copenhagen Flames taking some momentum through mid. And there you can see the bomb dropped in the middle of nowhere. They're going to have to try and get around here. Snappy through the smoke, takes off that of Nikodos, but there's Roy to come straight back in. And Spinks, on 15 HP, is still lurking on the site.
He's so very low. And Madden, they were biding their time. It's all on Yabi.
Yabi, 8 HP, gets the first, looking to try and pick up a second. They desperately need him to go huge here. 25 seconds, he knows the man has to push through him. Less Yabi, more uppercut, more haymaker, and Copenhagen Flames are still in with a chance.
Back-to-back 1v2s for Copenhagen Flames to keep us still in this map. Oh, that was such a weird round for Ents. The bomb was nowhere nearby. And both Spinks and Snappy, so very low on health, they were waiting for Madden to come in with the flank, and I really felt they'd done enough, Vince. But in the end, the other youngster in the form of Yabi, he delivers.
You can't argue with how huge he's been in this game. And now Roy nailily capitalizes through the smoke. Madden dropped to 16.
Roy as well down to 6 HP, and Madden walks out and finds Nikodos.
Unbelievable. So huge. Copenhagen Flames desperately clambering on for an opportunity to get into their choice of map. But my God, is this going to be a hard ask. As you said, Roy is low. Only an SMG, lack of utility. They only have 1 kit.
I've got to be aware of this angle though. The boost coming in. Hooksy, he needs to deliver with his A1.
They've been in this position before. They had no success last time. The timing works against them, and now Hooksy pivots in. Can fall back, but I don't think they realize the second player already pushed up there. Snappy gives his position away, but it's at the cost of Roy's life. And a smoke in the eyes of Zyphon will keep him in. That grenade is looking like it's going to be good for the kill. And Madden catches it in his pocket. Copenhagen Flames, though, are going to be cut down to size, and Yabi needs to clutch again. Won't be happening twice. It's converted, taking 16-10.
That was a hell of a showing from Ents. It was close in the beginning, Vince, so it's back and forth, and then they went on an incredible streak. And despite the heroics of the youngsters on the side of Flames, you had a 1v2 from Zyphon, you had a 1v2 from Yabi, but in the end, Ents will not be denied. They're going to take their opponent's map pick.
As I said, man, they were just undeniable on that CT side especially. And although the Flames, they showed us what they were capable of doing, it felt like it was too little too late. The deficit was too high. However, finishing in a way where Yabi's popping off, Roy is showing what he's capable of, maybe that bodes well for Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, heading to Nuke, it is going to be Ents territory. It's a map they're absolutely dominant on. But one thing I've learned about its Flame side is you can never, ever count them out. They are tenacious, they are young, they're inexperienced, but they're in here to try and at least make things close.
Indeed, that's it done for us. We're going to head back to the desks. Shocks, by all means, break that one down for us.
Thank you so much. Hope you're having fun casting in the arena. And for Ents, they needed a couple of map points, but who's going to blame them on that big stage under all that stress? And I think rightfully so for the Copenhagen Flames. They came alive a little bit by the end of that game, but they didn't do enough of it on their T side earlier, and unfortunately that came back to bite them.
I thought we were going to have a game. After the first, couple of rounds back and forth, it felt like there was a game to be happening right here. It felt like, to me, Flames came out swinging, they were able to pressure Ents, but unfortunately, as you said, it felt kind of flat relatively early in the game.
Yeah, they only had a few early rounds. I want to credit Jabi and Syphoon. They showed up, but we need more from Flames. We need Roy stepping up on the T side. We need Hooksy and we need Nico those, because we can't just have the young guns step up in an arena match like this. Because once you get like 3 rounds on the T side, the opponents only need to get 1 pistol round on the T side, and basically the game is over.
Yeah, especially because we highlighted how Nikodos especially could be a real win condition for the Copenhagen Flames throughout this series. And I think seeing the scoreboard gives us a really cool indication of some things that happened within this game and how both teams have reacted to the pressure, because Spinks didn't have a great start, but then he absolutely turns it around.
That was super, super impressive from Spinks. We even saw him on the B bomb side in the beginning when we had that back and forth scenario with an AWP missing a sitter, right? An easy shot by all means for a guy like Spinks, and I thought, is that going to be that game for him, right? He's 2-5, he's missing a couple of shots, and then he fought back, and he ended up being, as you said, top of the scoreboard, playing a fantastic game. So that mental resilience coming out of Spinks so early in his career on the first big stage he's ever entered, very impressive.
Definitely so. Let's take a look at a couple of rounds, and it was unfortunately round 4, which was good for the Copenhagen Flames, and then immediately how it got shut down after. Set this up for us.
Yeah, we got to highlight Jabi right here, because he was one of the few positives coming out of Copenhagen Flames. He played a good game of Counter-Strike, and in this round in particular, he found some nice openings. Jabi is the gem for this lineup, especially in the entry duels. Nikodots coming in right here helping, and then it's all up to Jabi. We see the exchange right here, goes for the kill, gets it, and he continues, plays with a lot of confidence, puts down a Molotov, fails a little bit, haha. But for Jabi still, to be able to still fight, to be able to still be ready for these duels, see how crisp, see how clean he is in his execution, that's what we needed to see from Copenhagen Flames. Unfortunately, this was one of the few examples where he got it done alone.
Yeah, I thought after this few segments of rounds, it was basically just cruising from Ems. Dusha had multiple clutch rounds, this one in particular, because he basically saves that M4, he brings it out, and he's taking as many gunfights as he possibly can, and he just shuts down Copenhagen Flames. And this was an important swing round, because otherwise Copenhagen Flames would have been able to build their economy and have a lot more gun rounds in their T-hat.
Listen, the worst part is Copenhagen Flames fought back the round after, right? It was this messy back and forth, and yet it still ended 12-3 for Ents. So as soon as the game established itself, as soon as we got into a scenario where Ents could afford to buy every single round, there was no doubt that they were the better team.
Devilwalk, you were talking about an interesting new strat post-pistol round.
Yeah, it's been a trend basically ever since this M4A1 meta that top tier teams to start to save the second round on T side instead of force buying, and we saw it in this game. For example, they did the full eco and then they brought the weapons out and posted a gun round, and I think that's because it's so incredibly difficult to punish the M4A1S when the city is established that economy, and I think that's a little bit of a trickery. Managing the economy is super important.
Which is also why when we talk about conversion rates, right? You win the pistol, you're almost guaranteed to be 2-0. We had a long period in Counter-Strike where often, the conversion rates after winning pistol rounds would be around 60-70%, but you see a lot of teams having 100% at this tournament, given the fact that you're talking about it right here. Not a lot of teams are willing to force up.
Yeah, an interesting thing to keep track of as we continue through this tournament. We're going to take a look at a couple of highlights. Ents closing out the first map on Vertigo, but we are going to Nuke next. We'll set you up for that after this.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
The wait is finally over. Time for you to grab your tickets and watch greatness unfold at the PGL Arlington Major.
Welcome everyone back to the PGL Major from Antwerp, where the Copenhagen Flames will have to mount a reverse sweep if they want to make it to the semifinals here in Belgium. Ends with a very strong start, and now we are going on to Nuke. Simple question, actually maybe not, to start us off. Devil Walk, were the Copenhagen Flames outclassed by ENCE, and were they outclassed to a level that you have no hope for them, or where can they still work?
I think that's a simple answer. I think they're going to get destroyed on Nuke if this is how they play, because 16-10, sure, it's a close scoreline in some regard, but ENCE had full control over that game. They just demolished them after that initial pressure on the T side.
I 100% agree. We're moving into a map now that ENCE obviously picked into the map pool, and there's a case to be made right now that ENCE may very well be one of the best teams in the world of Nuke. The past 3 months, they played the map 15 times and won 13 of those games. They have a single loss, close loss against FaZe in the Pro League final, and then they lost to NIP in the decider game, whether or not they would qualify it as a challenger or as a legend. ENCE right now, as I said, may very well be the best team in the world on Nuke, so if anyone wants to beat them, they have to play significantly better than what we saw Flames do on map 1.
And to add some stats into this, 46% of all ENCE games, they win 2-0.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
So for the Copenhagen Flames, it's now, we talked about them in the context of when they are in that elimination game or the qualification game. Sometimes they've dropped the ball. They've killed that kind of because they made it here to the playoffs. Now, though, they're on the back foot. So you could say you can't be more of an underdog than this in this situation. We had Zyphon and popping off and Jabby at the end of the last map at least, right? So Devil Walk, there is some momentum there, but talk to me about specific things that they need to clean up in terms of, you said they were very well drilled. It didn't exactly seem like that on Vertigo, right? So what has to be cleaned up coming into Nuke?
I think they need to punish the aggression that ENCE puts up, because they never really got into their comfort zone of controlling the map control. The ENCE were constantly putting the pressure on them, and they need to be able to punish that, because if they don't, they're not going to be able to run their stress. They're not going to be able to run their executive dishes, running through the yard smokes, punishing you when you're trying to go lower. So they need to punish them. They need to expect that aggression and shut it down.
And win the aim duels, of course.
Win the aim duels, that will go a long way, especially when you're up against a team like ENCE. But I do need to say right here, let's manage our expectations just a little bit. For Flames to be in the quarterfinal, that is a massive, massive surprise. No one really thought that was going to be possible coming into the tournament. They're going up against one of the teams that a lot of people, including myself, the past couple of months have praised for being one of the underdogs to maybe go all the way, to maybe take the trophy or at least get into a semifinal or let alone a final. So we're in a scenario right now where the map pool is not really favoring Copenhagen Flames. They lost their own map map pick. We're coming into Nuke. There's not a lot of stuff that points in the direction of Copenhagen Flames. I personally don't expect them to win a map in this series, as I said, coming into it, but I would love to see them make it competitive. And that's what we got it going for them, because their Nuke as well is not a bad one. They win the majority of their games as well, 73%, and they had a win streak of 5 in a row before they faced FaZe in this tournament. So, yes, Ents are the favorites, but Copenhagen Flames can play Nuke at a high level.
Yeah, and they get to start on CT side. We think at least Spirit threw us for a loop there yesterday. So now it's about building up as many rounds as you can so you get into that T side comfortably. Let's break out a couple of things for Ents, because I like the lens of, okay, Ents, are you a serious contender for this entire tournament, possibly? Then you're going to make a statement again here, and then you go into your next matchups will be against Heroic or Na'Vi, which will be crazy. We haven't talked about Madden that much yet, and I know that you're a big fan. Of course, you know him very, very well. Some crucial moments for him on Vertigo, right? Through the utility, even, in terms of really shutting out the Flames.
Yeah, I think, you know, we started to see this kind of like fake comeback from Flames opening up. And that's when, you know, the pressure comes onto you. You're putting this position, you know, can we really throw this? And Madden stepped up in that regard. The first team round, they boasted he had 5 HP. He finds 2 picks off of that from that position. Incredibly ballsy plays. And that's what's needed when you actually go on stage and play in front of a crowd. We saw it yesterday with FaZe. They had some incredible moments when they needed the individuals to step up, and Madden did that today.
I'm going to give you 2 win conditions for Copenhagen Flames there if we want to hope for a close game. First off being Roy. On Nuke, he's absolutely fantastic. He's averaging a rating of 1.32 for the Copenhagen Flames. He is the star player. He is the guy that needs to step up. He needs to win the aim duels, as you so beautifully put it, Efje, and he needs to do that from the get-go of the game. Another one, the conversation we talked about coming into the matchup, Snappy versus Huxi. Huxi is having a rough tournament right now. He is one of the lowest rated players in the tournament, and on Nuke specifically as well, he is struggling for his team. Whereas for Snappy, he's actually one of the better rated players with an average rating of 1.13. So, if Copenhagen Flames and Huxi want to make this game competitive, we need to see Huxi match Snappy's output on the server. Otherwise, I'm afraid there's too much firepower within Ents.
And let me add something to the list there in terms of Nikodos versus Hades as well, right? Nikodos needs to be able to have more of an imprint on this Nuke map, which can become very tactical. You sold me a little bit, Devil, in terms of Huxi and Copenhagen Flames and how good they are at masking their defaults, maybe also creating a little bit of chaos in which they have the control. It seems to be very difficult for them to do that versus Ents specifically. Why is that?
Sorry.
No problem.
They basically did that on Ancient, but I think that Ents have learned their lesson coming into this match, because they got a taste of it on Ancient, and they got tricked badly on their CT side. So I think they've done their homework, they've studied these kind of plays, and they've set in aggression to stop it.
Aggression from Ents. We'll see if that is again the name of the game on Nuke. Let's get back over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Shocks. We are ready. Antwerp, do you want to see some Nuke? I think it's safe to say that we're ready to get into our second map here, Blair, but there is a caveat. Copenhagen Flames, they lost in their choice, and now Ents, they're on their home ground.
Yeah, this is going to be an uphill task for Copenhagen Flames. If we head to Ancient, it's wide open. It is going to be absolutely wide open, but to get there first, they need to take down Ents in their home ground. It is going to be Nuke.
We are getting ready to jump into the saddle for the second time in our quarterfinals. What could be the last time the Copenhagen Flames play at this major. We are live!
And here we go for Ents, starting on the T side. He got 3 flashbangs, a Molotov, and a smoke for Hades and Snappy. And it looks like it's going to be just 5 sets of USBs and armor for the CTs.
Already spilling outside though. Deha has spotted a couple of players jumping across the red containers. He was 19 kills in the first half. Unbelievable performance from the man. Can he pick up the mantle again? No, he's been put down outside. And now Roy is going to have to try and turn his attention towards the A site, where all hell is spilling, all hell is breaking loose, and Nikodos is taking heads. And he may not be done just yet. One more up to the plate will be Hades. And Nikodos is playing with his food. He's seen him. Hades removes him from the server though. Do not peek this man one by one. He will punish you. He will plunge you into the underworld, and he's taking more heads, and he's gonna get bested on the final hurdle. So incredibly close though.
What a round from Nikodos there. I love how Roy was dancing around the squeaky door, shutting the door in the face of Ents. And despite the heroics of Hades, oh, some of the shots from him, just a clean tap. The second shot as well, especially onto Roy, but Xiphon, he was clutch and Vertigo despite it being a losing effort, and he's clutch here again. It is going to be the force buy for Ents. AK-47 out for the pole. Diha leading the charge, and Roy's there tucked in with the MP9.
Ooh, does land the dink, but 2 HP remains. And that'll be enough for Diha to trade weapons. So they keep the AK in the healthy hands of Snappy and still push outside behind the smoke wall. Nikodos tapping through the smoke could maybe finish off what they started onto Diha, and now Madden has fallen. Hades, in the meanwhile though, from downtown, 1D's Yabi. Ents is still in with a chance in a 3-on-3, but a couple players limping their way towards the bomb, which has now been dropped out on main.
It's an uncomfortable spot here for the T's to try and retrieve it. But the AK and the Snappy, they all have Kevlar as well. That armor. Snappy duking it out, finds one, immediate trade from Xiphon, and now it's down to Sphinx Vince. He's got to deliver with the Deagle.
And they have to fight. Where the bomb currently is, they have got to fight. They're trying to knock the weapon across. Some juggling, some shenanigans, and now Sphinx. His position will be compromised, but still sprays down. They have no idea where Hooksie's position is. He has eyes on the bomb. 35 seconds. He is also low. The next bullet could very well finish this round. He's going to let them both pass. And then the burst. Oh, Hooksie! So nearly played it perfectly. You saw the patience. He wanted to wait for both players. It just didn't quite work out.
Sphinx needed the AK, and just love how that played out. The one hero AK-47 in the hands of Diha, he finds one, Snappy picks it up, taps away the player in hell, and Sphinx drags the rest of them down to the 9th circle. What a spin around to Hooksie, and Hooksie played that almost to perfection, Vince. The first player was the bait to figure out where he was, but Sphinx is too good. A fast hit coming in as Hades drops straight into the vents.
This is almost the worst case scenario though on the side of Copenhagen Flames. They're going to try and take control one more time, and Roy with a CZ drops the bomb down. Hades picks back up the mantle. With this being a force though, this MAC-10 is going to need to shred through a few more hit point bars. There's no easy freebie kills, and Roy from strength to strength, just balling around corners, taking heads left and right with the CZ, and now Nikodos goes down to the hands of Diha, but he's the last man standing. He still has 100 hit points. The bomb is spilled one more time. But Diha is going to get divided and conquered. Roy with a huge CZ round.
What a read. What a read from Hooksie. They sent in 2 players early towards control. And Ents were expecting an empty bomb site, or maybe just one defender towards ramp. And Roy, he makes that CZ shine. For Ents though, of course it's going to be the force buy coming out. The AK, this time in the hands of Madden. Yet to get off the mark. Rest of them Tech 9 Deagles, quite a bit of utility as well to work with. The smoke wall will be deployed.
Smoke's coming down, but Roy has eyes. He was one of those missing components on the first map that we were worried about. He has certainly shown up here, but they are slowly building their way downstairs here, Blair. Roy's molly is huge though. It stops them in their tracks.
But everyone grouped up, looking to trade, and Roy will deploy the smoke, buys himself a little bit more time. The thing is for Ents, they have Woodle to time, 1 minute and 15 still on the clock. And right now, Roy is a sole defender towards the lower bomb side, and he's slowly peeling back towards the Vent's position. And as the smoke dissipates, he's going to hit some headshots from here.
I have to feel that first player is probably going to get splattered. They're looking for a run boost though. Madden wants to get around the corner. Instead they go for the peek onto the doors. No one is home.
You're going to go for it again.
Lulled into a false sense of security, and now they spill out. Roy with no kills will have to find back to the site and try and hold it with his teammates, but he's not closed the door either. They can start to get out of here, but Roy keeps himself alive a little bit longer. The spray is on point, and Sphinx and Hades both come in. There's a team kill, and then Hades goes down. Ents tripping over their own shoelaces and face planting on the site, and Snappy will be the last to fall. They all got stuck in the decon door.
Roy was in such an uncomfortable position there, but the first kill he finds in a player inside the control room was so impactful. If he falls there, suddenly the lower hold, it gets very uncomfortable. He stays alive, he buys time, and ends, you said it, Vince, they were just coming out from a tiny little door, getting pincered, getting pinned down. And Copenhagen Flames to win a convincing round. They're finally gonna force ENCE to go for an eco. We have, well, just the one solitary Deagle and swings with a P250. That's the only investment. And for Copenhagen Flames, this should be 4-1. And this is the start they absolutely needed.
100% after a disappointing first map. Get that CT side underway. There's still Deagles in play though. A couple players low on utility and economy. Roy with that fast peak capitalizes onto Snappy. Nikodos makes short work of Diha, and it would seem that this round is going to be going very convincingly to the Danes, as expected. But more importantly, they've got to keep all 5 players alive. This is for the bigger picture, because you have to assume that at some stage when ENCE have rifles, they're going to be breathing down the necks of Copenhagen Flames and trying to snatch away the life of them. White swing in, and it's a clean sweep for Copenhagen Flames.
Important round. You want to start to stabilize their economy here. After the first couple of rounds, we saw some wild stuff coming out, but they have stabilized, at least for the time being. Albeit their economy still not exactly in such a great place. This is going to be once more yet another test here from ENCE. A lot of Galils though, just so they can eke out a full-fledged buy. You can see the number of Molotovs they have. 3, 5 smokes, a ton of flashbangs and nades as well. The AK though in the very capable hands of Madden and Spinks. Copenhagen Flames, Roy taking a dangerous duel.
Spinks really pushing out. He's going through the smoke. He gets the frag onto Yabi. There's going to be questions asked amongst the team because Hooksy was in that smoke and there's more teams passing by him. It's an absolute disaster around. There's chaos everywhere, but Roy comes out ahead. ENCE have spilled out into the site though. They still bypass most of these defense, and Hooksy makes the most onto Hades. Diha and a lowly Galil against the world. A weakened Roy up against him, but a smoke down as well, and there is Nikodos. Copenhagen Flames with 5.
What a play from Roy, finding 2 kills, 1 through the smoke as well. I liked what ENCE did there. Spinks just ignoring the vent, just running out to the bomb side, catching the first defender. He had no clue that he's going to be coming in from Squeaky. But they're able to hold. And despite it being a bit chaotic there, they keep the majority of players alive. And ENCE, it's going to be once more the light by MAC-10s, Deagles. Up a hit.
Madden straight through, getting it off the mark, but there's his first. They have a flash down, Molotovs, everything being tossed into the site. ENCE decide not to fully commit to this. They're actually going to push out, and Hades on the drive-by takes off the head of Hooksy.
The ramp's empty, there's no one here. What a call. And Snappy pushed up towards ramp as well. He can cut off the rotation coming in from hell. Diha just charging inside the control room as well. The bomb will be planted, and Copenhagen Flames, they're falling for it.
Oh, but Snappy's position. He's got himself a Tech 9. He's going to shred through the first. But there won't be a second kill forthcoming. At least he can call a position, but a damage also inflicted onto Zyphon. Already 2 kills in this round, joined by Roy, who's on 10 already. But so much of the timer on the bomb has already ticked away. Super close, and Spinks from range with the MAC-10. And Diha with the SMGs spray and pray and perforate the oncoming flames.
They steal the round away, Vince. And that's got to be a bit of a gut punch for Copenhagen Flames. No clutches incoming this time around. At least it built up a bit of an economy to work with, so we have still a full-fledged buy. Zyphon with the AUG, the AWP out for Nikodos, and for the side of ENCE though, they have everything to work with. Lovely call from Snappy there. They get the first kill in the upper bomb site, immediately pivoting back towards the ramp position, wasting no time, bamboozling Copenhagen Flames, and netting the second round on board. Still 5-2, early days here in map number 2.
It is, but look at that money for Copenhagen Flames, Blair. 3 players, $0. AUG in play on ramp. A weapon we don't see as much anymore. ENCE were one of the teams back in the day with their finish once they used it, but that's maybe why. Nikodos on the cross though. makes this a stinging shot, a stinging blow. Ramp will not be taken for free. However, it is taken all the same. And now Copenhagen Flames getting aggressive back in again as Hooksy holds down the line from the back of Silos. Bomb has been dropped as well, Blair, in an awkward position, but Snappy's coming back up, he has no idea, he's living on borrowed time, and Roy collects.
Diha though, however, able to take down Hooksy, and Sphinx will fall. Nikodos with a double of his own, and Diha 9 HP. Bomb dropped in a very uncomfortable position, and Yabi lies in. Wait, they will find the kill. And yet another round for Copenhagen Flames.
One step forward, but instantly battered back.
That's a round they so needed to win. You pointed it out, Vince. The money was in such a precarious position, and that was a great opportunity for ENCE to break their bank and start to try and get that lead back. However, Flames, they stand tall. First tactical timeout getting called by the ENCE side as well. The amount of stress, the amount of nerves these players must be feeling right now. This is all started off with Snappy with an incredible opener.
And Hooksy, a player that has had a few awkward moments, very important kill. That dropped the bomb down on ramp on the wrong side, and ENCE could never really recover from that position. However, as the back and forth has continued, ENCE can muster together a buy, and we're ready to jump into round 9. ENCE getting outside control one more time with a bunch of smokes being tossed in, but a molly will fend away the squeaky push. Going for that early secret play as well. This is a play we haven't seen from Copenhagen Flames just yet. I believe that's Nikodos who's going to be making moves in with his AWP. Indeed, he's holding the close angle instead.
You see ENCE now. If you look at utility, 4 Molotovs, it's going to be a barrage utility being dropped in, but look at this re-aggression from Flames.
This is up close, comes out second best though. It's that man again, Diha, and Snappy through the smoke. Snatches away control over A.
That's a save. That's a call for the save. And look at the buy ENCE had, Vince. The amount they invested in utility, they just had a couple of rifles to work with. And they walk away without losing a single member. The immediate call is they go backpedaling all the way towards CD spawn, and ENCE, they snatch another round away here from the Flames side. I like the play from Flames. They were re-aggressing, trying to get in front of the utility. They even found a timing, but they couldn't find the frags. ENCE, they find a third.
Hunting now for any possible stray CTs they can get their hands on, and that bomb is about to detonate. As you can see, the Flames. I stood next to that before. That's hot, by the way. You feel that. Those pyrotechnics, it's no joke.
You gotta love a nice baguette. You gotta say obrigado for everyone for showing up here. It's still very, very early. We still have another game taking place later on, and this game is definitely far from over as well. ENCE now with a couple of retrieved rifles in the previous round, looking to string 2 rounds together, something they have struggled with thus far here in Nuke. For Copenhagen Flames, sure, they have a buy, but again, Vince, the money on the brink.
Spink's already downstairs with his AK. He's moved so fast through the decon side.
Nikodos, he hears this, Vince. He knows where they're coming in from.
Have to be a hit and run, and he shoots down the middle. No kills. And that may just be the round over. They've already spilled out, but Siphon has other ideas. 2 kills to his name. Yabi from the back springs in with the SMG, and Man tries to hold on. Siphon with 3 sublime frags gets Copenhagen Flames their 7th.
He has delivered so many rounds for Flames in the series, and again, ENCE had everything going their way, and then they get clotheslined by Siphon, the full spray to find Diha and Hades, and to pick up his triple at the very end there. And he looks so cool and calm. You look at his face, you wouldn't think he's playing his very first major, his very first arena game.
Thank you so much for your incredible support, Antwerp. It's so great to see fans repping their teams, even if they're not here. But we do have 2 teams that are going to be hungry to secure their spot in the semi-finals. Wiping their brow as they know the importance. They know how integral these kinds of rounds are. Ents may be a little bit weaker, Blair, but they are still in the fight.
We've seen Hades do some grotesque things with a Deagle as well, so you can never count any one of them out. Aggressive posturing by the CTs. Nikodos for a shot missed. Second will find its mark.
Nails the second. The harder of the 2 shots as well. He's still alive. His teammates falling around him. Has to peace out. Has to maintain long control. Zyphon, in the meanwhile, though, is making moves, making inroads. Sphinx is up to the plate, but Zyphon will smash him down.
They have full control here, Vince. Full control of lobby, full control of ramp, and Ents, all they can work with is outside. But do they know this aggression from 2 CTs? They might be just walking into a slaughter.
The trap is about to be sprung. Huxi has a perfect crosshair placement. The bomb goes down, and Hades gets picked off from Yabi. The trap cuts them to size. And Ents, hot off the back of a full-on investment, now have Dha on 18 HP. We were a bit concerned about Copenhagen Flames after that first map, but my God, have they bounced back with authority.
The desk asked, they said we needed someone, some of the stars on the side of Flames to step up, and indeed they have. Nikodos, Zyphon, they have been incredible here thus far. Woo. 8-3 now, Vince.
It's looked a little bit flat in these last few rounds. It's a bit more zest. Pip in the step of Copenhagen Flames, and now with the smoke out onto ramp. Zyphon playing behind it. It's very good news for Zyphon in particular, as he beat Hades in a straight-up 1v1 trade. Not many players can say that.
They need to be careful, though. How many rounds have they lost to just the pistols as Zyphon looks to hold his ground?
Incendiary in, flashes behind it, and now the T's just envelop the ramp side. They force away Zyphon, they take a bit of control over Hell, but Nikodos is able to get one, and now Roy is there to help him out. As the T's try and funnel their way through, Dha has answered back with a kill of his own, but now Roy can clean this up. And suddenly, Ents have 2 remaining players.
Hades waiting for the smoke to fade away, looking for one of the players. Yabi could be the one he finds, but he misses the shot. And his position now known. He's got the bomb as well, Vince, and the bomb gets dropped. And despite Snappy having snuck his way towards ramp, there's nothing he can do. 40 seconds to work with. But Copenhagen Flames, they have looked like they're here to play. Vertigo, a faded memory now. 9-3, Vince. It's almost like deja vu if you look back at Vertigo, where it was Ents going on a massive tear on the CD side. This time around, though, it is going to be the day. Snappy just comes charging out, looking to die before the time, and he will indeed do so. You can see a couple of smiles being cracked as well. They're starting to finally feel a little comfortable. I feel like maybe the past couple of rounds have been the only time where Copenhagen Flames could have just let out a sigh of a little bit of relief.
So Ents back in with some rifles. A chance to perhaps get it done. Nade's already out, picking up the pace, but good counter utility tossed in. Smoke also deployed, flashes towards the top A side. It's about to get hot and heavy, it's about to get chaotic, but it's Yabi once again that comes out. Hand raised above his head, but Spink slaps him away and goes in for more. Nikodos with a solid flick keeps this round alive, but Ents have already taken control of the site. Nikodos, though, has to come back out. Zyphon precedes him, gets fragged down. Spinks goes in one more time. 3 kills to his name. And Nikodos may have to just pull out and save. There's no real hopes of him getting back on this site. He's going back to his spawn. Ents have done it for the first time in a while. They're going to win a rifle round.
And all off the back of Spinks. 3 kills for him there, Vince. incredible spray control to find the second player top of the hut. Finally, and seemingly cracking the code. The fast upper hit coming in. And despite, as you pointed out, a nasty flick from Nikodos, it's not good enough. And hence they find the fourth. And despite the fact that Copenhagen Flames could still invest into this round, it just makes sense because that round was unwinnable for Nikodos, especially with the fact that he had the AWP to wield with.
Exquisite entries though on the side of Spinks. Just picking up the pace, completely caught Copenhagen Flames off guard. I doubt they're going to have that same success again though. Surely the Danes at this stage will know this is a distinct possibility. So do Ents pick up a different idea? Go into the scrapbook. Hades did have enough for the AWP. Decides against it. They want that run and gun mentality, that style that can get up in the face of Copenhagen Flames. Aggression though, this time forthcoming on the other side of the coin. Is Copenhagen Flames taking ramp? We've seen this before. And the T's have no idea what's coming up. No idea what's about to hit them. Siphon round the corner of lobby, but Hades is waiting, watching. Ever present, shuts him down.
They don't know Madden's here. He's got to find an empty bomb site. Upper bomb site right now is open for business.
The minute left on the clock though, Blair. Do they decide to go in for the Hail Mary? Ents are just biding their time. This is where a player of Snappy's stature, his tenure, how many times he's been around the block, he's going to slow this and make Copenhagen Flames really sweat this round out. 50 seconds to play with. They quickly check the angles, but there is Yabi. They have to contend with him. In the meanwhile, Uxie showing his hand, and Yabi snatches away.
It's a fake. It's all a ruse. As they walk into the upper bomb site, they got the bomb, and it's gonna come down to Roy from outside to do something. The smoke's gonna obscure his vision. Yabi, though, waiting inside of the vents, waiting, coiled like a viper, waiting to strike.
Molly is well placed, though. It's going to stop this re-engage. Yabi actually takes damage. That's a sound cue that comes across. Spinks was alive, waiting, ready, and able, and Hades goes back in again. Roy may have 13 frags, but he's in a 1-on-3 with Copenhagen Flames economy in the bin. And no easy kills here. Ents' post-plant positions are so good, and Hades just gets his 3K round the corner. 5th round on Ents.
Ents were ready there. Oh, what a round though. Madden sneaking inside of hut, him not being checked. And that pushed the aggression from Copenhagen Flames, a slow pincer towards the lobby. Failing. Of course, you look at the bar here, it is rough. It's the A1 for Yabi, the rest of them with MP9 is burning alive. Spinks will find him at the upper bomb site. It is getting absolutely split apart by Spinks.
2 kills and 2 of the CTs are stuck in ramp. Smoke is going to deal with them. And meanwhile, though, Roy's made moves up on vents. And Hades puts him down. Copenhagen Flames have Zyphon and Nikodos for the last round of the half. It looks untenable. It looks impossible. But impossible is nothing unless you get sprayed down from Dihar and Spinks. 9-6, considering how one-sided that half was. That's a hell of a comeback on Ents.
It looked like Flames had done enough to build up a solid CD side here. But with Ents finding 6, suddenly the amount of opportunities they will have to close the series out in just 2 maps, it looks really, really good. Spinks once more, the number of rounds they've won with that man just waltzing in, leading the pack and cracking heads. It's been incredible. 12 for him and Diha. Again, these 2 players, the stars of Ents, they shine. They shone on Vertigo, they're shining here as well. Hades as well, having a pretty good game. Nikodos and Roy, though, they gave it everything, and they now need to give more. They still have the lead. Outside smokes will not be deployed, just the 1, and Hades looking to take the duels.
Smoke's now down, Flash is good though, will allow them bypass it, but they haven't pushed fast enough. And Spinks from heaven rains down hell. Roy's been picked up second. Ents already cordoning off 2 of these players. They pushed in towards the vent, but Dia's here, and he's taking the head of Yabi and also Nikados. This pistol round is a complete collapse.
Flawless from Ents. Not a singular point of damage being taken. And such a risky play. They try to cross out wide. The flash, it doesn't pop wide enough to blind Spinks. And he's just gonna snipe them away. And once more, it's the 1-2 punch of Dia and Spinks as Ents to win the pistol. And for Copenhagen Flames, a full eco. They didn't get the bomb down. They didn't even get a single kill.
Nasty damage on Huxi. 36 HP evaporates. Disintegrates from the HE, and now on the cross, Spinks will be fragging. Diha will feel like he probably should have done better from that position, and it has afforded Yabi the luxury of planting down the bomb. Now there's no upgraded pistols, so the chance of holding on to this are pretty much nothing at all. But a bomb plant, all things considered, that's a pretty good outcome.
That's a win. That's a win right there for the Flame side. They didn't get the bomb down in the first round. At least now they can not only go for the AK armor buy Vince, but they can buy up any bit of utility they want to work with. But for Ents though, flawless CD side thus far.
What must be going through the heads of Copenhagen Flames right now? You're mapped down, you lost your choice. Nuke started so well, but it's starting to slip away. First time on a stage of this magnitude.
Looking at the crowd, the French contingent, I gotta say, Vince, maybe someday, Major in Paris could be wild.
I think that would be a ruckus crowd, to say the least. But we're ready to get back into this. 9-8 the score. Copenhagen Flames have lost the last couple on this half. And Ents on the CT side could quickly feel the effects of the economy. Spinks out aggressively through the smoke, up close on Squeaky. But Yabi and Zyphon playing the lobby angles, slowing it down, backing off for now.
Hades being aggressive towards T-Red here. Flashbang, Yabi's gonna fall back. There was a bit of a team flash as well. And Hades playing a dangerous game, but as the smoke fades away, he in turn will fade inside a secret. Spinks with the MP9 though is going to be playing up close and personal. 3 defenders for his upper bomb set, and Hades making sure Roy doesn't sneak in towards Mini.
On the hut for the time being. Smoke's now being put down. Hades is there. Molotov just in front of him as well, but there's a Molly counteractive play. Still surgically removes Huxi and backs out.
I love the Molotov from the CDs there. They weren't expecting it, Vince. And Diha finds Nikados as well. Lovely stuff. He's looking for more, and indeed he will find 2.
Spinks and Zyphon, or Yabi I should say, and Zyphon, last remaining Copenhagen Flames members, and they're being cordoned off from one another. Zyphon currently in the squeak, he's mollied out, wants to try and look in for that wide swing. There's force back from Spinks, stands his ground, delivers 1 frag, but it's at great cost to his HP. 20 remain. And this is really into the wheelhouse of that SMG. They're making this a costly one though on Ents.
20 seconds though.
Spinks still there, dropping down, they would have heard that. There's a rotational play in effect as well. They have control over the bomb. They can look to try and push onto the back of the side here. In the meanwhile, though, Snappy from the side takes him down. 6 seconds to play with. Zyphon is landing nothing but headshots.
No time, though,
There's
Vince.
no time. That's so disappointing if you're Zyphon, because he played it so well.
What a round from Zyphon. And it is gutting to see it slip out of his hands. But a perfectly placed, perfectly timed flank. And time was not his friend. Ents have tied things up now. You can hear the chant. I gotta say, it's not been easy thus far in Nuke. They have had to battle their way back in. That's lovely to see. That is lovely to see. All right, make some noise for these guys, everyone.
That's what it's all about. That's what the Major is all about, bringing people together. But of course, Copenhagen Flames have their eyes set on converting and taking this map. But the vast lead they had, Blair, it's now been brought down to nothing. We are tied up. Momentum is absolutely in the hands of Ents.
And if there's one guy I'm looking at, it's Zyphon. That saved AK-47 from the previous round. If he can continue his heroics, there is still a chance. The rest of them, though, Deagle, Kevlar, and 3 of the members, Hooksy with 1 smoke of 2 that they possess right now. And for Ents, it's a full-fledged buy. Hades with a zoom banger. A1s for each and every one of his teammates. Zyphon just poking and prodding towards ramp. It's only Hades with the op here, but Snappy making his way back up, ensuring the T's don't have control here. And he's looking to be even more aggressive. And he is like, why is lonesome though? And this is a dangerous game, and Zyphon will punish him for playing it.
Yeah, it was because he pushed out alone. There was no lobby contingent there, so they could hold their angles, feeling completely comfortable in doing so. A real opportunity now. Copenhagen Flames haven't really had any on this half. But keep in mind, that crazy play from Zyphon last round, even though he didn't win, it cut the economy significantly on some of these players. They only had 1 player left alive. So it's there for the taking here if the Flames want it. But Hades shuts down this ramp push. He spots the bomb getting tossed across. He knows there's 2 players here, but he's missed another one. He should be getting punished from Yabi. And our ramp is open, and they've already pushed into heaven. This nearly catches Madden off guard. This round is very winnable for the Flames, but time's ticking against them. Spinks in the meanwhile, though, from the double doors gets shut down. And he was their last hope. Or was he? Maybe Madden can step up. Yappy's just feeling it right now. 3 kills.
What a round. What an absolutely incredible round from Copenhagen Flames, punishing Ents for the aggression, punishing Ents for not giving them the respect. Snappy, the first to fall, and then we saw, yeah, there we have it, Zyphon, patience from the guy, and then Hades caught in no man's land, and despite time running out, Yabi, man, he's just getting off the bomb every single time, taking out Ents, and with that, look at the buy for Snappy and his men. 2 A1s, a few rifles, but Sphinx pushing it, he's gonna find 2!
That's going to mitigate all of the issues they had. But they need Hades to deliver outside. Diha also trying to play in the main in case he gets swept into. He's been forced away. That Molotov shouldn't extend and finish him off. But in doing so, he's buying up enough time now for his teammates to rotate downstairs if they need to. And Diha's keeping this one interesting on the main side. So Ents, they've got the 2 picks they look for. And Copenhagen Flames, they're in real trouble. There's a gap in that smoke.
They have another smoke to work with. Number of flashes, but knowing they have a weaponry advantage, they're looking for Ents to challenge, and Ents will indeed challenge as Hades finds Nikodos.
Frag. 1 counteractive kill comes in from Roy, and it's clean. Hooksy still alive, still proud in this round, 50 seconds, but Hades with the Deagle once again, striking from the shadows. And Hooksy does at least have the bomb. Throwing away the orb, intelligently done. It's going to cost him his life. Let's be honest, he had no real chance anyway. So he at least deals some of those rifles away. But Ents, on 2 rifles and 3 Eagles, have pulled that out of the fire.
That was messy from Flames. Hades just getting away with murder. He should have been dead to rights there. He was so very low in health as well. He was at 2 HP, Vince, and he gets 2 kills. That should really not be happening. Of course, everything started off with Spinks pushing hot and getting the first 2 kills. And Copenhagen Flames scraping the bottom of the barrel. They will go for the buy. AK's out, Deagle for Hooksy. Diha, though, he's blinded as Hades pushing in, but Roy able to find him from behind.
Diha does avenge Hades, however. So they can't fully explode outside just yet. That smoke allows him a different passageway to fall back onto the locker side here. Intelligently done by Diha, especially as that smoke is now clearing. But he did bypass 1 player in the process. You'll have a good idea they could be making moves outside via the hell area, they don't know for a fact. And Yabi has the lucky position. Even though kills are back and forth, and Nikados is still claiming kills. Yabi is in such a good position, but somehow gets killed by Madden. He had no right to get that kill.
Hooksy on the hunt though, he knows where Madden is, and Madden already repositioning himself all the way back towards T-Roof. As Nikados and Hooksy have everything to do. Snappy still alive, he's by the lower bomb side, and look at this from Madden. There's no way to check this.
24 HP, and you go back to that playthrough on main. Madden, he's caught in the back. Yabi had everything going in his favor, misses out on that spray, and now 1 and 2, but it's Nikados. He's got enough time, he has the bomb.
Where does he go?
If you go downstairs, Snappy is there, he's made noise. This feels like it may be a done deal. Does he realistically check this angle? Hell no! And let's pick up the lead again.
That was played to perfection by Madden. Firstly, he finds the kill spinning around from Mini, and then he repositions himself, and the hunter becomes the hunted. Oh, he played that one so well. The Snappy was just going to be committed to holding on to the lower bomb site. And Nikados, he had to make a decision, Vince. He had no idea where this man was. As a third attack timeout getting called by Copenhagen Flames.
This has to be Snappy's best ever opportunity to go far in a major. They've already made it to the quarterfinals. They're just a few steps away from the semifinals. And at that point, anything can happen. A guy that's been around for so long is now with a real possibility of doing something truly spectacular. Copenhagen Flames down to a Mach 10 on both Hooksy and Yabi. A Deagle on Nikados. And this is all of their savings put into this round. This is a do or die moment, Blair.
So much being invested here by them. As you pointed out, Vince, a couple of Mach 10s. There's going to be a fast upper hit.
They're looking to go out on their shield if they are. There's so many grenades down. Spinks blows Life into smithereens. And although Hades couldn't get the frag, he spots Hooksy pushing into main. That's not quick enough to deal with Spinks, though. But then Hooksy decides to push back outside again. And Snappy's here for 2. And significant damage to Nikados, who gets finalized by Hades.
The preemptive nades from Ents completely obliterating that push. And they needed to make the play towards ramp when they were distracted towards upper bomb side, Vince, but the smoke kept them at bay. They had to run on through it. Snappy with a double kill, and Hades with the final nail in the coffin there. 12-10. Ents with a 2-round lead and 4 rounds for them to close this one out. The half by, and again, the head straight towards Fence this time around.
They're dictating the pace of the rounds here. I love the call. Copenhagen Flames have players downstairs. Snappy's already making moves though, throwing down the Molotov, and Diha is allowing free control over ramp. It's not at the cost of winning lives just yet though, but Yabi from above's gonna strike, and now Nikados with the Deagle! Nika does not hurt Ents! He's just ripped away 2 heads. And now Roy on the Tech 9 is continuing to turn the knife in the side. There is no way back in this round for Spinks. Copenhagen Flames have stolen this round away.
A round they had no business winning. It was a half by. And the pistols reign supreme. Nikados with a perfectly played angle. 2-1 digs. Executes everyone of Ents. And there's nothing, not a chance in hell, even for this player. Spinks is going to save that A1. And sure, they have some money in the bank, but it has been a bit of a blow here for Ents.
Here it comes. 11th round for the Flames. And Ents suffering a fatal overdose of aggression. 2 rounds in a row, fast A, vent dive. That was the golden ticket.
And the ramp pressure as well. These shots from Nikados though. The first one, clean. The second, just the slight readjustment as well to find Hades. Vince, they had pistols, and they walk away from that round with the win and 4 rifles. That is massive for their money. Now ends down to just a 1 round in the lead. We have a game in our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. A Molotov for Roy, but he will run on through. The smoke wall here for Copenhagen Flames is going to allow a couple of members to sneak in. Bomb as well in the back of the captain, that is Hooksy. Hades tucked in, but he hasn't heard any footsteps. He didn't even hear the Flames licking away at Roy early.
Feels like some misdirection onto the side. Flashes and mollies, forces out a smoke. Copenhagen Flames not pushing behind this. I love that idea, but what are they going to do with it? Because it feels like they're not really being proactive behind this fake. They have already got down into secret. Without any pushes in play, Hades can hold position right now and relay this information to the rest of his team. Oh, Hades is going to go looking. This could be so important. 1 kill to Hades, the second as well. Outside is his domain.
45 seconds. The flash as well, that's a giveaway. They know where Roy is, and Roy's got to go big again. And Maiden just slams the door shut. They need to find something, and Yabi will. Diha will fall. 30 seconds. They need to decide where did it go with the bomb.
That's exactly it. It seems the B side is going to be the choice. They do have access to vents if they so choose. There's 2 players in close proximity, one of which is going to be Madden on top of the site. Strikes in for 1. So much damage done. Nikodos will not survive. Will not live to tell the tale of the round. And Ents regain a 2-round lead, 3 shy of their semi-finals position.
This time they don't stumble. And Copenhagen Flames getting control of Secret. But they just stick around. They don't really do anything with that. Allowing the double kill from Hades, great work. But catching them off guard with the aggression. And then Madden smartly just playing on the bomb site. Final tactical timeout getting called for Copenhagen Flames. They can start to feel it slipping out of their fingers. All their hopes, their aspirations.
Antwerp, do we have any Flames fans in the house? Make the ground shake! They need your energy right now! They are so close to being bested by Ents. They cannot afford another loss here, Blair. They've got to start coming back.
And they have the money, Vince. A full-fledged buy. The op as well for Nikodos on his T side. Nades raining it outside. Won't deal too much of damage though, as Roy once again, this time waiting for the smoke to deploy before he marches in towards Secret. And once more, he'll have to go up against this man, Hades, as Sphinx in the meantime looking around the smoke, ensuring no one snuck in. A few warning shots. The smoke will deploy towards Squeaky. Bit of a standard default coming out here from the Flame side. They're waiting for the aggression, and multiple times Ents have come out on top, but that is still something that can be punished. And that's what Flames are looking to do right now.
Flash outside of main. Diha will be allowed to fake the rotation as a result, but I think he got hurt.
Oh, for sure. Roy's conveying all his information.
Oh, he's just holding an angle, anticipating maybe a secret push. Spinks in the meanwhile though up on the hut. Could come down to timing. Molly on the top. Spinks falls down, and now Yabi's going to try and make up some ground for himself. Picks up 1 kill, but Spinks is here. He's littering the bodies of all of Copenhagen Flames, but Nikodos finally will retort in kind. Hooksy with his AK is going to put down 1 frag. There's the double spray! Madden shuts down Squeaky! But Roy is still in with a chance. Roy could still pull this off. He's hearing the footsteps. He's been so sneaky. He's been an agent of chaos, a minister of mischief, and misses out the shot! Oh my God! Heartbreak for Roy! Oh, no.
Many a player have fallen in that position, Vince. He had it. At 25 seconds on the clock, he gets the kill. It's a 1v1. There was a world, and he misses his shot. Snappy spinning around. Oh, heartbreak there for Roy. And now 14-11. They still have money for yet another buy. But the opportunities, Vince, it's dwindling away.
Yeah, and that's already 2 players with no utility. Just a flash on Nikodos. They have no Molotovs left, and we know the importance of Molotovs on T-side of Nuke. We've seen them toss them to top main multiple times, force away. Pardon me, they actually do have one Molotov, now in the hands of Zyphon. So perhaps they can put that to use yet. But considering they've lost so much hit points on Nikodos, on Zyphon, they need an entry so desperately. It's not going to be forthcoming as Snappy pivots in once again, shutting down the ramp, but will go down. Not before Diha has his say, though. A 2-for-1 trade.
Oh, and Hades fighting Roy. That's a look taken care of. And Nikodos, Vince, internally hemorrhaging. He's going to group up with his teammate. And Yabi, how many times has this youngster delivered? How many times has he clutched for his team? And once more, he needs to do the same. The nade sails in, though, and chips away at his health. A 2v4 for Copenhagen Flames to stave off OT. But look at the push coming in from Hades.
Time is so low. The sands of time running dry as Copenhagen Flames face their potential execution. But Nikodos will make a stay. Gives them a chance. Gives them a lifeline.
Time.
10 seconds. Hades missing out on an opportunity. Oh! Nikodos with a hell of a shot. But it may not end up mattering. 15 rounds now on Ents.
What a try from Nikodos. What was the shot? Oh! Absolute filth, but it's not good enough, Vince. 4 map points, 4 match points for Ents to close this one out. And Copenhagen Flames, it's do or die.
Everything on the line. Dreams within touching distance. Ents have 4 chances at a semi-final position here in the Antwerp Major. And Snappy, try as he may, he's not landing much damage, but he's at least gaining the respect of the Flames, who daren't push him again.
He is looking to push up. He's looking, daring for them to run out of the smoke. Repositioned himself though, and hence, this is it, Vince. 4 members grouped up together. The smoke dissipates, they wait for a push. Minute still on the clock. Are they going to fade back towards the lobby is the question. Is Snappy, he's going to make contact.
He is. Even if he doesn't get a kill, he can just back out of there and try and wait for the cavalry to arrive. Spinks has been spotted in the corner. No molly fired towards his position just yet. 45 seconds and Snappy's got one. Incendiary behind it. And Hades is picking up the pieces. Ents are so close to the semi-finals. But Hooksy is keeping this alive. Diaz at the back of the site though. The silos will get run dry. Hooksy's dealt another fatal blow, and they have the right idea. Watching the vents. Nikodos getting put out of position. Bomb's been planted down, but Hades continuing to frag out. Zyphon and Nikodos, all that remain. Vent flash up and over. Nikodos is unaffected by this though, and they have the crossfire down. Established. Nikodos and Zyphon! Hold on! For dear life! Course correct, and allow Copenhagen Flames to go again.
Oh my word, Vince, it looked like that was done. What a recovery. Winning all the duels in the upper bomb site, and in a 2 versus 3, they do not get phased. Ents calling their own timeout. Couple of wry smiles on their faces. They knew that was almost it. They knew they almost had the game there, but they still have 3 opportunities. But the bye is grim. 2 M4s, Hades and Spinks with the rifle, and it's all Hooksy here. 2 incredibly pivotal frags for him, and Zyphon spinning around like a top with the Galil, able to clutch it out for his team. But here we go. We're jumping into round number 28. 2 M4s and 3 pistols, all they have to work with, and Hooksy's going to lead the way.
Aggression once again. Hooksy's already downstairs. Snappy, slight gap in the smoke, will try and make some moves with the Deagle, but he's given his position away. There's a pop flash in, but Snappy with 2 kills! 3 kills alongside Spinks! Everyone is falling! Copenhagen Flames were hoping to build a fortress on ST side, but it's been dismantled. And now Huxi has to try and pick up the pieces, rebuild it again. It won't be happening. And ENCE are into the semi-finals. ENCE have done it.
Your third semi-finalists, it will be ENCE. Oh, what a showing, what a fight from Copenhagen Flames, Vince, but in the end, it was not enough. And ENCE looking to recreate that magical run from 3 years prior. It's 5 whole new different players, but they look so incredible. Led by Snappy, Spinks, we had questions. Spinks, Hades, Diha, Madden, would their nerves hold up on the stage, on this major? And they answer emphatically. What a convincing win, but shout out to Flames. They gave everything they had in that map.
Oh, absolutely. We still had some great performances. I think Yabi definitely needs a lot of plaudits for how he played over both of the maps. Nikodos landed some of the most outrageous shots we've seen the entire major. That flick no-scope to heaven was unbelievable, but ultimately, ENCE were just too good on the day. And they show us again why they're revered as such a good team, and some people's dark horse to win the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. They could go on a streak here, but I guess that's it from us here, Vince. We were lucky. It was a 2-0 affair, but what a series it was.
Yes, it was indeed. Unfortunately for the Flames, not fiery enough to make it to that semi-final, but they just simply ran into a very strong ENCE. And I think before this major started, you would have already said you don't ever want to be drawn up against ENCE, right, in general situations. But I think they're really putting notches on their belt now in terms of what they can show. And you can say, okay, you know, quality of opponents, whatnot, but they have proven that they can beat some of the best in this run throughout this whole major. So where does that leave us?
It leaves us in a scary place for whoever's going to face ENCE, to be completely honest. I think the performance today was spectacular in the fashion they did it. It was very convincing. At no point did I feel that ENCE were in any deep trouble in this matchup. I want to give credit to Copenhagen Flames as well for putting up a game right here, for pressuring ENCE just a tiny little bit in that first half. At one point it felt like, okay, ENCE, you may lose control over the game here. If you don't pick up more than 3 or 4 rounds on the T side, we could have a case where it could have gone all the way. But at the end of the day, you know, as said, I never felt like ENCE were out of control.
No, I think they put up a really, really good and strong start, because every time ENCE on that T side, except at the end, everything they got, when they got something going, they got shut down instantly. They had everything under control, I think, Copenhagen Flames. A 9-3 lead and a big turnaround after that.
Also on the back of one person, all of the people on ENCE, but also Spinks, who had another fantastic performance, and he's standing by with Banks on stage.
That's right, Shox. He certainly did have a fantastic performance. And Sphinx, this is your first time on the stage. Not a bad crowd to do it in front of, right? You enjoy it?
It's amazing, guys. I don't know, I'm speechless.
Well, they will make you speechless with all that noise, that's for sure. But I want to ask, when it comes to this matchup, did you expect Copenhagen Flames to pick that Vertigo, considering your Vertigo's been looking pretty good recently?
We didn't expect them to pick Vertigo. Maybe Snappy and the coach thought about it, but with the players, we have no idea. And I was pretty surprised when they told me Vertigo is the first map, but we had some small preparation and that's it.
And that's it, but it was enough to get it done. And one thing that I like about ENCE right now is you guys don't need to have maybe just any one player pop off. You do pop off a lot, to be fair, but it seemed like a great team performance overall. Is this off the back of just a lot of trust and kind of idea to follow the same game plan? Do you guys just believing in each other?
I think we are different from other teams, that we do believe in each other more than normal teams. And yeah, it's like everyone in this team can pop off. Daisha, Hades, Madden, even Snappy sometimes have these crazy games, and it's easy to play this way.
It definitely is easy to play this way, and you've got your step further forward now. But I want to ask you, to me, you're looking like you're probably a top 5 player in the world right now. Does it feel that way?
I do feel good about my game. I don't think if I'm in top 5 in the world right now, but I do have more confidence, and yeah.
Well, later on today, you'll find out who your opponent is. But overall, how good are you feeling for this tournament and going all the way?
I feel great about this tournament, and I don't know who will face next, but I guess Navi or Heroic, right? I think Navi will win it, but they shouldn't underestimate Heroic.
They definitely shouldn't, and neither should you any opponent you're going up against. Sphinx, congratulations on the win. We'll speak to you soon. Back to you, Shocks.
Thank you so much. Wonderful interview as well, Banks. I love hearing from Sphinx. And majors are where stars are born and where some kind of fall off their pedestal. But that hasn't been the case for ENCE, and that hasn't been the case for Sphinx.
Listen, this was the final hurdle, right? We kept setting the bar higher and higher and higher, and the one question we remained, can he perform on a big stage in front of a massive crowd? And the answer is yes. Sphinx pulled off a masterclass performance, a 1.47 rating. He was the only player on the server to go positive KD on the T sides in this game. So massive props to Sphinx for once again showing us that he is one of the best players in the world.
And yeah, Devil, you started talking about, sorry to cut you off, but you started talking before the interview kind of about how this game went and that the Copenhagen Flames actually had a solid start. Talk to me then on how that shifted by the end of the T side for ENCE.
So basically, this is just big moments, and this is what makes a championship run team. You're down 9-3 in the T half, and I was saying in the green room, Copenhagen Flames, they need 11 rounds on their CT side, and after that, they just pulled off an insane squeaky push with Sphinx going in, got double entry. I want to give a shout out to Hades, who got a double entry on the next round, for them to gain this momentum and bring that T side back into their favor, because they, in 9-6 scoreline on Nuke, you win that half.
And that's why I want to give credit to Copenhagen Flames, because just we saw on the graph right here, ENCE weren't able to win 2 rounds in a row at any point up until the very last stages in the first half. So at no point were Copenhagen Flames pressured into a scenario where they had to play a full USP round or have to go for a full eco. And that was, that was the one moment in the game over these 2 maps where I felt, okay, there's maybe a chance for Copenhagen Flames to pull out an outset and maybe force it to a third map. But as you said, you show up in the last 3 rounds, you win 3 in a row, and at that point, again, you sit back with a feeling, all right, it's not going to be close.
It's not going to be that day. As said already at the beginning of the day, Nikodos was on the desk and he said everything now is extra, right? And I think they were able to show us individually some great moments, but it just wasn't enough to fight up against ENCE. I want to look at ENCE through the lens of what is coming next, which is, can they make it to a final? Can they possibly even win a major final? Next up will be Heroic or Navi. So let's break out some of the pieces that we had questioned coming into this. Hades today, top fragging in this one for ENCE. Had some moments where we were like, oh, that was a shot that maybe you should have gotten, but I think overall a very solid performance.
I think you have to give a lot of credit to Hades because of his rifling skill. He has an insane rifle, and he showed that on the CT side of Yard. He was shutting every time Copenhagen Flame took Yard control secret. They paused a little bit, and Hades went there for the punish every single time. He shut them down, and Copenhagen Flame struggled to chain any weapon rounds into this T side. It was only really the gun or the 4 spies that they really got any momentum in.
I agree, and when you look into the scope of the future for ENCE in this scenario, you're looking at a team that has a strong map pool, you're looking at a team that has a very well-rounded squad, all the players right now playing well. If Madden is the worst performer on your team, you have a very good and deep squad. So, to be completely honest right now, if you're ENCE, you must feel confident, and if you're Navi or Heroic, sure, you got a big task ahead in the game that is coming up in just a couple of moments, but if you face ENCE in a semifinal, you cannot underestimate them. You simply cannot underestimate the 3rd best team in the world as of right now. So even though that Navi may beat out Heroic or Heroic pulls up as a surprise against Navi, I think the semifinal is going to be close regardless.
Yeah, it will be super competitive. Let's look at the whole picture of the tournament a little bit. We started out a couple of weeks ago, even from the RMR going into the first stage, the challenger stage, about how open this major could be, how open it ended up being because we saw so many upsets. How do we feel about that general scenario now that we see the teams that are left in the tournament?
I absolutely love the Spirit story. The fact that they're still part of the major, the fact that they're coming into a semifinal, and I think we all give them the respect, and we all say that if they play well tomorrow in the semifinal, there's a world where Spirit will be part of the major grand final, which I don't think anyone, not in the wildest dream, even the players themselves, would have imagined coming into the tournament.
No, they've said it themselves, and anything coming into this tournament, even at the challenger stage, everything was a bonus to them. And they played their hearts out series after series, and they truly earned everyone's respect here at the majors. And you just have to applaud it.
Yeah, I also hear that there's a tiny group of hardcore Spirit fans.
Yeah.
And I know they were probably outmatched yesterday, right? There were so many amazing Brazilian fans shouting, but hopefully those turn up again and then maybe support Spirit because they do deserve it. I guess it's all a question about how many levels do they still have to unlock. And when you look at the opponent they're playing in terms of FaZe, I feel like we've seen FaZe at some point struggling just a little bit, but those players are star players. They don't have 2 bad maps in a row, right? And you're seeing yesterday when it came down to the wire versus NIP, you saw the clutches coming out of Twists again, you saw the Brokey Rubs tag team, etc.
I have FaZe as my favorite to win the entire thing, even above Na'Vi right now, and for the exact same reason you're mentioning right here. Whenever it gets down to the nitty-gritty, whenever those players are put under pressure, when you have guys like Twist, you have Rubs, you have Brokey for that matter as well coming out with AWP, you have so much experience and you have so much quality on the server that I cannot see a team right now outside of Na'Vi that can challenge that or should be able to challenge that. I will say though that the way Spirit played yesterday, sure we're going to have a bang of a game, and in any given day, you know, if FaZe is not showing up to that game, there's a world where they lose that game, but just looking on the paper and looking how well FaZe has played, not only at this tournament, but the past couple of months, it is, you know, this tournament is set up for that magic grand final between Na'Vi and FaZe, let's be honest.
Yeah, I totally agree, but never underestimate Spirit, because when you do, you're going to get punished. Also, I think it's a little bit of, you know, you underestimate them constantly in your mind. So if you're playing against a team like that, I've been in similar situations, you get increased frustration when you get killed by these players, when they start picking up rounds and gain momentum. You're like, what is going on, guys? Like, why aren't we crushing these this team? You know?
What were you going to say?
No. I just kind of couldn't find the word, but like they're an incredible team, and they have this uncanny ability to kind of start really bad and then just work their way into their game and look amazing at the end.
Yeah,
so they are no one to underestimate.
Pretty untiltable, and I feel the same way about FaZe, right? Especially with Kerrigan at the helm. We don't want to take too much thunder away from our next panel, but let's do a small introduction, as I believe we'll have a little bit of a break before we get to that panel. Heroic versus Na'Vi. The fighting words out of Cadian earlier today about you should not be losing to us, that would be insane. Pimp, where do we stand?
Oh, it's going to be a good game, man. There's so many historic matchups between these two teams. There's so much quality on the server. You have the best player at the Major right now, and Bit coming in hot. You have Simple, who hasn't really been activated to the highest of highest level, but we know Simple, when he enters a stage, he is here to prove a point. And, as you said, Cadian already starting that psychological warfare right there. I don't think Simple is going to bite into that. I think he want to make a statement, and I think Na'Vi is highly, highly motivated to go out there and show Heroic that they're still the better team.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting game. And Na'Vi, they want to prove everyone wrong that Heroic just had a fluke against them. So there's some pressure on that on this game in this way. But it's going to be a fantastic game for us to be able to watch in the stands as well.
I mean, I'm really happy to be working the desk, but I'm also really happy to be in the crowd watching Heroic versus Na'Vi. It's going to be an absolute banger. We'll have a little bit of a break. You can get some snacks. You can catch your breath, because I think that we will be locking in for a long one and an intense one with Heroic versus Na'Vi. Let's go to the break, and we'll see you in just a little bit with a new panel to get you prepared for that one.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
The wait is finally over. Time for you to grab your tickets and watch greatness unfold at the PGL Arlington Major.
It's time for another episode of Lunch with Banks, and this time I've got the legendary in-game leader turned coach, Navi Blade, with me. Blade, we're gonna have some fun. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
Come on, grab yourself a plate, grab some stuff. You started off in Counter-Strike 1.6, you played for a very long time, right? You started in the 2003 side of things, but what was your life as a child? Did you have some sisters, brothers? What was growing up like for you?
I think it was like pretty normal one, like nothing special. So I'm not from a rich family, so 3 kids in a family, it's a lot.
Yeah. How old were you when you were like starting your gaming, playing Counter-Strike, for example? When did you pick that up?
I think it was 13 years old.
Nice.
I was 13 years old. It was 99.
Yep.
1999. We had problems in school, actually. Huge problems in school. They even wanted to remove me. Like, so it's something different in Ukraine. It's not like in Europe. I mean, the culture of the school. Sometimes teachers can try to remove some students, some people from the school to have more better picture, better.
So the class looks better because you got rid of the bad person.
So
yeah.
there was something like this. They wanted me out of school because of that. Eventually, at the end of the school, I was starting to miss a lot of lessons and going to internet cafe. And I think now it's different. I think now everyone sitting at home and his own PC. And when I was starting, there were no like good internet, no PCs for every player. So this culture of internet cafe was really, really popular.
What did your parents think? Were they supportive? Did they agree with it? So they wanted you to go to school, not be playing so much?
Yeah, the parents were really angry about it and against this, of course. And they were always trying to stop this, to persuade me to change my opinion. And there's always conflict.
What was it like for you moving from 1.6 to CSGO? Because if I'm right, on a professional level, you never touched Source.
We actually touched Source.
Okay.
In 2005, I think.
Yep.
So WCG, it was like the main...
When we got forced to use it, right? When
yeah,
it
was the main tournament for our region. Everyone was, it's like now International Dota 2, everyone was waiting for this event.
Yep.
Preparing like for the whole year and not focusing a lot for other events.
And at this point, how long had you been like in-game leader? How long through like your career had you been the leader?
From 2004, I think.
Wow, so you've just been pretty much your whole career
in 2004, the guy told me like, let's gather a team, this amazing gaming.
Yep.
And he told me that he sees me as an in-game leader and you need to try.
I love this, Blade, because you know how I view you is I view you as like the godfather of the region. Why do you think you're good at helping these younger players or seeing the talent? Is it just the experience or is there something specific you do?
Tough question. First of all, I think that still it's something natural. I mean, natural when young guys are appearing and evolving and becoming some better.
Let's talk about this moment. You're the director of esports at Na'Vi, but then you get asked to be the coach. What did that feel like for you? Were you still, like, for example, for me, if I was you and Na'Vi asked me to join, I'd celebrate a little, I'd be very happy, but I don't know how is it for you?
I think it's, when I got to Na'Vi as an esports director, I think I realized that at some point I will be a coach.
Okay, so it was already mentality.
Something that I was feeling that will happen at some point. And one thing that you use as advantage is that you can prepare yourself and prepare everything, all stuff about coaching, like coaching stuff, coaching things, while you are not a coach. You can analyze, watch some interesting things like interviews.
Do you think it was just bit? Do you think it was your system? What was the change to make Na'Vi the success it was? Because Boomich comes in as an inexperienced in-game leader in comparison to Zeus.
I think it's very easy. It was something that you want to achieve, right? And you are doing this methodically. As I told you something from flip side, my experience, that if you want to be the best in the world in a competitive scene, you can't rely on relationship.
Now, I want to ask as well, Simple in your relationship, he was toxic back in the flip side times, he improved as a person, he improved as a player. Did he respect you straight away when you came as a coach? Was it a good relationship or did it have to be rebuilt? How was it?
I think so.
Yeah?
A bit about respect, you always need to ask the person. He changed, I mean, as a person.
Definitely.
But I think anyone who is trying to progress, to evolve, will have a success.
Finally, personally for you, you're 35 years old. Do you have a goal of like when you want to retire or like have some kids, not just train kids in Counter-Strike? You know, what does Blade want to do?
Of course, to have a success and to write your name in history as like one of the best coaches in the world, and to achieve something that wasn't achieved before.
Yeah.
So this is the main goal.
Okay.
Obviously.
So yours is still work focused
for
now?
And of course, to build your personal life.
Yeah.
Of course. It's something that is normal. Nothing special. It's like to build a house, have a car, have a wife, kids, everything like this.
Blade, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure learning some more about you. For me, you are definitely the best coach right now. I hope your goals and dreams will come true with that. For 100% last year, you were the best coach in esports. So let's see if we get another major.
I hope so.
I like to get to know the different sides of the players here at the PGL Major. And I've heard that art is incredibly relaxing and everything a player really needs to take the edge off of a hard media day. So I've got Tessus. How are you today?
I'm good, I'm great. I'm already imagining the trophy, so Yeah.
You're imagining what it
Yeah.
will feel like to lift on the stage at the Sports Palace. Of course.
That's a dream for many years, so yeah.
Well, would you like to draw your dream, I guess? You don't have to draw yourself lifting the trophy. You can if you want.
Yeah. Okay.
But the main thing here is I would like you to design a trophy. Like, what do you imagine a major trophy to look like?
Yeah. Okay, well, I think I'll try to go for something like classic and try to add a bit of spice, you know.
A classic, but with a hint of spice. Yeah. Like my favourite flavour of chocolate. Dark chocolate with chili.
Okay.
We started with a line, okay.
Okay.
Basically,
very straight line.
Tessus wants to raise a baton.
Yeah.
And maybe some pyrotechnics will come out of it. It's got an ear?
Yeah. We're work in progress.
Is this the size of the trophy? Is it a coffee cup?
No, but it's not the real size, you know.
If Mariana on the camera just looked at that and went, no.
Okay, and here's the spice coming. I don't know how this will go, but we'll see.
Is this it?
No, of course not. I want to make it better, you know.
Okay, go on.
But you know what this is?
I have no idea what that is.
It's like a confetti just attached to it.
It's like streamers?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, great.
Yeah, this is my best work, I think. No?
Is that it?
Okay, I can't trust that face. I'll add something more. Okay, do you have any...
So the trophy doesn't have a lid?
You wanted to have a lid?
No, I don't think it needs a lid because you've got the USPs. I am slightly worried that, in fact, slightly relieved that Device isn't here because if he lifted up that trophy by the USPs, it would immediately fall apart. How do you actually lift it up? Do you lift it by these? Are these handles?
Yeah,
or?
that's my
Okay.
thinking. Oh, you could.
Brilliant. Okay, so if you're happy with it, pop your name on the trophy. You got to pop the name of the team on the trophy because this is the trophy you dream of lifting.
And it has to be our name on it.
Yes,
we have to,
exactly.
Not that.
Somehow you've got to fit your name on that amazing thing. I suppose you could put it up the side.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
But I have to go over here and block you.
It's okay. It's fine. Just remove me from the picture. It's fine. Lovely.
That looks way cooler.
Now, if the trophy actually does look like that, when you see it for the first time during the trophy presentation at the start of the quarterfinals,
yeah.
Would you feel mildly disappointed?
Yeah, probably. Just a little bit.
I think anyone will be proud to raise this because it means they've won a major. What would it mean to you to be on that stage lifting up that trophy?
Of course.
Or any trophy?
Yeah, but of course it's not just about the trophy, it's the whole major in general and the whole respect and just everything about it and winning the major and not just the symbol of the trophy.
Lies. So. It's all lies. It's only about the silverware. It's not about the prize money. It's not about the sticker money. It's not about beating all your mates. Yeah. It's literally about this baby. Let's make it happen, guys, at PGL. This should be the trophy that comes out during the ceremony No, I can't even pretend. No, I'm really glad that this is not our trophy. The trophy itself actually looks incredible. I've had a sneak peek and you will get to see it during the start of the quarterfinals at the Sports Palace next Thursday. So keep your eyes peeled. However, Tess says, it was a noble effort.
Yeah, I tried my best.
Good luck. Yeah. And I do hope that you get to raise something similar, not at all similar to this, in the Sports Palace. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm Frankie Ward, and I'm on a mission to show you that our commentators are not just one-dimensional Counter-Strike obsessed human beings. No, in fact, they're not human beings at all. They're animals, and they're animals who can also draw. Do you agree, Launders?
I really know my way around a pen.
Yes, he does. He knows a way around a pen and other things. And on the other side of this board, we have got your partner in crime and commentary. We have got Mr. Scrawny himself, and he's holding an inanimate object.
A Granny Smith.
A Granny Smith apple, yeah. We don't like Golden Delicious on
Fresh grannies.
here at the PGL Major. We love a fresh granny. Now, your challenge, Launders, is going to be to draw Scorny in 3 minutes. And to give this more legitimacy as a project of true artistes like we are, we're going to give you 3 minutes to do it. Are you ready?
Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, hang on. I've got to make it official. And 3, 2, 1, draw. Is there anything that's inspired this pose? Scorny, if you can tell me without moving your mouth.
The freshness of produce.
You moved
the
your mouth.
importance of fruits and vegetables. And the succulence of green grannies.
I don't really want to spoil the surprise too much for Scrawny. I'm quite excited. I'm surprised. Can I say I'm surprised without spoiling your surprise?
This is my good side after all, so he has an easy mode.
Oh, you've got many good sides. Many good sides. Can I just ask if you're inspired by any particular artist here, Launders?
Monet.
Monet.
I like Monet.
He hasn't drawn you as a water lily, though. I can confirm that, spoiler.
Is he going abstract or realism or?
It's 1-to-1.
I can't quite tell yet. That is true. We've got about 1.5 minutes left on the clock, Launders. There's no stalk on that apple. You've made it look like a cherry bomb.
Cherry bomb.
Cherry bomb. Hello, Daddy. Hello, Mum.
Hello, Granny.
Granny. Oh, time check. Time check. Good point. Do my job for me. You've got 55 seconds. Are you going to give her? Are you going to give
I forgot
the
one
ear?
really important
The ear?
My mustache?
You know what? I think this is kind of Picasso-esque.
What do we think about this?
I like that addition. All right, that is your time up. Before you do the reveal, what is the name of your artwork?
It's scrawny. It's a portrait. Scrawny.
Scrawny. You got to sign it. You're an artist. Soon to be on boxer t-shirts, available around the world. It is Scrawny.
Yes. This is fire, except I don't have any teeth. That makes me nervous.
That's
just gums.
Yeah, no, that's lips. Those lips actually. Those are lips.
Okay.
Stop. I recognize the size.
Thank you.
But I have a bad memory, so I recognize the size, but I have bad memory. I skipped on the roses just because of time constraints.
Yeah.
And this doesn't look that healthy, but
I get the gist of it.
I didn't have all the tools.
I get
in the world,
gist
so,
of it. Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Nice undercut here too.
You kind of look at the Wall Street bets guy.
You got the gauges?
Yes.
Very nice, man.
Can I ask about one thing, which is the way that glasses work? Because I know you're not a spectacles wearer, but I am, and you are as well, Scrawny. What do you make of this situation?
I hadn't noticed that, but I think there is an element of abstract art within this. It is a near one for one, but I see Launder's influence. He loves right angles. Look at the Boxer logo, for example. And so that's all this is. It's a small homage to Boxer and the community that he's built.
And where is this artwork worthy of being displayed by yourself?
Right above my bed.
Right above your bed?
I get the pick, but I'm going to potato to your ceiling. So it's the first thing you see right when you wake up.
Brilliant.
Horrifying.
Well, hopefully we're going to make some prints of this so I can have one for above my bedroom too. Thank you so much for joining me for the Artist Challenge. Launders, I didn't know you had it in you.
Me neither.
Sebastian. Oh.
Defend their crown, but for the Danish heroes, a chance to be toppling the kings. Navi and Heroic will be doing battle for the first time in the arena at the Sports Palais as we round out the quarterfinal matchups here at the PGL Antwerp Major. Joining myself for a space to see exactly how this one is going to be going down, I've got Maui, I've got Maniac up here on the desk. Man, I am so excited to see this best of three go down. I cannot believe we've got these two teams clashing heads so early in the tournament, Maui.
This is such a hotly billed matchup. It's the marquee matchup of the quarterfinals. Let's be honest here. Respect to all the other people that have already competed in the quarterfinals, but I'm not going to lie to the audience. This is what you came for if you love Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's a very loaded matchup. Extremely loaded matchup with teams with very much lot at hand. Heroic trying to prove that they can play the playoff cards. It's obviously going to be the narrative we follow. And Na'Vi, a team that we can never, ever underestimate.
Yeah, let's talk about overarching narratives to begin off this segment about the two teams at hand. Because I'm going to throw something out there. I think Na'Vi is, the most dominant team we've seen thus far at the major. I think we're looking at, FaZe's results, but they have bled to a few teams that maybe I expected them not to. Whereas Na'Vi, they've looked pretty strong through and through.
We've seen a couple uncharacteristic map losses for FaZe, and it does feel like that's why this major is wide open for the taking. Na'Vi, on the other hand, have looked incredibly solid. They have dropped a map, but I think that FaZe, losing that BO1 to ENCE, losing an Inferno game to Copenhagen Flames, those kinds of results make you feel like that team is a little bit weaker than the form that Na'Vi has powered up into this Legend stage and now the Champion stage.
Yeah, and disregarding of FaZe's status as a de facto favorite, I think everyone had Na'Vi in a very close second on that list. And I think deep inside of us, we all knew, yes, they are not showing the best Counter-Strike they've had in 2022, and there are obvious reasons for that. We can't be oblivious to it. But somehow we kind of knew that when it comes to the major, when it comes to that moment that matters so much, they have individuals who will show up, and obviously we'll touch on Bit because it's been out of this world at this event, out of this world.
And then for Heroic on the other side of things, I think we're still at the stage where we want them to be proving themselves on LAN, because if we're throwing it back to the Stockholm major, it wasn't super satisfying what we saw from Heroic. One of the most dominant teams in that online era. Coming onto the grand stage, we did see some nerves from some of the newer members up to those big LAN stages.
And that's fair. You aren't going to expect all of these guys who grew up in the online era, who performed their best online back at home or in a studio, to instantly arrive at an arena and just deliver out the gates. I mean, we have to probably throw a little bit of a caveat out there that a couple rookies have done that, like Bit, for example. And again, that's going to be a talking point for later. But the thing is that Heroic are a team that has looked okay in LAN stages, but really where they thrive has been the studios, and that's just being real with them.
Yeah, I know. And I know that they are fighting against this narrative. I know that Heroic's goal and objective as a squad is to prove that they are a playoff team, that they can deliver on the big stage. But the fact of the matter is, there have been a couple of disappointing finishes between the Stockholm Major, where I feel like they earned a lot of credit, surprised a lot of people that were expecting them to fail, and today here. For example, dead last IEM Winter, dead last World Final, losing to Liquid during EPL.
Yeah.
These are all ammunitions for the people that want to take you down, ammunitions for the people to criticize you, and they still have to fight for it.
Well, before we do dive any further into this matchup at hand, I believe Frankie and Banks are down in the arena. Guys, what's going on down there?
Freya, I have found a beautiful story. Two brothers who fight like cat and dog, and they can finally agree on something. Na'Vi, in their words, the best team in the world. I'm going to come first to Jesse. Are you the older of the two brothers?
Yeah, I'm the older one and the one that got him into Counter-Strike.
How long have you been playing for?
Just over 10 years now, so been around for a while.
So for you, are Na'Vi the best team to have touched this version of Counter-Strike?
I'd say this version, yes. There's always been dominant performances from multiple teams going through the Astralis era and different eras, but definitely right now, no one can touch Na'Vi.
And how do you feel about NIP? Because I met these two yesterday and I chatted to you both. Now, Brandon was saying FaZe, and you, Jesse, you were saying NIP. How do you feel about the future for the Ninjas?
So I was a Ninjas fan for many years since I started, and I see this team and I can see it's actually building to be a legendary roster again that hopefully NIP can go. Maybe there'll be one or two changes, but I think they're actually quite strong and just exceeding expectations with their current roster with the Brolin pickup, so I can only see them going further from there.
And I'm going to come to you now, Brandon. You've come all the way from South Africa. Is this your first Counter-Strike event?
Yeah, no, this is the first time. I'm very excited. This is such an awesome atmosphere, and it's great watching all the good teams, good games, just very happy.
And are you happy for ENCE?
Oh, let's go. Easy for ENCE. Let's go.
Well, you know what? There's someone else who's extremely happy about ENCE winning right now, and he's sat with Banks.
Oh, yes, I do have an ENCE fan after, well, a very successful first game for you guys. Yeah. Was it really that easy?
It was so easy for ENCE. Never doubted them.
Never doubted them. Do you think they're going to go all the way? Is this your team to support for the major?
I think they can maybe make the finals. And I think if they get to that position, I think this will be their one chance to take it.
One chance to take it? Okay.
I think this is their run. This is their dark horse run. They can do it.
Really? Like over my boys in Na'Vi?
Na'Vi are strong, but not stronger than Heroic, I think.
You think Heroic are going to beat my boys on Na'Vi? You really think that's going to go down like that? You know, last time they played each other, it was just like an RMR game, didn't really matter. We're on a playoff stage here, mate.
Na'Vi are good when they get to that end stage of majors, for sure. When they run deep, they're really good. But Heroic are peaking right at the right time. If there's any chance for them to beat Na'Vi, I think they're in really good form right now.
I might have to put you on the analyst desk, you know. You might have to get a chance at this. You got some good words. You're almost convincing me. You never quite convinced me to go against Na'Vi on this, but go on, be honest with me. Playoff stage, you've seen this before for Heroic. They always get scared.
I think they've been really good at this event so far. I don't think they'll shake on this stage. I think they'll be great. I think Cadian loves the pressure, so I think they'll do great.
All right, I love it, and I love your confidence with it. Congratulations, future analyst. Let's get ourselves back to the desk.
Banks, I think you found the next star for the desk.
Yeah, but what's about attacking this guy? Like, can we just let him support whoever he supports? James, what's going on?
As soon as he hits anything going against Na'Vi, James.
Did you see how
I know, yeah. That's what it turns out.
Attack mode. What, did you just say Na'Vi was going to lose? Why is that?
Going to lose. Those are my boys. I'm going to get you for this one. What maps are they going to beat him on? Tell me right now. What stats are they going to get?
The guy had to literally do an analyst desk just because he said Na'Vi's going to lose.
Well, I do love that we get to hear from the audience members, but I missed that.
But no one is going to answer James anymore.
Yeah, that is true. James,
I like the brothers there, too.
Only got Na'Vi fans coming up to you. Yeah, brothers, I mean, that's a nice country.
Were they South African, by the way? That was a South African accent. I'm just going to put that out there. If they came from South Africa, props to them. Props to them for coming that far to this event, because that is a long journey.
That is a very long
Just going off of accents, though, of course.
Biggest Counter-Strike fans in the world, possibly.
Yeah.
Maybe we should get into the matchup at hand. Na'Vi taking on Heroic. I won't mention that to James Banks from what we just heard. Coming into things, we were saying, you know, Na'Vi coming into this, obviously defending major champions. They're going to hopefully be putting their name up there with, you know, those consecutive time major winners. What are you kind of thinking of their form now? We've been seeing them in that legend stage. What we've seen from them thus far, Maniac?
Honestly, I've been convinced. I have been convinced for multiple reasons. The first one being that Bit magically returned to his Stockholm form. He was one of the players that you could put a little bit under the microscope in 2022. He slowed down massively, and now he's showing up. He is by far the best player of the event. He's got a multitude of categories where he is leading. And then behind you have Simple, who still has more under the tank. I'm convinced, persuaded that we haven't seen the full Simple action yet, and I know that he's going to show up. I just think that they have all the assets they need.
It took me a long time to come to this, and I didn't want to say it for so many reasons, where you see a rookie have this meteoric rise, and you want to have all these, like, oh, are they going to fall off? When's Bit not going to do well? But I think I'm ready to say it now. Bit is the most mechanically consistent player in terms of rifling, period. What he is doing right now is insane. These numbers are unbelievable for his role on the team. He frequently has very little help or is frequently entering into a bomb site.
Insane.
His time to kill is faster than anybody.
It's almost poetic. It's almost poetic for Bit to be here in Antwerp with that 70% headshot rate, because I'm sure in the arena people remember Scream, the one we used to be calling the headshot machine in Counter-Strike. Well, Bit is doing exactly that and is even more efficient. He's putting in all the numbers. He is making the difference. He's got such an instinct as well. Rarely making mistakes. Such a pleasure to watch as a player.
And I love that you're bringing him up particularly, Maniac, because we were coming into the legend stage. You were saying, you know what, I want to see more from Bit. I want to see him return to that previous form. I want to see him really getting pumped up in front of that crowd as well if they do make it to that championship stage for the playoffs. And you were putting him as a difference maker, and that it has been exactly that. He's been that perfect sort of missing piece of the puzzle in terms of maybe Na'Vi recently, and he's totally resurged. It's great to see.
Yeah, he has, because just as much as we want to give praises to Bit, one of the pieces that is currently missing from the portrait, if you will, is Electronic. Electronic has been subpar compared to what we've known him to be able to deliver at a stage like this. I keep in the bottom of my mind that we are moving on to the stage now, and usually he's a big games guy, and he might just show up and prove us all wrong. But that deficit that was coming in from Electronic, I think Bit has more than compensated for it. He's made up for it, he's created space for Na'Vi, and what an asset for Minch to have.
Yeah, the thing with Electronic right now is that you look at his prior year and his numbers, they jump off the chart. But when you see what he's doing this time around, it's not like they're actually bad. It's just that we expect so much more out of him. And that's why Na'Vi is still such a scary force, that the 1 week link that we're talking about is still a guy putting up a 1.08 rating. And if that's a guy that you're worried about, then you're going to be pretty happy in the overall scheme of things when you are Na'Vi. The thing that I have to talk about, though, with Electronic is that right now, it does feel like he has been a little bit more disconnected with the team. Sometimes peeking out by himself. Sometimes it feels like he's taking initiative when he doesn't need to. And I feel like sometimes it just feels like the overall game plan either has him doing things that otherwise put him out of his comfort zone, or he's just taking way more individual liberties than he's probably even good at. So I want to see Electronic just come back to this team in a way that fits the system a little bit more and just make sure that he gets his own, because there is a lot of firepower on Na'Vi. But the thing is that when Electronic just gets his numbers a little bit more back to what we're used to, they become unstoppable.
And I think that's such an important thing about coming into this matchup specifically, is we're looking at those minute details. We know there's firepower across the board for both sides of the teams. It's going to be those small details that will be making the difference on both sides of the equations. And when we're talking about Heroic as well, we've got to put another star under the spotlight. Stan, the man of the hour for Heroic. It's been incredible to see his rise in terms of, being getting out onto those land stages. We were, questioning his form back in Stockholm. How have you seen him rising to the occasion, Maniac?
To me, he has to be one of the most improved players we have in the scene right now. Of course, there's Spinks in that category that we can't ignore, but Stan has turned from a great player that can at times deliver to an actual superstar that is always there for Heroic. And most importantly, at the beginning of games, he's the kind of people with the nitroglycerin at the very beginning. It's going to pop off massively. I swear to hell, if you're a Canadian, you look to your right, you know Stan is about to drop 15 kills in the first 6, 7, or 8 rounds. He can do it with the pistol, he can do it with the AWP, he can do it with the rifle, literally a Swiss Army knife.
Versatility is the name of the game when it comes to Stan, and what's so impressive about him is that when Heroic last year ended 2021, they were still a top 5 team throughout that year, but they had nobody that was even a top 10 player. Stan is clearly a top 5 player now. This guy has been on an absolute tear. Doesn't matter. I mean, Maniac, you already set it up that this guy doesn't matter rifle, secondary op, anything. The joke is that he might be the best opper on Heroic, actually. When he busts it out, this guy is good for 2 kills nearly every single time, and because he's doing it with so much more freedom, because usually the teams are game planning around what Cadian's going to do with the op, Stan has unlimited options, and he's always catching people off guard.
And I feel like his trajectory has been the one that we were expecting from all of the Heroic side. They've been together for a long time now, quite a tenured roster. When they moved onto the big stage in Stockholm, that was their first time at that level, you could say. And we gave them the free card. We say, fair enough, maybe the nerves are settling in, I can understand that. But then with time, they're supposed to get into the next category, the next dimension. Stan has been doing it. Can we say the same for the rest of the roster? That is my issue.
Yeah, and I think we've really got to put Refresh under the spotlight just from, his trajectory moving on to Heroic. It was a really, really highly anticipated move when he came onto the squad. People were pitting him as, the next Danish star. And as we can see from some of the statistics, we can't put, all fault, all blame on him. But there are some holes lacking in terms of what he's delivered thus far on the Legend stage.
Yes, and there is a stylistic issue for me and Refresh. Refresh was always a player that I would pit as an X factor, not only because he could have good games or bad games, but because in games he would do what wasn't unexpected, right? He would just surprise you in the clutch. He'd turn around a 2v4 because he'd go through that smoke. He'd be able to figure out a solution that was a little bit out of the box, right? Spontaneous, but that is the hardest to do on LAN. Not everyone is able to just spontaneously figure out solutions. Simple can do it. Not a lot of people can. So because he doesn't exactly play by the rules, I think at times if he doesn't get into his zone, he just stops doing it. And that's a huge deficit for Heroic.
Despite the fact that he had a poor Legend stage, he actually had a really good RMR, though. So I don't think that this is something that we should count on Refresh being a non-factor in this game. I still think he's a really valuable asset, lurking on pretty much every single map. And I think that when we probably break down this map veto even more, I think that we're going to see that some of the roles that he plays on Heroic, especially their T sides, they're pivotal in them having just enough control on the map that they can mid-round better. So yeah, if he does continue with the form that he has in Legend stage, there's just no chance for Heroic, to put it frank.
Yeah, and you don't have to look far back in the history books to see, an incredible performance from Refresh against Na'Vi at hand as well. We just have to look back to the EU RMR. Of course, they faced up there, Heroic taking the win and taking the top spot from that European RMR. Refresh was instrumental in that, joint top fragging with Stan.
You're absolutely correct. And that is all the caveat that we're going to put into this game, right? The fact that this is a rematch in which first, Heroic finally overcame that obstacle of Na'Vi, beating them in the studio environment. And now we are on the big stage of the major. They said, Cadian talked about it in an interview, for their playstyle to work, they need everyone to have top-notch communication, initiatives, and be in the flow of things. It's one of the hardest mode to be in when you're on the big stage. There's a lot of noise, maybe you don't hear everything perfectly, there are mistakes being made. I know that the Counter-Strike that Cadian wants to play, and Refresh plays, quite honestly, is not easy to put together on LAN. It requires nerves of steel, and they haven't displayed that up until that point.
It does seem like it's a little bit more difficult to be on the reactive side of things, which is oftentimes where Heroic is when you need to make a move based off of information that you gather in a round. And that's something we do need to touch upon, the fact that this is a stadium event. You will not have perfect information. Some of the teams in the past that did and are used to that, they're out of their comfort zones completely because they missed that key footstep or that key smoke grenade, whatever it is. That information being lost changes how they would have reacted and some of the protocols that would have followed.
And Heroic is the most mobile defense we have in the game, as simple as it is. There's not a lot of other teams out there who will be looking for so much more information and straight up gamble after it, after grabbing that information. No issues, just need one player going back, but that requires a constant stream of feedback, constantly knowing, okay, are you good in your position? You need me to come back. This is the kind of thing that is harder to do on that, again, because communication usually drops out just a bit.
Let's talk a little bit about the last time these two teams faced. Of course, it was just at the EURMR just a couple of months ago. Mirage, Inferno, Nuke coming into the ball, Heroic managing to take things. What were your kind of key takeaways, Maui, from that series?
I think we can break it down map by map when we probably unveil the veto, but one thing that was just struck out very sorely to me was the fact that Bit didn't perform that well on the closing map of Nuke, and he was very much so exploited. And when we looked at the stats right earlier in this segment, we saw that Bit was one of the best performers, well, he's the best performer actually at the Legend stage, and then Refresh is one of the worst. And if that is to continue, that's just flipping the script from the last time these two teams faced.
Yeah, another thing for me is the T-side success that Heroic found in that game. If you look back and you watch Inferno and you watch Nuke, beautiful T-sides. On Nuke, you talked about obviously how they exploited Bit, but that's still an 8-2 scoreline. Plenty on the side of Inferno as well. Moving into this tournament, they've struggled massively. Kaden has really struggled to find gun rounds. You can see here a couple of numbers. If we do the comparison with Na'Vi, it pales just a little bit. 40% of the rounds being won by Heroic, and there's even something worse. I mean, obviously not going to breeze over the 20% 4v5, but the issue I have is that some of these rounds came from pistol round and conversion for Heroic. That is kind of a backhand compliment, because I do want to compliment them on their pistol rounds and the conversion, but this is the most part of their T rounds. Fully resourced, they have struggled massively.
It does seem like Heroic's playbook is starting to dry up just a little bit. The gun round success for them has been a little bit more, it's been much more wavering actually, in fact. And he who must not be named, in Hunden, had a huge hand in actually developing that playbook for Heroic. I'm a little bit worried right now for Heroic if they actually have gone back to the drawing board, have done the amount of prep work that some of these teams, like ENCE for example, did coming into this major, because you can see the difference when ENCE calls a strategy, how airtight it is, but with Heroic on the other hand, feels like things could fall apart a lot easier.
And there's the clutch department, right? Tied to that T side as well. You look back, you look at Inferno, you look at Nuke, you have the Cadian 1v3 in mind. Can you tell me right now that Heroic have the shoulders to go toe-to-toe with Na'Vi in high-pressure situation, clutches on the big stage? To me, that is a limiting factor. If you're a Heroic fan, if you're believing in this narrative, in this story, I'm yet to see it. I am yet to see Heroic stand their ground in a 2 versus 2, a 1 versus 1 against Simple, against Bit in the big stage. That for me is the issue.
Yeah, it actually brings up an interesting point that I've just read in a HLTV interview kind of recently from Katie, and the fact that he was saying, you know, communication coming on this big stage, it is an issue. But then he's saying, I'm not going to say the exact terminology that he used.
Different
he
word
said, let's make a beat plan and then follow it rather than make no plan at all. But it sounds like, Maui, you're kind of saying maybe you should just make a better plan coming into these rounds to start off with.
It does seem like just Heroic have not innovated as much as what we were used to seeing. I think they might just want to take some strats from teams like ENCE, because when they were at their peak of powers, it was a lot of calls out of spawn, changing people around based off of whatever they saw was available in terms of really just spawns, honestly. But nowadays, it feels like maybe they're trying to play with their mid rounds a little bit more, and I feel like for some reason they aren't converting in those kinds of situations as much. I felt like 6 months ago, even maybe 4 months ago, they were one of the best mid-rounding teams I would watch, and nowadays I can count them out very consistently if they lose that opening pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, probably Tessis is the guy that we have to name if we're talking about the T side. He was one of the main key points when we touched on the Legend stage, the fact that he was having so much success, because he is going to be the first guy out the door and trying to make the difference. He's had good games, he's had bad games. Inconsistency has been the name of the game. That's an example right here in that game on Nuke, 20 to 15, a good rating at that. but he is a man that is yet to prove to us that he can do it on the big stage, same as a lot of other players on that roster.
Yeah, and it was somebody you were saying coming into things, and I think we were very surprised on that first map that we saw Heroic. I think it was Vertigo they were playing, and Tezos, obviously that A-ramp position, crucial, and he was getting so many frags, and we saw the impact that had, the way they uplifted the team, and I think you're totally right, Maniac, because he is, in terms of one of the puzzle pieces that needs to be elevating Heroic more consistently throughout everything. Just in terms of other players that we're going to be putting under the spotlight, there's an interesting comparison to draw. Normally, you know, we're putting the Star Fraggers, we're putting the Orphans under the spotlight from both sides of the equation. I want to put Perfecto and Shush in the spotlight together and compare them, because we've had some conversations about supportive players. Who would you put in your top 3? How are you comparing these two, Maui?
I mean, the thing is that Perfecto versus Shush are both fantastic in their roles. Those anchor positions, the hard sides, the small sides, they're on their own very frequently. There's very little setup for them to succeed, and yet they consistently deliver. We've seen Perfecto do it to a higher level in terms of the stakes of the match, but Shush does seem to be the better player in terms of doing it across all levels. So I'm right now giving the edge slightly to Shush. To Shush, yeah. I think Shush is actually a slightly better player, Maniac.
I'll disagree on that one.
Okay.
I think Perfecto has just more to offer, not only in obviously playing his role on the CT side, but just his clutch ability. I think to me, really puts him at top of the mountain, right? When you know that your last player is going to be Perfecto and you have the insurance that he's going to play the clutch to 80, 85, 90%, it is such an added value. And the patience that this man is displaying.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to play these positions. Sometimes you don't see anyone for like 50 seconds, but you will never see Perfecto have an over rotation, being caught off guard, leaving the site where he shouldn't. He is patient as hell.
And I think that's what's so exciting about this game as well. It's not that we're necessarily, you know, looking at all the firepower, all the star players particularly. It's a game of microscopic moments that's going to be coming into this one. And I really like that we're going to hopefully get to see the best out of both these players, Maui.
It really will come down to that, because the thing is that we look at the star power from both of these teams, and there's a million things you could say about Simple and Stown. But the thing is that in a game that is this hyper competitive, you cannot have a single weak link in there. And if Perfecto doesn't hold those inner pops from Heroic on Nuke, then, well, Na'Vi are out of the round. If Shush doesn't do the same thing, well, they're out of the round. You have to actually just show the best faces for both of these players, or else you're just going to have that one crack in the armor that just breaks open the whole system.
I'm glad you mentioned Simple, because I think it would be a disservice to the community if we do a pre-segment on Heroic versus Na'Vi, not touching on the GOAT, right? Simple, what an absolute machine. And again, he's got 1.22 rating coming into this game, and this is a low number by Simple standard. And I have no doubt that is going to show up massively in the playoff. I think when we always play around with the comparison, we talk about Zaiwu, we talk about Shiro, we talk about Simple. But the thing is, Simple is unique in how he is a captain for his team, how he's taking them on his shoulders, making the difference when it matters the most. There is no one but him.
Well, it's time to get our two teams out as they enter the Sports Palais for the first time. So let's throw it on over to Frankie down onto the stage.
In Stockholm last year, this team dominated their way to the major trophy. And now Na'Vi are back, determined to prove that we are truly in their era. And you all know, the arena is where they come alive. Sports Palais. Get ready to welcome Na'Vi! And their opponents. When Cadian and his men hit up the server, they rarely struggle for ideas. Can they bring that energy to the stage when it matters most? some noise for Heroic. The sound of this crowd do for you? Does it energize you?
Bring it on, baby. Bring it on.
Simple. It feels like you're a hometown hero, but we know there's a lot of history between these two teams. Are you guys nervous to face Heroic today?
No, we're definitely ready. We expect a hard game against them because last time they beat us. And we're just waiting. It's going to be an interesting game.
It's going to be a very interesting game indeed. Gentlemen, I'll let you shake hands. And I think, Sports Fillets, we need to hear your energy for this one because it's going to be a banger and a half. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so much for that one, Frankie, man. I love seeing that from the crowd as well. Out in full force, absolutely. For Heroic as well, I mean, you've got to be prepared to face that when you're coming out in front of a crowd. You're going to be going up against some teams that have incredibly hardcore fans coming into it. I'm just excited to see whether they can stand up to the test.
They're the villains once again. They are the villains once again if you're inside of a Heroic, and we know from Cadian, we know that that lights his fire.
Yeah.
That's what gets him going, right? He needs that. He needs the adversity. He needs people streaming against him, making a statement, making a point. But this man, he's the crowd favorite we see here. Look, I know Cadian can deal with it. The question is, what about the rest of the roster of Liquid? Oh, what do I say? Liquid? Heroic?
They're not handling it very well, man.
I know. That's maybe why I went for that.
The thing that's so funny about all of this is that Simple has gone from villain to hero in the hearts of everybody that's a Counter-Strike fan.
What an arc.
Yeah, it has been a huge treat to watch this guy become the player that he is, one of the voices of Counter-Strike, one of the people that we think of when we just even now think of the game. But it looks like we're getting into the vetoes here. So to kick things off, definitely going to be seeing Na'Vi taking out Vertigo, Heroic taking out D2, unless something crazy happens.
Yeah, you expecting the same picks as last time? Obviously, it was Mirage for Na'Vi,
I think
Inferno for Heroic.
there's a question for the Inferno pick for Heroic. It could be an overpass. That's what we discussed in the green room. They stick with their guns. They go to Inferno. That was a very tight game. They won during the RMR. Na'Vi could stick with Mirage. They switched the pick from Ancient.
All right.
The pick, actually, they had, I know they have a 100% win rate, but for the longest time, they just floated it. They let people pick it against them just to punish. But now it's going to be a T-side start for Na'Vi on Ancient. That's a new horizon we're getting into right now.
We might be in for a treat for one of the best T-sides we'll ever see on Ancient, if they're that confident in picking it. But Nuke is the decider. This is where Heroic put Na'Vi in the dirt last time they faced at the RMR. That's going to be incredibly exciting if we reach there. But bringing it back to Inferno, I really think that Heroic have to be confident with how they played this map last time around. But I will say, some of the things that I noticed about Electronic in particular, when I watched that game back, was that felt like he wasn't really in it. Felt like he kind of got caught off on a couple timings, things that you wouldn't normally expect of a world-class player like him. So for Heroic to try to exploit that same stuff again, I'm just going to say, it's not going to work. Electronic, he's going to bounce back.
Yeah, there's a couple elements that we have to consider if we're just look at this game in the RMR to here. You mentioned it, Electronic was abused on the A side. There was a couple of pincer moves that came from Heroic, well called as well from Cadian, but also the fact that Na'Vi could never or just once put 2 rounds together. Economically speaking, they were in the draw the whole way. Simple barely put his hands on the AWP. He couldn't have the same impact that we can usually expect from that man on that CT side of Inferno, where we usually see him going everywhere, being very a nuisance, unpredictable. He didn't have the money. Heroic broke every single key round against Na'Vi, and I don't know that I can do it again. I don't know how replicable that is.
Yeah, I was just looking at the round distribution for that particular map. Literally only 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
And that first half, that was, yeah, absolutely heartbreaking for the side of Na'Vi. I do want to flip the script over to talk about Heroic on this particular map though as well. Refresh, he was the man of the hour coming into this map too. There's been a lot of times, one in particular that I remember Refresh going absolutely popping off on the map of Inferno. So what kind of impact are you hoping to see from him coming into this one?
Refresh is one of the only players that doesn't really change their spot round to round on the T side for Heroic, because they're a team that's always going to call different strategies, mix things up with faster plays, but he's always in the apartments. Last time around, he was the guy taking advantage of Electronic. He was the guy that was getting in his face, making sure that he would catch him off on timings. Any mistake that Electronic made, Refresh was there to capitalize, but that's the worrying sign for Heroic in this one, because as we prefaced, Refresh is not playing that well right now. He has the worst rating of everybody in this server of the entire Legend stage.
You're being too nice. You're being too nice. 0.87 rating, 0.77 impact rating. That's what we're talking about. These are the numbers that we are talking about for Refresh. Just for comparison's sake, when he beat Na'Vi, he was at 1.25 rating. That's almost a 0.4 difference. So this man right here has to deliver way more than what we've been seeing. You talk about his position in the app. Yes, a can opener. That's what he was, a can opener. Whenever the situation was getting a little bit dicey for Heroic, a few trades, and suddenly you needed to get that extra +1 just to get your foot in the door, this man was doing it. He was opening. He was breaking things apart. Can he do it again?
Yeah, that is the big question coming into this one. I do want to touch on the T side for Heroic coming into this too, as that's been something that you've been putting under this microscope, Maui. What are you hoping? Maybe something new they'll bring, maybe something that's kind of worked for them in the past. What are you looking at here?
I really do want to see if Refresh can find himself again, but to move beyond that into a greater game plan, I want to see if Tessis and Stown can get activated towards B, because I feel like we've seen Boomich's kind of two sides, the two masks of Boomich's. One is just a goofball that actually just pisses off the opponents to no end with his little antics over there, and the other is a guy that kind of is the frowny face side where you just feed your life away. Sometimes he makes too many jiggles, makes that one extra peek that he doesn't need to do, and that's when teams take advantage of Na'Vi, is when Boomich is a guy that they can capitalize on, and the guys that need to do it need to be Stown and Tessis, because they're generally responsible for that position, and so that's the secondary matchup I'm looking for in this match.
Yeah, and it's going to be about preparation as well. If you're Boomich, you lost that map already, you lost the best of 3, you have Blade with you, you have to come up with a plan.
Well, he said he was confident coming into this one, and now a grudge match is definitely on the cards in a quarter-final, no less. We've got Alex and Chad down in the arena. How's it down there, boys?
I'd be lying if I was cool. I would be lying. I've got goosebumps all over my arms. Na'Vi Heroic, the Counter-Strike treat, Chad.
We've been very lucky to get this one as the quarterfinal. It seems a little bit early, could be a semi, could even be a grand final in some of these situations here, but there is a hometown hero in a way. I don't know how, but Na'Vi, they're the fans and they're the favorites.
All Simple had to do was exist and the crowd love him. It is amazing. And for K Heroic, this is a question, you know, you either let that feeling of a crowd against you, you let it rule you, or you let it fuel you. And that's we're about to find out what they do over the course of this best of 3.
Yeah, it's about time they lean into it, right? Because it's clear, right? The community has put this team where they want them. They are the villains, whether they like it or not. And they're going to have to step up to that. Can Cadian insulate the rest of his boys, right? He stands forward for the rest of the team. He takes a lot of the flack right here. And hopefully the other 4 can operate. Some good points from the desk here. Refresh in a moment like this, necessary for him to step up going against Na'Vi. But we have a curious little tidbit right here. First map, selected by Heroic, Inferno.
A return to the rematch from the RMR.
Yeah, and Na'Vi, they get given the choice aside here. They have opted to start on the T side, so wanting to set the pace and the momentum here. Don't want to be on the defense, want to be taking the fight to Heroic, and that's either a gift or a curse, right? There's two ways that this can work. It can work in their favor, or it can work against them, and that goes for both sides.
Amazing to see the Vitality fans. They have been the loudest section of this entire arena since day one. Let me hear you, Antwerp! Yeah, I think the left side's starting to wake up. We will see as this game progresses. Fortunately, the Counter-Strike does a lot of the motivation in this arena. Oh my God, they're having fun with it.
And he's going to smile on his face. Why not? You may as well at this point.
What? Truly.
What are you meant to do?
What is your option? It is a question of sink or swim.
Hey, the results will do the talking, right? They can shut the crowd up here. They can break the heart of the crowd with a win, right? And that's going to throw this bracket, throw this major wide open. It's a clear final we all want to see. FaZe versus Na'Vi, but Heroic can change that.
Defending champions of the major. Completely unquantifiable circumstance, making us question the likelihood of a repeated era. And standing in their way in the quarterfinal is a team that's on their very short list of teams they fear. Na'Vi, we've heard it in the interviews, there's a couple of names in attendance in Antwerp, all present in the playoffs, but Heroic is their first challenge.
Yeah, and this one here can be a tough one to deal with. The Dust was talking about Heroic and how quick they are to respond to things on their CT sides. They do a lot of gambling, a lot of stacks, constantly staying proactive across the map here. Now, there's two ways that Na'Vi can deal with this. They can just sit back, they can just wait for the pushes to come, or they can try and get ahead of Heroic. And if that starts to happen, if Boomich starts to outmaneuver Cadian across the map, that is going to put Cadian into a tailspin, and in-game leading while AWPing, two very important roles to have within that team. We just have Bit on the screen. He is in MVP level form. This kid is an absolute phenom.
Honestly, Chad, I was worried. I saw a rookie show up and have a trophy cabinet most players would retire with at the end of his rookie year. It's ridiculous what this kid is doing. I thought we might have another Kirby in our midst. And yet, with the glory, he is, however, in a very different state of affairs. It seems he's arrived at the major and just decided to turn it on again.
Yeah, and this is what you want to see, right? It isn't all just been simple. You don't want the simple show here. That conversation is done and dusted as far as Na'Vi are concerned. But we're getting this one ready. The chants have already begun. The game hasn't even started yet.
I mean, yeah, let me give you that roster rundown for everyone that's perhaps new to this world of Counter-Strike. For Natus Vincere, we have Bit, Perfecto, Electronic, Simple, and Boomich. And for the Danes, ready to bring the pain is Tessus, Stown, Cadian, Shush, and Refresh. And they have managed to shake off a lot of the doubters of translating this play to an offline environment. They're doing it at the major. They have the opportunity to do it where I don't think anyone can question if they advance to the semifinals.
Yeah, this would be huge. One way to shake the online attack would be to win a major.
Oh, that works too.
And one way to get over that hurdle would be beating Na'Vi. We're getting underway right now, getting into the server, getting into freeze time. Na'Vi starting on the T side. Heroic to defend.
I don't think that's quite enough. It's Heroic versus Na'Vi. Antwerp, let me hear you!
Simple's got this P250 in hand here. He's going to be the can opener around like this, posted up, ready and raring to go. Any fight's going to come his way. Standard defense here from Heroic.
No one wants to be the first death of your quarterfinal. Clear intent in Na'Vi's maneuver. Silence is the name of the game.
Waiting to see if any aggressive maneuvers come their way, but now 30 seconds have trickled on by. Corralling the troops, getting the util ready.
Just a light smattering of it. Heroic prioritizing the bullets. And it seems we're nearly ready for the commitment. Jiggle on Banana, Stown looking for info. Here's some. Nades released by the Na'Vi fingertips, and here's the first clash. Bit, another headshot. The highest rated in the pistol, need a lot more out of him, but they have the sight, Chad, and the bomb to be planted rotates on their way. Shy on the nade. Regrouping. Time will become a factor here. It's going to be hard to force him out of that position despite the number disadvantage. Here comes the commit.
Good flash.
Just shy of the first is Electronic, struggling to finish. Refresh gone, quick snap out of Perfecto. And it's only Tessus. Na'Vi have the clock on their side, and he's just trying to get something to get the juices flowing. He's out of there. Might find one on the way out, and that'll do nicely, but that is a Na'Vi pistol.
Clear tone set here very early, taking the pace out of it, allowing Heroic to go for those aggressive maneuvers, nothing coming Na'Vi's way, and then they execute simple stuff, setting up into the post plant, number disadvantage, and they deal with it. This is what you want to see from Na'Vi in the early stages. And it's almost the perfect play. You got the circle jump, they're out of apartments, they're playing close towards middle, nobody fortifying pit or site, so once they're in, it becomes extremely difficult for Heroic to try and retake that site, but they're going to bite back in.
I mean, Counter-Strike, Chad, at this level, you know they've opened the book of those CT pistol setups. And Stown's brought aggression already down on second mid. Bit forced to watch as this second round force buy favors Heroic on the opening exchange.
Dangerous as well here. Perfecto's already been chipped on through. That scout for Cadian could become a problem throughout.
It's a numbers game, Inferno. Na'Vi walking with a limp early into our second round.
This is a Heroic classic here. You can see trying to stay ahead of the play, grouping the numbers together, staying ahead of where Na'Vi want to finish as they flirt with top Banana here. That's one back. Simple steps up to the plate and draws at level. 4v4 now.
Interesting smoke. Suspicious. Not for Simple.
Looks like they're going to thread the needle right here. This is huge. Just rerouting, staying together, pack mentality.
It's the right call. Let's see if any more of those bullets can connect. Cadian has already hit Perfecto once, Shy this time. Long, looking to be occupied, the smokes will bloom. No info for Heroic, flying blind as the rotate is called upon. Lots of contact, commit, Perfecto pulls the pin. They've got plenty of time. Very little resistance on their path into the site. It's Electronic responsible to housekeep, and he sweeps 2 under the rug. What a recovery. I mean, you know that things can get sketchy, Chad. You lose an opening frag and a scout tag, and Na'Vi really don't seem to break a sweat.
Yeah, you look at that situation, Bit going down and Perfecto low. Most teams would be a bit more flustered, right? They would actually change the pace there, but Na'Vi, they stayed staunch, they stayed quite heavy with their presence across the map, leering top banana, showing they wanted to fight. The fact that Simple draws one back, that's huge, right? That's going to leave you as Heroic expecting it to be a bit of a B execute there. But they were very diligent with that utility. So they threw over towards Library, CT Archer as well, and then they even threw more utility over towards that pit side before they rerouted up short here. So great stuff from Na'Vi, keeping it clean, 4 to stay alive here. Cadian trying his luck, maybe just trying to word that scout into action early. Does get another tag, but does not get anything lethal, and that's going to be a 2-0 start. 2 weapons saved. Some pistols to be juggled, and still not out of the clear just yet, Na'Vi. The guns will be coming through in the next.
Heroic looking to remain threatening on a light one. And already, again, the scout pestering Na'Vi. Electronic this time, Hamstrong, and another connects. Okay.
This is a scary round now. I know it doesn't look like much, but this is actually very dangerous for Na'Vi here. That's a nade, and that's a kill. Cadian, Stown, they've combined for 2. Problems for Na'Vi now.
Yeah, and don't forget, Electronic is still bleeding internally. 30 HP for him. This is going to be bleak. Can they turn and flip the script again? They did it once.
A bit more direct right now. This would show the class of Na'Vi. If they can peel around back like this, they're in dire straits. Tessus with a power position. Still multiple members reside.
They call upon Bit, master of the headshot, precise. Unlike anyone else, but he's not ready for Tessus. Hung, drawn, and quartered on the entrance. There's not much left for Na'Vi here. It was only little gun footage. A little bit of Lisa life out of the leader. 3 remain. Oh, it's awkward. 45 seconds, and that's the last of his smokes. A nice AK upgrade. That will work well to ply his trade. Heroic, still not a guarantee with what they've brought in. But so close, it's at their fingertips. A single click out of that Deeg could end it here. He's found another smoke, but that's the scout. Wow, Heroic didn't even invest. That is going to really flip the script quick.
That's a huge round to win early here. That's going to do wonders for their confidence. It's going to get them fired up to win a round like that on the stage against a team like Na'Vi. It's a massive stuff for Heroic here, but that's not going to bottom out the economy of Na'Vi. They kept it clean in the previous. Heroic know that. They know there's cash in the coffers, and both teams now getting into a bit of investment. Look what Cadian's been able to equip into his hands. The big green out to play. Na'Vi are clearly taking their time about things, not rushing it, just these deep bolts, and that's a shot from Cadian to open up the account. Another opening kill here.
They just keep getting that mid-fight, and woof, a dink exchanged. Saved by the apartment penetration, but Bit catches one to the dome as well. Already Na'Vi trying to overcome the circumstance. Immediate extinguish implies a threat imminent. Out of the spearhead of Na'Vi, simple, sharp, pointy, ready, yet smoked. Fnatic smoke, and they'll trade blows with that.
Yeah, it's basically negated right there. Exchange smokes, they're not going to be able to move forward, and more shots on through. Stown's going to take down Simple, easy as you like, and now 3v5 disadvantage for Na'Vi here. This limper by coming on through, you can see it stinging, and Stown, what is this?
He wants a little more. Oh, it's down! He started this round, he nearly closed it on his own as well. The bomb loose, Bit tagged, we know about that. And his intentions and objectives for this round change dramatically. Bit now on a survival mission, and there is a little bit of a hunt. Refresh throws the Deerstalker on and takes him down. Nothing brought into the next round of play.
2 really good rounds in a row, and the positive in that last one was Cadian having the confidence to go for a fight down mid. He knows it's extremely unlikely they have an AWP, so he's willing to look for a fight like that. But Stout over towards Banana here, just putting Pain down range with the AK-47. Couple of kills for him before he gets silenced, and trying to get the crowd on his side here. Look, if they make a couple of big plays, if they're able to turn on a team like Na'Vi, maybe they can turn a couple of these haters into fans, but into a very light investment here out of Na'Vi. A couple of kills are planned. That's what you're looking for in a round like this, is Banana control, name of the game. Canadians all looking for an opening yet again, staying active.
It is hard to control your Banana, Chad, without a single nade in the bank.
Yeah, you just have to let them have it in this environment. And we talk about this a lot, right? It's about refreshing these CT minutes, making sure that they expend as many as possible. You use the clock as your biggest ally right here if you are Na'Vi on this T side. This is such a huge game for Heroic. Have the boon in their favor of that matchup last time round against the RMRs, where they did get the victory, but this is a completely different kettle of fish. A major, the big stage, the reigning champions. But they're at Stockholm. How are you meant to vanquish this beast?
Simple clearly feels like he can get up to some funny business. He's one of the few players that's prioritized something a bit bigger than a Glock. Lots of steps. Refresh, flashed in, looking for murder, and will spray down 2. Simple's dig got him somewhere. And a bomb plant.
You love this.
A bomb plant? Wow, you do take that any day of the week. A frag and a plant. Very little invested. That is 3 consecutive, though, in response.
Even though it's a bit of an eco bash right there as well for Refresh, if he can get on the ball with a couple kills early, it's going to do wonders for his confidence here. The Des pointed out he has been having a bit of a stinker. Right? There's no way around it. Hasn't been having the most impact. But if he can come alive now, no better time to do it here. Do or die. He comes on through, buys to follow. And a timeout taken here. Now, traditionally, once Na'Vi take a timeout, Blade finds a solution. They bounce back in and they win the round. Let's see if the mastermind, the puppet master of Na'Vi, can confer with the in-game leader of Boomage and take it to Heroic here. 3-2, just a 1-round lead for the Danes.
Couple of AK-47s find themselves in the CT hands, an extra advantage. Should your crosshair be on the head, instant death. Cadian's not going to try anything hyper-aggressive again. He got away with it on the first one.
I think he'll keep looking, right? I think he'll keep looking. And actually, this is interesting. So to take the steam out of the Na'Vi timeout, they've called one off the back of that. Ooh. So this is a bit of a classic right here. So Heroic will take a timeout of their own. This is Exist. Haven't mentioned the coach of Heroic just yet. Major champion in his own right. Swedish representation on the stage. And he could be an instrumental factor in matches like this. We know that Heroic don't necessarily have the best of times when the stages come out. And this is their chance to change that tune. But look at this purchase coming through from Bit here.
Is that deliberate?
Yeah, he could have bought an AK. So this is showing that maybe something a little bit quicker out of this, knowing that this AWP of Cadian has been in their face. Keep your eyes on Bit here. Has a pretty decent spawn, so a pace change might be coming out the back pocket of this Na'Vi playbook.
Their pistol already reeked of anti-strat. Let's see. Refresh this time, looking for answers in middle. A light jiggle. Nothing to report. Shush does get licked by the flames a little.
Great flash.
Completely forces off the AWP, and actually information now relayed to Na'Vi. They know the AWP leans A. There's some pep in Na'Vi's step here. Smart, and just as we see that, Heroic responding kind, util to slow them down, destabilize and rotation.
Good response here from Heroic, all things considered, because that utility early was very direct. It got them the space they were looking for, but that stalls Na'Vi out on their timings here. Still geared, still postured forward, but a good hold right now from Heroic to shut this down before it gets out of control.
They've got 2 smokes, and already the presence of these CTs is being felt. Just constant little pokes and prods, nades, shots. Inferno, a constant guessing game for this T side. This is the power of Heroic's CT side.
Well, and this is the scary part of Navi's T side. They are threatening everywhere on the map now, and Electronic has been spotted over towards that short side on the jiggle. So good information going both ways, but time's starting to become the problem. 33 seconds on the clock, and they need to get a move on here.
3 currently. But that's the answer. Caden's got his knife up, but it's Perfecto's roll. Oh. 20 seconds. They do have to hurry up now. One single CT can stand up, and it might be Tesla's. Refresh, shush. I'm just listing the whole roster. Everyone contributes, and that will be enough. Get out of here. Simple will take down punt, but it's just for survival. Na'Vi get nothing done.
I think they're hoping for the classic heroic aggressive responses on the CT side, right? They're getting the space. They're very threatening early. You could see Banana there was a bit of pressure. Top mid, there was pressure very early within the rounds. The utility of Na'Vi was to get that space. That flash onto Cadian was perfect to get hold and Boiler quick within the round. But Heroic aren't pushing. They're actually just sitting on back. They responded. They said, yeah, come on in, we're here. And then they didn't. And that meant that Na'Vi standing forward couldn't find the fights they were looking for. They run out of time, and it starts to look like the classic Na'Vi as they limp in late and they just get peeled apart. So Heroic's game plan is working well now. Na'Vi are the ones who have to address this. They're the ones who have to change their approach and try and find a bit of a gap, because Heroic now have grown that lead to 2.
You talk about classic Na'Vi. I saw Edward is in attendance today. He's watching his boys play. Cadian is once again in pursuit of early glory. Knocks the socks off of Boomich. And a deep smoke to maintain control. Solid start for the Danes.
Yeah, Na'Vi aren't finding any overcommittals just yet of Heroic, which means they're going to have to do something more direct. They're the ones who are going to have to start forcing the fights and trying to get an opener instead of just posturing and hoping it comes their way.
You know someone that's pretty damn good at making space. Starts with a B, ends in a T. Refresh actually flirting with something here. He's got assistance and support. Heroic, they've got their finger on the pulse consistently so far.
This is a chess game right now. Right? There's not a lot of action on the map. The heads-up fights aren't happening, but what they're doing is they're trading places. They're exchanging map territory, and we know this game's all about info. Flashed off Cadian. You got to be careful about this one, mate, as he does duck on back.
Oh, you could see he's got a hunger in him today.
But look at this, right? Look how often they're making the pieces move around the board here, just with space and a little bit of threat alone. They're just trying to outmaneuver each other until the final throws and hope that they've done exactly this.
Refresh. For redemption. First found, a lot more progressing. Refresh! That is disgusting! 4 members of Na'Vi collapse and Refresh stands up.
That's the X factor right here of the team, and still not a fan favorite. Let's see how much more convincing they need to do.
Hang on, yeah, that is their second.
Yeah, and in the early stages, we've only had 7 rounds of play here, so Na'Vi are feeling under the pump, whatever game plan they came on in. Remember, they opted to start on the T side of Inferno. This is a gift right now for Heroic. We're in the CT side of meta. Heroic are going to be more than happy with getting to start on the CT side of their map choice, where they knew that they could bring it home to close it out. And Na'Vi, they want to set the tone, they want to set the pace. Well, they've set the tone and the pace, and right now, they're 3 rounds in a hole.
Chad, I imagine you can put yourself in the shoes of a player like Refresh as you're hitting this spray down. Quarterfinal, one of the biggest games of your career. You've had a bad tournament. You can attest that that does a lot for the rest of this game.
Yeah, his confidence is going to be, look, he is the X factor of this team. So if he's finding action early like that, when it gets late, when it gets into clutch scenarios, when it gets into the backline, that's when Refresh is really going to activate here. So if he's feeling himself, if he's able to hit shots like that, it's going to make him much more confident to make those plays. And speaking of plays,
Casper, Cady, and Muller once again up to no good. Spotted. He's been caught out, loses the support of Shush. The AWP lives on.
It's a bit of a change here, an opening for Na'Vi. Now they've been able to find a bit of a kill that's going to create a massive gap across the map, because up until this point, we've got to the last 30 seconds and everybody's been alive from both teams. So this round is definitely going to look much different to the previous.
I don't think we've seen the B players tested in any way, shape or form.
Well, that's the thing, it's just poking them and hoping as we're on gun watch here. They're doing so well over there on the CT side that they're throwing away AKs.
Again, with this Na'Vi pressure all over the map, you know, Heroic are scratching their heads as to where the final commit will be made. They have managed to string together 5 consecutive rounds. It's Na'Vi's turn to try and buck that trend. There hasn't been more than 1 casualty for Heroic.
He should have spotted something there, Cadian. Should have seen the bootstraps.
Or not. Oh, he's dead. He's got to be dead. Run down by Electronic. And oh, damn, Refresh splattered across the site. And that should mark and signify Na'Vi doing exactly what we discussed. They might even have 5 alive on this one. Forcing Heroic to reach into their pockets, and Na'Vi reminding them this is not a walk in the park, this is a quarterfinal.
Yeah, and this time they actually stayed in one of those aggressive maneuvers, right? Up until this point, we've seen Cadian go for peaks, but then drop back. And just to note, our Obs team catching that gun, they actually scooped it up from top mid, they took it back to spawn, and they threw it away because there was a couple of players for Na'Vi there who were just on Tech 9s. So really doing the housekeeping here, Heroic. It's those little details right there now. Didn't help them in a round like this, but it's a fun little detail to keep track of nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Galil for bit. I know one player I'd stick on a Galil than an AK one-shot headshot. What was his headshot? I saw it on
I think
Twitter.
it was like 70% or something.
70%.
Yeah, well, that's what we've come to expect from this guy, right? The new headshot machine.
70% of his kills straight to the head, whilst being a heavy contributor and role player within your role.
Well, this is the thing, right? He only has 2 kills to his name right now, but coming into the playoffs, he is in MVP form, right? He is leading the pack. He is the best player in the tournament right now. There's a couple of other names we can throw into that.
19 years old.
Yeah, well, and he's already won a major and a whole bunch of other massive tournaments. This kid is just a monster here, but so is Electronic. He just busted open that site right there. A couple of clean entries from him. The AWP out now for Simple, so this is where the tune can change a bit more. The big man with his big weapon up against Cadian on the other side. Smoke to delay, Perfecto dribbling one forward here to try and buy himself a little bit of space. And oh, there's more than what you'd expect towards the top of Banana here. High flash.
Down, trying to counter with a flash of his own, but still blind, it doesn't matter. Perfecto stays stalwart and maintains top Banana. Simple casts his gaze the same. It seems Heroic are making an executive decision.
In rounds like this, you have a hope and a prayer. You're hoping the response with that aggressive stance of Banana forces them elsewhere. They're going to stay one step ahead of Boomich in these mid-rounds. But Na'Vi, as we've discovered, they are not in a rush, not by any means.
Could be a lot resting on the shoulders here of the leader. Time-sensitive mission here for Na'Vi. Can they convert this opening pick? Smoke will deny Cadian. Oh, not! Catches one. Thank God it's the M4 for Cadian. He lives on, just about. Refresh looking to stand and bang. Both of them are, and they've already repelled Electronic. No answers in mid.
Time's a problem here.
Hits the pull, 20 seconds, starting to close the gap. Tighten the noose, Simple caught off. It's a double again from Refresh. And it looks like Heroic have done it again. Refresh with the double. Destroys Na'Vi on the late commit, and only one is Boomich. See you later, Alligator. That's 12-4. Refresh has come to the stage, revitalized.
Yeah, this is going to start feeling really good for Refresh now. He's had 2 massive multi-kill rounds over towards A, just denying their entrance up middle. And this pace, again, seems to be a bit of a problem for Na'Vi here. They had to rely on Electronic in the previous there to just crack open that site single-handedly. But time here, coming up mid, through an incendiary. This is well done by Heroic, holding onto that utility. Really stalling out Na'Vi, who can get back into a buy, but I want to crack this nut.
They got every bell and whistle they could possibly desire. The black and yellow might not be ready for this. Tessa's heavily flashed. Looking to maintain control, but it might be one man on our screens. Refresh to seize all the control. Already pushed up down mid. Simple's laughing at him. Glocks him down, cancels his plans. And this is a very different looking round already. Quick response in Util. It's down with a big role to play in this round. Smoke will hold them at bay.
They know this is coming. They have a great read here in Stown. Here's the door locked. There is no way forward, there is no way back. Na'Vi, they only have one choice, and here they go.
Oh, flashed off. Tessus lives on. Second flash. Oh! Still blind. Still knocks Tessus lights out. And they have to get across. And they will, facilitated by the spray. It's perfect from Na'Vi. A flawless take of the B site.
Had all the info right there, Heroic. I know they're in a number disadvantage situation, but going to be hoping for a little bit more in a situation like that. Na'Vi when the fights come their way, this is 2 rounds, 2 of the gun rounds right now, where there's been more aggression coming out of Heroic. They've been able to blow them out, find the trades, get themselves into the round, and then just convert these number advantages here. So Heroic are going to have to think a little bit differently. I know they're feeling confident. I know Refresh probably has the spawn. He's like, boss man, let me run down mid here. Let me take a fight. But in rounds where they've taken those aggressive maneuvers, it has fallen apart for Heroic. The Danes might need to reel it in.
Does that round strike you as what Na'Vi have been waiting for?
Yeah, they want those aggressive maneuvers from Heroic, whether it's at the start of the round or whether it's in the mid-round, because this is why they have been in such a slow pace. They're happy to take the fights. They just want to take the fights on their terms. They don't want to be running into you, into your setups. They don't want to have nades in their hands. They want to just be sitting back. Allow your aggressive maneuver to happen. When Heroic have taken their time, right, when they've sat back, they've been good with their utility, they're converting the rounds because Na'Vi only have 30 seconds left on the clock, and it's a 5v5. The CTs are going to have that advantage. Good opener from Bit there. Simple on the clock was great, but it's that one right there from Electronic, because if Tessus gets 1 or 2 kills, that round is on. Heading over towards spawn. Down would have been in a fast banana flank, and clawing their way back into this Na'Vi now. You can see Ancient up next, picked by Na'Vi, on a bit of a streak on that one, a hot streak, and Nuke is the 3rd and deciding map if we do need to get there.
It's a very hot map, Paul. Starting on Inferno as opposed to closing.
Yeah, well, let's see if this one has the same level of fireworks here. Definitely delivering in the early stages. And as I mentioned, it's more like chess right now, right?
Yeah.
It's definitely feeling each other out, trying to see who's a bit more tactical in their decision-making, who can outmaneuver one another on the map. And Heroic are the ones who are starting to feel themselves and take that fight, but that's a conversation that needs to be had. And hopefully from that timeout, one that they did address. Again, into the standard spread from Na'Vi. Just going through their paces here. Early flashes to deny the aggressive AWP, to deny any space in Electronic. He's the man to test top mid.
Here's a very aggressive CT smoke you saw up mid there, but Heroic not willing to buckle under the initial pressure of Na'Vi.
They don't have a whole lot of information right now, Heroic. They're operating in the dark here.
Oh. Electronic and Simple. Quite a pairing, and in the open, in limbo. You can see the hesitance from both squads. More smokes arriving. Threatening on both facets. And this is the fight they've been waiting for. You can see just how much pandemonium is in the comms for the Danes. They're pulled by Electronic. This Puppet Master knocking the head off a Refresh. He will go down, but mission accomplished. Surging forward now, the Flames again arrive. Well timed.
3 here.
Oh, they're gonna surely try and commit through. Perfecto into the hot box. Cadian knocks Perfecto out. Boomich trying his luck, but Stown up and over. Bit head on a swivel. He's got so many targets to clear and not enough time for it. Simple. What can you possibly do? Good God, that was a close one, but that will be it. Can he die? Or maybe fight to survive? What was that flick? He's been watching some Monacy. Did he die after time? No, just in time. 1 second on it.
Looked like the perfect CT setup right there to deal with that. They wanted to try and live for a bit of a mid to B, right? They had 2 players top mid looking for the fight on that arch side. Had 3 players in banana, looking like they wanted to gear into the mid to B, but the response from Heroic here, they're still staying active, they're just not being aggressively active. And Inferno is one of those maps where it's a little bit more difficult to do that if you're not just barreling down banana or going for one of those aggressive plays down mid. But back in again, and this is an important round here. Heroic could seal up the half lead, get themselves 8 to their name. Cadian active again with that AWP, choosing a different port of call to find an opening pick, and again that same flash. So crossing the T's, dotting their I's. It's very diligent stuff from Na'Vi here to make sure they take this space. They're aware of these maneuvers. You see all the flashes mid, all the flashes in towards the out position. They don't want to allow Cadian to find a free opening pick. So they pushed him back, they've dealt with him early. And they've got the space that they're looking for here. But again, it's just this time. And Na'Vi going to try something a little bit more direct earlier within the piece here.
Wow, that is one way to hold the B site. Tessus playing with fire, flash, and frag already found. One through the coffins, but evades that fate. It's Cadian, ready for bit. A late adventure out of the boiler room. Cut short, and it's only electronic that gives us some hope. A glimmer of hope for Na'Vi in round 12. The outlook's bleak. The forecast is murky, especially now. Another one in the feed. Shush awakens from the pit. Impossible odds now. Loud Tessus in library. So light on time. A quick headshot looking to string together the double. Not to be, and the half one out. I think that's an adequate response to the team giving you CT Star.
Yeah, this is beautiful stuff here from Heroic. This is great work from them. You got Refresh at 13 kills, 9 for Cadian, 8 for Stown, 7 apiece for Shush and Tessus. So the team is all contributing here. Nobody is lacking behind for Heroic, and that's a key detail for this Danish squad on a stage like this against their boogeyman. Na'Vi have beaten them time and time again. It's just the most recent affair over at the RMRs where Heroic got the better of Na'Vi. That's the only time that the core of Heroic have been able to beat these monsters. Still threatening it around like this, Na'Vi. But there has to be something a bit more direct, something as a unit right now, because they're getting peeled apart, picked apart across the map, and they can't allow this to keep on happening. They're getting space, right? They have options to try and go for a punish as a unit here, but again, a bit of a different look on the CT setup. This is what Heroic are known for, staying extremely dynamic. The bodyguard again, it's always Shush who's tasked with this, babysitting the big green.
Wow.
From Cadian. Shush takes another. So these pistols, if they want to do a hole pop, it's dealt with. And this is the thing, they're just dealing with this. Na'Vi are knocking on the door, and they're getting dealt a dud hand time and time again. This is great from Heroic.
Yeah, this is ballsy though. You know they're on lighter buy. You have a two-man advantage, but you want answers as well, and that's the bomb carrier plucked from the pack, and a little flourish from the rifles. Stone-faced, the Danes extend their lead.
The question mark right now is how many T rounds do Na'Vi really need, right? They already have 4, they got the pistol with the conversion, 5 would be great, you'd love 6 on the way out the door, get you some momentum, but they have been stalled out. You chose to start here on the T side, maybe you just wanted to get it out the way, or maybe you had a game plan. Well, if it's the latter right there, it's not working. Heroic have been able to stall you out in these gun rounds. With 4 rounds to their name, 2 have come with the pistol and the conversion. So the gun rounds, it's one-way traffic in favor of Heroic here. They are looking fantastic right now.
Heroic are hitting every single green light. A battle of the procedures in Banana.
This is a change. Quite clearly a change right here. They're regrouping early as Na'Vi.
And it's electronic, the space taker. Shush tested early in the apartments. He's got his heart beating, likely quickening in pace. Electronic tries to crack open the site. Good trade out of Boomich. A level playing field as the bomb soon to be planted, thanks to the fingertips of Boom. Perfecto looking to make the room a little louder. There's Tessus and Cadian in hot pursuit. This is the frag though, Perfecto 2. Cadian up to the task. A 1 versus 3 with a bomb ticking against him. It's surely impossible. He wants them to suffer on the way out. Take it all. Now that is bitter-sweet, Chad, if ever I saw it.
Mission accomplished for Cadian right there, right? Doesn't seem like the flashiest kills. He doesn't go for the round, he doesn't go for the clutch, he doesn't make the arena erupt. But what he does is he keeps Na'Vi in the doldrums as far as the finances go. Check out the buy right here. You got a couple of bigger missions, AK-47s. Not for everybody. Na'Vi are going to be struggling into this final round of the first half of map number 1 here. But they're working with the gun round, and you saw a bit more of a direct approach. Yeah, look at Simple's purchase as well. You can see that they were going to have a rough time after Cadian gets those final kills on the way out the door, but maybe some pace behind this. Boomich charging on up.
Oh, he's looking for first blood, and he finds it. Boomich sat down, bent over the knee. Despite the flashbangs, despite the procedures, Cadian is still finding these early impacts. Uh-oh. Hot water, hot toes. Stown responds with flames of his own. And there's a nade where that came from as well. Cadian, 2 to the good, 16-5. We said we let that feeling of being the villain as you arrive on that stage. Do you let it rule you, or do you let it fuel you? I think it's the latter for Casper Cadian Muller. Our final round of this first half of our first map, final quarter-final. Na'Vi tying up their laces.
Yeah, not working with a lot here. Gonna have to be extremely explosive. They have a good opportunity to make this one work here, but they need to hit their shots.
Down has been a beacon for Heroic, but now he's been extinguished. More required out of the leader of the pack. He's let one go. An immediate punishment. Na'Vi looking to recover one hell of a round here, and he did catch a little flag through that smoke, but the bomb now ticking in the favor of Natus Vincere. Gaps to be closed, very light on nades here, Chad. The T-side's gonna have to use their bullets once more. A heavy duel, good flash, Texas, but kicked down. It's been electronic deliver, and Refresh not even allowed to arrive. That's a 9-6 half, and that is a recovery from Na'Vi.
3v5 right there to get themselves their 6th round on the way out the door of the first half. 6 is more than enough right here, and that is massive work. You can see the game plan that the entire half, it felt slow, it felt pensive, as Na'Vi just thought through that entire T side. But to walk away with 6, to get the bookends, 2 in the start of the game, 2 at the end, this is fantastic for their confidence, but we have a competitive game now. I think it's going to heat up a little bit more with the Heroic T side about to don the server. This one here is an absolute gift for Electronic through the smokes. Down goes down, getting a little bit tricky with it. Once Cadian misses that shot, all they need to do is find the punish. The double stack over towards the coffins is brewing, and Electronic, he has been great within this first half for Na'Vi. The Des spoke about him maybe having a couple of troubles, but he is a big game player. There's no doubt about that.
Big game players. None quite like Simple, who's whipping himself out. The pistols akimbo, armored of course.
No pace for Heroic here either, so both teams with the slower approaches on their T starts.
They're going to hit him with the Na'Vi.
Yeah, look, it looks very similar right here, right now. Misdirection in play. The P250 in the hands of Cadian this time, so the in-game leader alongside of Stown, trying to find these openings with the P250s in hand.
Both teams, great successes on their pistols up to this point. Can Na'Vi find both here on Inferno? Cadian, whoa, what? He's alive, somehow, not for long.
That's an absolute gift, just walking around the corner, finding space, but getting destroyed right there on that jiggle. You couldn't believe it. You step around the corner and you see a T completely on his lonesome, not looking your way. That right there is a huge opener for Na'Vi here. This is going to be the quickest way to level things up, 9-9. 4 more to find right now, and Heroic, they have their in-game leader in the grave to try and call the shots, but
Na'Vi scratching their heads. What does that mean? The mysterious, easy freebie. More to come. Perfecto does not choose to engage. He has the information, readies his troops. Simple remains the unknown entity. 20 seconds. Still not a peep out of Heroic. Now the shots will start to rain in. 15 seconds, Simple felled after the first. It's Bit to activate, strong on the Pit headshot, and Electronic has kept them at bay. That is double pistols for Na'Vi. And a furrowed brow because they know they need to convert.
that is massive right here for Na'Vi. Heroic, in the T sides, they have not been having the best times. Out of their pistols, they've played 9 T pistols, they've converted 7 of them, and they have a 100% conversion rate in the second. So the pistol rounds actually make up, I think it's like 14 of their 49 total T rounds over this event so far. So the fact that they haven't been able to convert this pistol and they're not going in with a bounce back, Na'Vi are going to be off to an absolute flyer of a start here. That just seemed like it came way too easy. That pace right there was nothing threatening. It wasn't the identity of Heroic. It wasn't in the face. It wasn't taking duels. It wasn't taking risks. It was just letting Na'Vi have their individuals find the fights and absolutely obliterate you there.
Timeouts are a premium in big stage games. So why not take your time? on the eco.
Yeah, there's a lot of conversation going on from Katie in here as they're just pottering up second mid. Smoke in his hands, deployed. Not a lot to hope for in a round like this.
A frag would be nice. Simple denies, just 2 sprayed down. He will fall eventually.
Boomich already knows where he is. Electronic will finish that one off right there, gets himself up to 15, and well, now the guns will come out. Heroic there with a very light investment. We're saving for a moment like this. The AK is about to be equipped here for Heroic, and we get to see what their T-side game plan is going to look like. The pistol, well, it looks like they have similar plans that Na'Vi wanted to operate with here, but I think that there might be something a little bit more pacey coming out of the Danes in a round like this.
Yeah, something to be scared of is Electronic, not only at the top of the scoreboard, but smiling. Two, when combined, a very potent mixture. First gun round, second half. It's time to see what the Danes can do on the attack. Oops.
Yeah, we know how powerful that position can be here, so see if it comes back to bite Na'Vi as posturing Heroic. Again, just waiting out in the default spread. Flash forward into Vid. He's going to get nothing. Tassis decapitates him, and Simple tries to fill the gap.
He has no way to voice concern. Forced into a more passive off angle. By virtue of the slip-off, it's enabled an opening frag. You can see Refresh's role clearly outlined. Tassis in tow.
Perfecto on Boomich, they don't have the weapons for the job right here. Look, they've got a bit of utility on Boomich to try and stall this one out, but the guns, they're going to have to hope they get them to the grey screen. They're going to have to get them through that utility.
There's a little gap perhaps. Down, makes himself known. This is a powerful angle from Perfecto. It's what he's been waiting for. Time, these smokes will start to fade. We reached that 30-second mark. Still just a 1, make it 2. Down, no, 3 out of Stown. And Tessa's combined already. It seems that Na'Vi will just have to hold on to what they can. Refresh will fall on the hunt. A very early hunt. Isolated, but not alone.
They're quick to this here, and there's more coming. The backup is on the way. Heroic know they can rip everything out of the hands of Na'Vi.
Stubborn are Na'Vi. There's a limit to how much you force this,
Yeah,
no?
you're going to call it off now, right? That's the thing. Bomb down, they're getting the win bonus into the next tip. You don't want to give all these AKs over. The reinvestment, you want to start working on a T-side bank balance of your own. Heroic will get up to 10, the first team to reach double digits. And that was simple stuff. It was Bit, who's in MVP level form for this event, just getting dismantled top mid. He's only got 8 kills to his name. Perfecto with 5, and Boomich, he's down the bottom there as well.
But that was more like it from Heroic in terms of the pace and willingness to take these duels. That was a straight, let's fight, let's go. I'm ready for you if you're ready for me.
Yeah, I think here it wasn't the lack of information, right? Because Simple played forward on mid. It's just over towards B. They didn't have the best weapons for the job. They had a bit of utility as well. Perfecto read that play, but just up against that AK, Stown way too good. Superhero of Heroic here, delivering when they need him most.
Yeah, he's really coming into his own this year.
But look at this from Na'Vi. They don't want to give this one over just yet. They've been able to afford a little bit more around these saved guns, keeping it threatening, but there's still some omissions in the buy. Still a couple of problems, still a couple of MP9s in the mix. This has been a very default-heavy game. You know, a lot of spread, a lot of pick, a lot of wait for the reactions. Neither team really getting stuck in too early.
Boomich loves these sandbags, and once again, tasked with the unenviable role to keep half of that map on lock, flying that Na'Vi flag.
Crowd's trying to get activated now, see if they can lure Na'Vi into that spirit of winning here.
Heroic.
Explosive nature.
Get answers, but at what cost? down, has got a bullet lodged between his brow.
There's just so much like flirting for territory between these teams. There's just no committal. They don't want to take the fights immediately. They're trying to reposition, outmaneuver every single time. And look at the clock here again. Every single one of these rounds just feels like we're down to the last 30, 40 seconds before any commit's going to come in.
But Heroic, credit to them, they've managed to keep 3 people guessing. So light on time, you can see the barrage of utility into the site will force a reposition and a rotate. Committing through, that's a gift.
Need something.
Church cracks open the site, Boomich sprays down 3! Navi say no! This is their site, and they make that clear. Boomich had to deliver there. The frustrations of the previous relieved with a 3-man spray down.
The response time in that situation as well. Simple was there really quick, right? They're keeping each other guessing into these final moments. It's about who's ahead of the play, who's reading the play, and they're having to take the fight. That's really selfless from Perfecto there. He wants to keep them in that choke point. They do not want to allow them to establish site control, because if it becomes a retake, if the bomb goes down, they're going to save. So they knew they had to get stuck in. That is massive work from the in-game leader. A huge 3-piece from Boomich there, and it's going to humble Heroic here immediately.
They needed that. Consider what his teammates had. It had to be Boomich. It had to be then. 1 round separating them, and it seems imminent. We will tie things right back up.
Yeah, Bit was caught off guard by that one here, but now it's about the cleanup crew. Simple feeling a bit of pressure. A couple of upgraded pistols peering on in. And, well, speaking of peering on in, Electronic has been hot. He wants to take a fight of his own.
Yeah, he's comfortable on this stage now. Gone are the days Electronic is framed as a newcomer.
I like this. They don't want to allow Heroic just to waste out the clock here, taking the fight to them, showing we have the bigger guns. Bit of a flub nade right there, not the end of the world. Flak damage avoided. It's a matter of time rounds here. You don't expect this one to get out of control by any means. Taking care of business of Na'Vi in a round like this, and we will be leveled up 10-10. We have a close affair, and as the game goes on longer, it's going to heat up.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to heat up. Once we get into the home stretch of a map like Inferno, going to be a lot more risks taken. The retakes going to have to start going for a couple of those.
But right now, Na'Vi are flexing their BGE. That's big gun energy. Happy to bring the brawl. Oh, even stray bullets.
There's likelihood as well. They're tapping him through the smoke. So Perfecto heads up play, up and over, through the grey screen, and he's looking to farm a Buddha cash. They have to run on through. They need the lost bonus. Bomb drop now. Just one more to find, and Perfecto is going to get it done. 10-10 for Na'Vi now as the crowd starts to get a little bit louder.
It's amazing the journeys people take to be here. The Brazilian crowd have been wild at the front for Furia yesterday. I've met some Australians. It's a long way to come to watch your favorite video game. I do have great admiration for those that make that journey. And looks like a journey is starting quickly here on the T side. We're looking for it.
That's an opener.
And that's one way to crack open a round. Simple, sit down. Cadian at the helm. Over, and it's Boomich that springs to life. Up and over onto the half wall, flexing moves and a spray. And Refresh, an immediate knee-jerk reaction. He drops his smoke, makes his presence known on the boiler room.
What's the reaction here? Does Heroic want to wait? They know that in this 4-on-4, Na'Vi might start searching for information. They have a couple of options. Play 2-2 on the sides, gamble the site, go for an aggressive maneuver. And again, back into waiting out for a reaction. Neither team willing to give this one up.
Yeah, Boomich has done a lot for them. Back-to-back rounds from Boom. The luxury of returning to an even keel. Perfecto, a lot riding on his info. Oh, and head-to-head with Tessus. Loses his. Perfecto tucked in for an early bedtime, and now I'm afraid it all rests on the shoulders of the same man. He did it once. He may have to do it again. Heroic are coming. Slow and steady they crawl. They're looking for him. It can't be open. And Refresh has got the rotate dead to rights. Still Boomich a problem. Pesky, and Bit gives us life.
Bomb's not down yet. Time's a problem here.
Yeah, he can't bang him though. Oh, bodyguarded nicely. And allowed to get the bomb down and extend play, but a manageable scenario handed to Bit, Rookie of the Year. '22, same stats, same form, but looking for a way into a two-man setup. He just wants to punish him. He wants to make it hurt. Taste of their own medicine, perhaps, and those headshots do come through, at least the first. Trying to lay his life on the line in pursuit of that last one, but will get away.
High-level decision-making being made here. It's not the flashiest. You know, you want to see Bit go for a round like that. You want to see him get stuck on in and the crowd erupt with a massive 1-on-2 situation, but just not enough there for Na'Vi. And this is the thing, I talk about high-level decision-making. They know that they can just keep Heroic's economy where they want it. And unfortunately, that's just part of the game in an environment like this.
Don't even say unfortunately, Chad. This is what we signed up for.
Yeah, well, look, I want to get everybody on their feet. Everyone's getting a bit quiet in here.
Antwerp, do you hear that?
This is going to be the third time out of Na'Vi now.
We're running out of them.
Yeah, it's hard when the villain's winning. Nobody seems to get excited about that. Maybe the boos should be louder. I don't know. I don't know what the correct response is in a situation like this.
It's a very rare opportunity to have so many of you live and direct. And it still gives me the heebie-jeebies. Magical stuff. Let's see if the Counter-Strike can match it. We are on our 22nd round. A couple of sacrifices courtesy of Bit's exit. Whoa, okay. Interesting smoke. Look at that one. Lands up. Bit of a one-way.
Yeah, that's going to cause some issues for both of them. I don't think that's an intended position, so he's going to call this one off. Heroic, they'll look for space elsewhere, and they'll get it. Okay, what they're looking for here with the spread of Na'Vi, there are gaps to find. Both teams, as far as the buys goes, actually, Na'Vi's looking a little bit better here. So Bit, mission accomplished in that previous round. Now taking the space, the second wave up Banana here from Heroic. They've got the territory they need, but what's the next step? Smoke out, topside mid, Molly as well. But Na'Vi guessing which way is the fight going to finish. And now they know where the AWP is. Simple fires out a shot. Heroic have information now. Starting to piece this one together as Cadian.
This gruesome twosome are starting to activate on the retrieval of that information.
This is huge.
Smoked off. A one-way drop from Heroic as well, so presence and pressure being felt.
This is massive right now. This is so much space to work with here.
Looking for answers, and that's the headshot, Tessus. Taste of Bit's own medicine.
It's all on Boomich.
Again, it's Boomich that's called upon. They're looking for him, but he's ready to at least rain down hellfire. Down to some of the work for him. And that will be the plant. Heroic set for a 12th.
Almost with a triple kill right there. He could have stalled them out on his absolute own right there. Boom, it's just not enough. M4A4 makes some noise, but doesn't make the kills. And Heroic now up to 12, a 2-round lead in the later stages. Na'Vi's money looking worse for wear. They need to hold on to these guns. It looks like Heroic might give them that opportunity. A massive round for the Danes to post on the board, but this one looks like it's going to go the distance, back and forth. These T rounds, they didn't get the pistol, they didn't get the conversion, but as far as the rifle rounds go, the fact that Tessus gets all that space, we saw it earlier in the tournament, like NIP were running a lot. They were able to walk up against these two-man A-holds, they were able to take that space, stifle out the A defense, because you don't realize that as an A defender. Normally, you're expecting utility before someone's taking control of that hay-cart position. But because he's walked on up, they have no idea that he's there, and in that situation, you can't move. You're so squirmed in the sight. Every time you take a peek, you're going to get shut down. Massive from Tessus here. He's had some really important kills.
Heroic are 2 rounds up. Na'Vi are buying less than ideal weaponry, and they lost both pistols, Chad.
Yeah, this is some big issues for Na'Vi now. This investment that they're making in a round like this behind these saved guns, they need to make a round like this work, and this is traditionally where the big man, Simple the GOAT, he steps up.
Yeah, he's got the biggest gun. Might have to have some fun. Boomich deals with the problem. He loves Banana, does Boom. And look at that. Nades in combination put Heroic off kilter. Simple to be tested. Blind as a bat, still rounds the corner. Tess is not brave enough to commit. Plenty of time for Heroic to try and solve this riddle. Simple wants to force his hand though. Remaining fluid. Desperate for a reaction, Chad.
Can't re-peek for a moment or two, and they've now smoked off the arch side. So Simple's going to have a couple of questions to ask, and he's been divided from the pack here. There's only 2 on the side. There's a chance for Heroic in a round like this.
3 versus 5.
Look at the weapons to defend right here. Ooh. The risks continue to be taken. Heroic trying to find gaps when there aren't.
It's a hard duel for anyone to take. Oh, but Tessus has caught him off. They know what that means. 2 victims lying on the A site. It's 20 seconds, posted up. As everybody's favorite villain has Pit on lock. We will see a plant, surely. And they will extend play. Pit still a problem, but the bomb is down. 2v4 demanded of Heroic. Na'Vi, the cavalry, canters in already though. We see it boil down to just Tessus. Trying to activate. Oh my God! Tessus in Antwerp, no less. Some people lose themselves here, but he finds himself on the stage.
Spins on a dime and gives us a smile. That is massive from Tessus right there. The echoes that is going to send through Na'Vi. That was an investment from them. They bought on in. What? UMP, a Famous in the mix here. This is huge. It was a 3-on-5 situation. Both kills went down to Banana early, and Tessus just spins around and destroys.
Oh, that's disgusting. In all the right ways. Look what it's done to Na'Vi, Chad. They got nothing. They got bubblegum and baseball cards to defend their honor now. Oh, boom. Blind. Backs up. Baron of ammo and a nade for good measure. It's early. It's premature.
Finally, a pace change from Heroic couldn't have come at a better time, and it's against the pistols. Traditionally, this is where you want to go slow. Traditionally, this is where you want to take your time, but they've pedaled to the metal, taken B control. The clock now, it's against Na'Vi. They have to operate if they want to try and get stuck in with pistols. They need to make a move. This is going to be 14. There's no way that Na'Vi get into a round like this. It's a consolation frag right there. They'd have to find 4 more.
Well, that smoke tells us, oh no, they've even fudged that one. Heroic will throw it for them.
Yeah,
and they will be getting out of there.
Nobody wants to go up any casualties here, trying to find something. Bit goes up and over, will go down. Another round secured for Heroic here. They are looking good to run this one over the finish line. Na'Vi wanted to hold on to those light upgrades. Sure, there was some Kevlar in the mix here. The loss bonus will put them in a position to get a buy coming on through, but they need to change the tune, and this is traditionally where Na'Vi step up. This is where they look down and out. You expect them to just crumble over, and a timeout taken from Blade right now. Tell them this is it. It's do or die right here. We need to step up on this first map of play. Sure, we have Ancient next, but we don't want to be down a map.
That is a nice map to fall back on. A map you haven't lost since, what, 200-something days.
You're going to be starting on the T side. You're going to be starting on the T side here, and that right there is, it could be a bit of an issue, right? If Heroic are feeling themselves, all the individuals from Heroic are stepping up. Right? You have to consider that. Cadian, he has 19 kills. Refresh have 17. Those are traditionally the pressure points that Des talk about as problems, right? It's not the Shush being the safe pair of hands. It's not Stout being the star. It's not Tessus finding that impact. It's the other 2 who go missing. And right here, right now, they are in the server, and they are putting pain in Na'Vi's face as we look to turn back into the guns. No AWP possible here. And again, how many rounds has it felt where Na'Vi don't have full buys, where they don't have everything that they need to contend?
Notoriously difficult to make an AWP work on the T side. And yet pushes his chips into the center of the table, says, yes, please. Risky business. Respected and smoked. Boomage will turn tail.
Heroic can do whatever they want right now. Right? They've shown in that previous round that they still can go pacey. It wasn't there against the pistols, but Na'Vi have to respect that maneuver. And look at Heroic, they're just in a pack. Just a wolf pack around the in-game leader here who's posted up with that AWP. Another smoke towards that long side, just trying to draw out whatever utility that Na'Vi have been able to bring to this round. There's not a whole lot left here as Heroic are starting to whir into action. I can't believe the restraint from both of these teams. They don't want to give anything up. They're allowing the clock to just whittle on down and hope that they've gambled correctly. Hope that the side that they've chosen to bolster with their forces is the correct one. Hope that the call that they want to hit is right.
It seems we might be in for some violence here. A symphony of bullets and flame, nades, flashes, spray. It's all Heroic. Simple decides to flip it. A double out of him. More encroaching. He needs to step up. And Simple 3. Just the cherry on top required out of Electronic. He's got no time. That AWP. Can he really do anything with it? Radiant, a quick one. One remains. So that all of Na'Vi's hard work was for naught. The AWP connects for his 20th. This could be it. Cadian to put them onto 15. Clear and through! And there you have it! Puts the A, W, and P in Antwerp.
Massive stuff from Cadian here. Heroic now up to 15. 1 round away from picking up map number 1, and he does it in style. Huge round from Cadian. Didn't wince, didn't whimper. Heard the steps, trundling forward. Perfecto goes down and takes his time, takes the fight, and takes out Electronic. Huge stuff from Cadian.
That face says your boos mean nothing to me.
Simple did so much, 3 massive kills, and up against it again here. Fast Banana Boomich has been a force to be reckoned with, but he needs to step up again. Extinguishes there, the flashes are forward, he's pinned on in.
He's trapped, he cannot leave. And will go unpunished.
Heroic haven't let the moment get ahead of them here. They continue to stick to the game plan. This has been phenomenal work out of Heroic. They've just taken their time, and they've been able to punish Na'Vi at their own game. This slow, stalled out approach, and then accelerating into the sides and hitting those opening shots. It's working for them. Cadian has 21 kills. Refresh has 18. They haven't been held at bay. They haven't been kept quiet. And this is the difference maker right here for Heroic. The Danes are just 1 round away from picking up map number 1.
The most Na'Vi managed to find in consecutive fashion was 2. This is a 5-round run out of the Danes to the finish line of map 1.
This is some of the cleanest Counter-Strike we've seen Heroic play in the event so far. Without a doubt. It's the big man again.
He'd have to do it twice. Oh my, shush! Puts him in the guillotine! Gone is Simple, forced to watch with his hands off the mouse and keyboard as only 4 of his allies remain, or Heroic bring the pain, map 1. A deep breath in unison from us all, because it looks like it may be over. It's down. A double kill seems to have sealed the fate of map 1. Only up to bit. Low, even lower, and Electronic forced to accept his fate. The tick of the bomb, marking his last round of an Inferno in this quarterfinal. And Cadian makes it so. 16 to 10. Heroic up.
Made that one look too easy in the end there. Walking through that T-half, a game plan, it was clear. They stuck to it, they hit the necessary shots, and everybody contributed for the Danes. There's no question mark if they're here to play. That's a massive game for them to win. Their first map, their map choice. That's a statement going into Ancient next. Remember, T-side start for Na'Vi going into Ancient. And right there, it looks rough. You can see the conversations after the game. They're going to be feeling it. That's the second map I think the Bits lost at a major ever. So he's going to be feeling the pressure now on this big stage. Na'Vi, they have to turn it. They have to get the next 2 maps consecutively, Ancient and Nuke, to get this one done and get themselves into the semifinals.
I'll tell you 2 maps I enjoy watching Na'Vi play more than any other maps. It's Ancient and it's Nuke. So certainly grounds for us to go the distance here, but this quarterfinal is delivering. Heroic may not be the fan favorite, but they certainly are backing themselves. That was convincing, and the most convincing Chad's ever been of that T side. Nice stuff. Let's see what the panel has to say to break it down before we venture into Ancient.
We are certainly in for a treat this series. The villains of the Sports Palais managed to seal up Inferno, and it came down to some crucial clutch moments. Cadian in that penultimate round, Tezis in round 23. Despite the reception of the crowd coming into things for Heroic, they are not scared up there on that big stage.
No, they're not, and they've done exactly what they did in the studio environment during the RMR, but here on the big stage. And I think that has to be the topic of this conversation. Look at the past few clutches we've had to decide this game. It's Tezis 1v2, it's Cadian 1v2 as well. What the hell is happening? How is Perfecto offering his life? The perfect man, I describe him as the perfect clutch player, and then he just offers his life to Cadian? I don't even know what to say.
On the flip side, I mean, Heroic played fantastic Counter-Strike. That's Counter-Strike that gets me excited for this team because it is what we were seeing for so long online. We were wondering, are they going to be able to bring it to the big stage against a top team? And they did it right there. That is some excellent stuff. I can't believe Cadian held his nerve. Tessis held their nerve. These are guys that in the past people would have labeled as LAN chokers. But whatever those sports psychologists are doing, whatever the team managers are doing, everything that's going into this team right now, it is showing because Heroic are showing a new face. And if this is what we could expect from them, I'm worried for Na'Vi.
Oh, dude, I'm worried too. I mean, you can just look at the kill distribution on the side of Heroic. A couple of names that we had mentioned in the pre-show. Refresh to start with. A man we pinned as being problematic during the Legend stage. Very low numbers. Showed up in spades at the beginning of this game. Had a huge start. Put Heroic in the right position. Cadian as well on the top of the chart. A man that put it as his goal to perform better on LAN, to showcase that he could do it on the stage, and he's just done that.
Yeah, he literally said that was one of the win conditions for the team going forward, was for himself to be showing up as well. And I love, yeah, you point out just the kill distribution across the board here. Everybody was having those moments to really be showing up. And man, Refresh as well, we have to give him some props for really showing up after a tough Legend stage.
Great job from him. But the thing that jumped out for me on the scoreboard the most, Cadian outplayed Simple. The Battle of Oppers was won by the guy that many would have said was one of, not the weakest, but one of the weaker Oppers going into this playoffs. The fact is that Cadian controlled his nerves, hit some incredibly tough shots, and when Simple or anybody from Na'Vi decided to challenge him, he played to punish. That is impressive stuff because we've seen him miss tripwire shots in big moments before. This time, he held his nerve to a degree I haven't seen from him yet.
Yeah, because he's got such an energetic playstyle, right? You can just see the way he plays the clutch, that 1 versus 2 against Electronic and Perfecto, how he's moving around, he's taking risks. For the longest time, when we got to LAN, when we got to the high-pressure environment, he was taking the same risk, but he wasn't having the same success. So it looked a little bit foolish at time. Very flashy, quite missy. But when suddenly he holds his nerves, you're talking about when he actually hit the shots, that is almost close to perfection.
I know we're going to talk a lot about the T side for Heroic coming into this one, but I do want to begin with that first off, with that CT side, because there were some great looks from Heroic in a particular round that you had putting under the spotlight, Maniac, in terms of that mobility and that flexibility of those rotations.
That's the key word, mobility. It is the key word when you talk about Heroic, when you're trying to explain to the people what makes their strength. On the CT side, round 11 is a good example. It's typically Cadian moving around the map, playing off of timing, and I think that has to be the key point. The timing's right. We'll see here, it's a huge stack towards long. We have 3 CTs together pinned, being ready to trade onto Electronic, but as soon as they realize they've cleared middle, they rush towards the CT side. And the good utility from Cadian as well allowed his teammates to be right there with them when he needs. Hits the shot, of course, but that's already done. It's already done. They've had time to boost the CT. They have another one hiding towards triple, and just the defense is in position. This was Heroic doing what they do well, dictating the pace, choosing when to fight, when to rotate, and always on time.
I love that Cadian uses his smoke. There's 30 seconds left, drops it between Nubox, between Emo. I thought maybe in that moment, use it towards Banana, but instead he just plays back in the site.
Alive.
And yeah, he stays alive, plays to his strengths, and makes sure that he is a force that he has to be dislodged by Na'Vi. They weren't able to do it until it was too late.
And then we come on to the T side of things for Heroic. There's one particular round I want to be putting under the spotlight here. Round 23 for Tezis. Hits an absolutely nutty clutch hit. I mean, we were jumping up in the room. We could not believe he just went out.
Famously, if you know Counter-Strike, if you know Na'Vi, this is the round that they would win on LAN. Low economy, low buy, about to be kicked out of the game, and then they would do it. It looked like this was going to happen. They had all the first kills, but then Cadian with the perfect positioning and punishing here, and this is towards the very end, a man that we have put a lot of pressure on. Beautiful shot onto Electronic, and you will just see the skill that we mentioned. That 180 is so nasty. That is so nasty.
And it's pinpoint accuracy coming out from Testis under that much pressure. It's so impressive. This is what's been missing from Heroic. The fact that they were able to bring back that 3v5, they've been so poor in mid-rounds. We saw the 4v5 stats before this series started. It's been abysmal for them, but now they're showing this side of them that harkens back to how good they were 5-6 months ago, what we saw from them online, and they're doing it at LAN.
And it's a player that you really want to be seeing rather stepping up as well. The fact that Tezza's coming in really hot to the legend stage, saw him kind of peter up, not showing that consistent form. I love that he gets to stand up in front of a stage, one of his first playoff stages, obviously only his second time being here. Yeah, and really show the crowd what he's made of.
It's a great example. It's a great example to set for Tezza, and I guarantee you, we played this round 6 months ago, Na'Vi win it. That's not even a question. Definitely Na'Vi win it. Suddenly they reverse the economy, they get that win, they have the momentum, and you're looking at a whole different game. All these key moments, and I'm sure we'll touch on a few rounds, all these key moments where things could have gone so south for Heroic, when they could have just let the game go out of their grasp, suddenly they actually backed their aim. They actually held their nerves. They had the clutches that you would famously lose against Na'Vi, and you would let them come back into the game.
Yeah, this is a great look for Heroic. There's still a lot of work to be done, though. I mean, the series isn't over yet. We've seen other teams in the past crumble. When they have that 1-0 lead, the pressure there of just knowing you have that freedom, the fact that you are ahead in the series, you start to make more mistakes. You start to take a few more risks. You try to win it all in one round, and that's when things begin to fall apart for them. So I'm not counting Na'Vi out of the series just yet by any means.
Yeah, of course, we are going to continue to talk about the subsequent maps coming up, maybe map number 3, even if we do need it. But I do want to continue with the clutch factor, because we do have to put Cadian's impressive clutch under the microscope as well. Maui, the repositioning from him, you were like, this is actually a winnable round for Cadian.
As soon as we see that Perfecto was moving through Library, Cadian caught him off. It almost felt like that was a careless mistake from Perfecto, but it's actually all just because Cadian moved off of the bomb site, plants the bomb in the corner, moves back, and then Electronic, he holds his nerve. He's on top of that box right there, actually finds almost the perfect time to swing into Cadian, but Cadian hits that flick right up.
Look, the flick is beautiful, and I'm not going to fault Electronic for that, but there still must be a communication channel in place between Electronic and Perfecto so that death doesn't happen. It cannot happen at the time in a 2v1 where Electronic can say where the bomb plan is happening. There's a smoke on site. It's clear where it's happening. He has to let Perfecto know that there is a world in which he escapes backwards and he doesn't see him. Perfecto cannot just walk into the unknown and basically give the 1v1 to Cadian like that. To me, that's a gross mistake.
Well, we're going to be seeing exactly how it will go down, as Na'Vi's pick coming into this series is up next. It's going to be Ancient, and we're going to see if they can bounce back after this.
Cadian moves off of the bomb site, corner, moves back, and then Electronic.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
The wait is finally over. Time for you to grab your tickets and watch greatness unfold at the PGL Arlington Major.
Na'Vi flips the historical script as they now bring Ancient into the pool in this quarter-final. Heroic obviously 1-0 up after Estella looking Inferno, which we just have to reiterate, Maniac, the pressure that was coming on into, I mean, for both teams' shoulders coming into this, but particularly Heroic, you know, didn't have that stellar showing back in Stockholm at the last major. To be able to take a map in that fashion, that is looking good for them.
That's the beginning of a great story, if you're a Heroic, of course. Now, just for Na'Vi to touch on quickly, we have to realize what's at stake for them, right? The fact that they had this period of time where they dominated the whole world of Counter-Strike. No one could ever debate them. No one could discuss them, winning the major in that beautiful fashion. And then, of course, beginning of 2022, for reasons that we can understand, falling a little bit off, not showing their best Counter-Strike. But can you imagine how grand it would be for Na'Vi to actually being able to, against all adversity, come here and lift that trophy that we are seeing right here? It would put them in such a level, such a category that I cannot even imagine or begin to describe. So there's a lot at stake for Na'Vi, but these guys, they're not ready to give up.
They want to reboot the era discussion. They want to take it away from FaZe.
Yeah.
That's what's at stake here. The fact is that FaZe coming into this, they were the favorites, but once we saw the form from Na'Vi in the Legend stage, we all became believers once again. And it was how soon did we forget how great and grand this team could be once the pieces started firing together. It feels like the game plans have been there for Na'Vi, but they're a map away from elimination.
But that's something coming into this, you know, particularly on Ancient, a great win record currently for Na'Vi. And the fact that they're on the stages, we know they can overcome those demons, particularly on LAN as well. And they're going to be starting on the T side of Ancient, where you're pretty impressed with what you've seen of Na'Vi thus far, Maui.
I do like Na'Vi's T side on this map. It doesn't have the most sexy win rate. It's a sub 50% in terms of what they're producing on the T side, but it's darn near close to 50%, around 45 in that sort of range. And that is where things get interesting, because most teams, it's like 30%.
Yeah. I know.
35%. That's still actually a world-class T side, and it's based off of the fact that when they get the bomb down, they are incredibly proactive in post plans. They're one of the first teams in the Ancient meta that realize once you plant that bomb, you need to take something away from the CTs. So expect when that bomb's planted, they're going to dive deep into CT spawn, no matter what bomb site they're going into.
And they better be ready for it, because you talk about the win streak, we talk about the percentages for Na'Vi. Of course, they've won 10 Ancients in a row. They haven't lost it September last year, but it's been a minute since we saw them pick into Ancient, taking that risk. Famously, they would allow people to pick it against them and punish off the back of a very strong CT side. Now, the pieces are in the other way around now. They're starting on the T side, they're one map down, and I feel like there are a couple of characters in that Na'Vi team that we haven't mentioned too much after map one bit. The best player of the Legend stage was average at best in this first map, and it's undebatable it's going to have to show up. Simple was normal, if you will allow me to use that term, for the greatest of all time. Still normal. Perfecto missed out. Where are all these players? Na'Vi need all these pieces if they want to push it to map number 3.
They've gone missing. And on the flip side for Heroic, we have a Cadian that we haven't really seen on LAN. And that's where this gets so frightening for all the Na'Vi fans in the audience there. The fact is that the guy that they were all booing is showing up in the server today.
Yeah. Loves it.
He loves to be the villain.
That's something that we've always heard from him as well. If anybody gives him banter, anybody gives him a little bit of smack talk, he uses that for energy to ignite that fire inside of him. And I love that we got to see that in so many incredible moments. A beautiful clutch coming out of him as well to almost be sealing up the map. That's what I like to see from Cadian, even if you're not so much of a fan of him inside the arena.
It's a trait of character, honestly, and as far as I'm concerned, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because if you play off the crowd and suddenly you fail, everyone will come and get you. Everyone will come and get you if you act all smug and then you lose and you look like shit, then no one is going to let you go. But what if you clutch like this? Then you can actually dance behind your computer and have a good time. Hell yeah. If you talk the talk, then you have to walk the walk. He's done it on Inferno. And then he earned that right to act all smug, but it's just one step of the way. There's another map to be won.
There is another map to be won, and we can dive headfirst right into it. Alex and Chad, how are you feeling about heading into Ancient for this one?
Thank you, Freya. I don't have an answer. Hopefully you do. How are we feeling?
Not so smug. Not as smug as Cadian is right now. I think this is insane for Heroic, right? This is their hardest test first, right? The fact that we get to see them going up against Na'Vi in the quarterfinal, if they vanquish this beast right now, it marks a new era for this Heroic roster. There's questions marks about them on the stage, what type of Counter-Strike they play, question marks about Cadian and Refresh performing in big games. This will change all of that. The final test for Heroic now is Ancient, and we're about to get underway with Na'Vi. Fighting for survival here. The defending major champions on the attack again to start off map number 2. And you two out towards top mid as they seem to follow that through. A little bit more deployed from Electronic here as they set their sights and attention over towards the first letter of the alphabet.
Highest rated pistol player out of everyone is Bit. Refresh. Had a taste of redemption map 1. Can he keep it up? He's got a chance and lets it slip away. Church Blind executed, and it's only Stan with a little bit of a duel to be had. Tessus lingers close behind enemy lines, would love to finish his meal. Boomich remains evasive, remains a problem. And they're looking for a spotless pistol here. Look how wounded they are. Finally, they bring down just one, and it's a consolation prize. It's the tattered teddy bear at the back of the shelf. And an A-take to start. Another Na'Vi pistol. That's 3
from 3. 3 from 3 and pissed around here. It didn't help him last time round, but Cadian picking up where he left off. A couple of nice kills right there. That extra cash is going to feel nice.
Oh, he's on one, isn't he? He's on one today.
Yeah, well, I think it's despite the crowd right here because he's definitely not the fan favorite by any means. They're going to see if they can turn up the heat again. We saw the force fight out of them over on Inferno. Let's see if we see the same here.
But yeah, these are the kind of shots, just like Refresh with his 4K spray down, it just reminds you of who you are and what you are capable of in the server. Yes, there is a mammoth task ahead of you. Ouch. That one will leave a mark. And there's more. There's more where that came from. The snapping turtle equipped. Refresh brings it down and immediately meets his demise. Perfecto upgrades Tessus. No stranger to a duel, will have to get out of there, but shows face, just glancing down the lane as he looks to drive home the pain. It's a shot, it hits. Simple's just way more precise. Head rolls, as will the eyes of Heroic. Dicing with death on the AD, jiggles. Tessus knows there's a duel imminent.
Feels like we're picking up where we left off with these T-halves, just waiting for mistakes from the CT side, the overcommits, the aggressive maneuvers.
He's only got 4 bullets in that.
That's all he needs.
Okay.
No head armor on the other side, still ripped through that Kevlar, no dramas as you like here as bomb to be scooped up, Pack. Peering over towards this B side, this is the fight they need to get past here. If Simple cracks the head of Tessus, then they're on the way in. Here
It's
in
just
the utility.
a pistol, and that's exactly what Simple makes it look like. One last hope, one slight glimmer at the end of a murky tunnel. It would be that investment out of Stown.
Yeah, cave smoke, deep smoke as well. Bomb will go down, but here's the deal. Over there on Inferno, they had a round like this where they held the Famous, they held the Scout, and they actually won the follow-up round when they shouldn't have. So let's see, do Heroic want to linger around for a kill or two extra, or do they just want to save their goodies, take them home, and pack them up for another round? Stown with a shot or two is going to give over that position. And now on the hunt is Boomich. Makes the fight, and can't convert onto Stown here, trying to stay alive, 4 points of health, but the fight is coming. Bit will finish him off, and they won't get the hold onto their goodies. So a big difference from the last time rounds is Heroic not holding onto that rifle to ply its trade into the following. Seems unlikely Heroic will be able to convert the next round of play. Cadian still wants to hold on to this, and should be far enough away at this point. So a clean start from Na'Vi again, the pistol with the conversion. That's par for the course, right? We've been here before.
Yeah. Beautiful. I wonder how familiar it has been for Na'Vi plugging in the mouse and keyboard. Our reigning champions. The PGL Stockholm Major 2021. Feels like yesterday.
Yeah, this one's come quick. I'm sure Na'Vi would love to add another major trophy to that cabinet. The second for Simple, second for all of them. Top mid smoke, Infinity Molly in play, and more diligent utility as they just clear out close mid. Not going to take any chances right here as Simple trying to get into the action. We know the chips are down. One man steps up, one man gets stuck in. Space taken across the map for Na'Vi. They're working with a lot of room here, mid-control, B lane, even a little bit of a linger in towards Cave, so no dramas for them in the early stages of this round. It's just about working out, is there a stack from Heroic? Do we have to deal with these pistols packed together?
Love that smoke out of Boomich.
They just have to rumble this hold right here. Shouldn't be too many problems.
Yeah, he gets his speckles up. I don't think he's too interested in committing to that alone.
Well, now that's their coffin, isn't it? You can see them taking this space on towards A. The rifles, once you get over in towards that site, over towards platform, don't worry about it. They're flashing through. They're trying to take the fight, but Na'Vi don't want to put themselves in the open. More smoke stifling this, and Electronic in the back will take out Katie and starting to deal with his eco now as another kill to come through, and problem solved for Na'Vi here.
To the full clean sweep. 5 hearts still beaten, 5 weapons they don't need to buy.
They couldn't have a better opportunity right now going into the first gun round. It's not like there's SMGs, it's a Famous and a Galil, sure, but you can operate with those up against the buy for Heroic now, and Cadian, no doubt about it, had his absolute best map of the tournament so far on Inferno. If he can keep that up, if he can be dynamic with the AWP right here on the CT side of a map like Ancient, he can be the difference maker for his team. And into the buys. Electronic can be huge running out mid.
He's going for a bit of a biff.
There it is.
Ballsy out of Shush. And Electronic puts him in his place. But where there's smoke, there's usually fire. Electronic ignites onto the double. Boomich is gone as well. He takes one from the grave though, Stown. Licked on down, Tessus makes a round out of this still.
Oh.
Cadian's found another.
2-on-2.
That was supposed to be a Na'Vi collection, and still 90 seconds, we're thrown into a 2v2 mid-round.
Yeah, some big questions to ask here. There was aggression mid, that was about it. In terms of the space that Na'Vi have, Heroic do not know, but in these situations, the gamble's great.
Oh.
Tessus the pick top mid, Electronics down. Bit in a 1v2 situation.
How does this go so wrong so fast?
Need to be careful here, Bit. Footsteps might be heard. Tessus is in an aggressive position.
He's doing everything.
Yeah, he's cutting off at the pass here, Tessus. This is a massive round from him.
He's done it all. And he will finish. Wow. What a recovery out of the Danes there. Tessus just flying that Heroic flag at the top of mid. It looked so good. Electronic, 2 entries. This was Cadian's we missed. Aggressive in the A-halls, brings the AWP to Perfecto and face to palm. Not a fun feeling, I'm sure.
It's a 2v4 right there. That's a massive round to win early here. The Heroic, they didn't pick up a round in similar fashion in that first half. They won a 3v5, right? They had that Tessus clutch as well, but that wasn't on the CT side.
But look, undaunted, after losing both of their lives, Refresh and Shush, they want to try again, and this time Simple doing the flashbang dance, and he does get nothing. Oh, and around the smokes, Down heating up as well. He brings the fight to them. Cadian with a bit of an open window on stage. Getting windy. Boomich decided he might try and take this B side. His refresh at least goes one and done. A competitive round still, and it looks like it may slow down in pace. The map is your oyster.
Plenty of time again, so a different pace about this one. The gun rounds over there on Inferno, they were slow, they were feeling each other out. This time they're taking the fights, they're getting stuck in. And this puts Na'Vi in a 2-on-3 situation right here. Shush only operating with a Deagle right now, would love to get something a bit bigger in his hands, but those options are few and far between with where he currently resides, trying to thread the needle. Bit and Boomich. They have found the gap, but can be responded to quite quickly. Kit's in play, Smoke as well. The post-plant situation for Na'Vi here is going to be absolutely everything.
Yeah, Boomich seems switched on to the potential for an A-Hall's linger. No one home. Still Shush. Oh, finding a weapon. So it favors Heroic on a site that's certainly not too difficult to find a way in. But that's when Boomich and Bit aren't in the server. Oh, snappy out of Shush. And Bit demanded to clutch. Heroic process of elimination will soon dictate as to where he resides. Misses his first chance, eyes on that as he fully unloads his mag. They will try and close the gap. 5-second defuse, and he's been held at bay. Just in the nick of time, Heroic prevail.
They're looking really calm and collected here, Heroic. This isn't the same team who are constantly pushing, taking fights, hoping info works out there. Once they get themselves in an established position, they're sitting back. So that's 2 rounds, 2 tidy rounds in a row, a 2-on-4, and then closing down a 3-on-2 advantage situation. They have massive gun rounds for Heroic to win early here. Na'Vi get the plant, they keep their cash in a position where they can consider a purchase, and well, yeah, it is Na'Vi. They are going to follow through in that promise. But they're just not ready for some of these aggressive maneuvers of Heroic there. The aggro mid push, the playing around the smokes over towards B. The door smoke lands as we get into round number 6 here.
I still can't believe they lost the double electronic mid frag. Thanks to Tessus.
Yeah, you're not going to get that every day of the week. And look at this.
Oh, wow, Heroic really are geeking it out. They're playing to the optimal potential this roster has, and with such a big opponent in front of them.
Look at the cluster they have in this position. Electronic ripped one away, needs to get away with his life, and he does. Electronic in mid has been perfect, and now they're into B.
Yeah, Tessus has let him in, calling for Stown, but he's staring at smokes. They have the space. Can they win this race? They have that advantage. It gets bigger thanks to Boomich. Another body added to the list, and the rest condemned to save. Now that is a spotless T round.
You have to thank Electronic here, right? He was great for them over there on Inferno as well. Remember some of those T rounds where he'd get opening kills walking into A, this time in mid. And speaking of Electronic, here he is again. Another one hits the deck. Just down, stands in towards mid. The fight is coming on all fronts. Perfecto with the Tech 9 is going to blow him away. Beautiful stuff for Na'Vi to bounce back. This is the T side right here of Ancient. They're up to 4, and this is early stages. The money for Heroic now in question. So staying stubborn on the buys, Na'Vi will break through.
Some Anubis fans in the crowd.
This is the thing, the Dust were talking about Bit being relatively quiet there on map 1 of Inferno, but if Electronic can step up and fill the gap that he's no longer providing, might be all they need. Class act is Electronic, his Bit is going to take a bit of space here.
I mean, do you really think that that Inferno loss has the capacity to get under Na'Vi's skin?
I think it'd be 1 map down, and ooh, know that you need a battle forward. Boomich blind gets 1. TK as well, problems for Heroic. They're going to mop this one up. It is just refresh, but yeah, look, this is the thing, to be 1 map down and know that you have to be flawless on the next 2. That's a problem. It's a pressure situation. It's do or die, and it's Heroic, right? Everybody seems to have a bit of a problem with Heroic, or more so Cadian, so that's always going to get to them. The way that they lost those clutches as well, the Tassus clutch that they lost, the Cadian clutch, they all add up. Yeah. If you continue to lose those type of tilt rounds, this is the new Na'Vi, but it's Na'Vi, still susceptible to a little bit of tilt every now and again.
Yeah, some people on the internet can't seem to believe it, but they are human beings.
Yeah, that's wild, right? As we all feel a little bit of that. Simple having a conversation is going to get the last kill, and well, picks up that AWP to carry on through to the next round of play. So perfect for Na'Vi now. This is fantastic. Now you have to remember, the core of Heroic have gone up against the core of Na'Vi 9 times. They've only bested them once.
Oh.
The most recent battle they had over there at the RMRs, where the pressure was not at an all-time high like this. Not an elimination game, Just an opportunity to get through 3-0 and lock yourself in for the Legend stage.
Right.
Yeah, just a little...
Just business.
Yeah,
just business.
Exactly. So for Na'Vi in this situation, they know that they have that edge. For Heroic, this is a massive test. Map 1 is great, but to now follow through on Ancient and then Nuke, this could be the turning point for this team. This would be a new opportunity to show the leash of life that is available for this Heroic roster. They were primed coming into this. The roster's been together for a long time. They have a deep playbook. It's just about this experience, and it's about putting it in the right place.
Say what you want. It is admirable. Forged in the pits of adversity, Heroic stepping up. One to the good. Na'Vi required to be perfect in the reverse sweep to secure that semi-final.
They had to extinguish their own molly right there, Na'Vi. A bit of a flood running through the doors. So some errors here as far as utility goes, but Boomich wants this space. He is going to get it. He has backup as well here.
That's early from Stown. Leaping at the opportunity as Boomich gets across, however, announcing his presence, which may activate some of these taps. Threads the needle.
Got to be careful about walking into these spams. There's paper thin right in there.
Diligent is perfecto. You could hear a pin drop here on Ancient. It's the Crickets. Most noise. That's a huge flash. Great reactions, though. Perfecto keeps himself alive, preserves the 5-on-5. Activating his bit. Look, he's going through electronic and bit up to no good.
It's a lot of space. Time's going to become the bigger issue here for Na'Vi, but they have the rotations of the map under their control.
Oh, opportunity. A quick jiggle, a slither of CT. Stown maintains his control, but look at this pair.
We're sub 30 seconds here.
It's rare to see such a immaculate execution of the flank, and he lets it slip. Cadian knows now. Cadian hitting 2. And now to try and stop the plan is Stown. 10 seconds if he hits this wallbang. Boomich is foiled. A second too late. Bit handed a 1v3. Asked to come up clutch again, shying the first opportunity here on Ancient. Heroic are searching for him, and they have combed the area successfully. Gap will close, a 2-round deficit.
That's remarkable right there. I'm just bigging up Electronic, saying how good he is in big games. The fact that he gets the flank off and flubs the line, giving him something to remember.
That was a 30-bullet spray down.
Yeah, well, bullets in the body here. The mental warfare continues. But that is a round that should have been Na'Vi's. Cadian hits 2 massive shots. We were focused on the flank right there, but they had to run up long. So this is the kills from Cadian to deny. There's 17 seconds as the first kill gets made, and the flick on back. Cadian is playing some good Counter-Strike here. And you're right, a 2-round gap, but Na'Vi can buy again. They can break Heroic. They can put them back into the washing machine of these CT buys. Eco buy. Nobody wants to be in that realm.
Yeah, and it rides on this. You can see there's a clear game plan outlined from the spawn. Boomich has given his marching orders. Cadian staying dynamic. It's what you'd want from your CT side AWP. He's calling his troops as well to assist in surveying the perimeter. And that you can see in the hands of Perfecto is designed with Tessus's name engraved on the side of it. He is blind, but what a shot onto Cadian. That was an AWP. And Boomich makes him look silly. Mid is held, courtesy of Refresh. One of the hardest and most demanding roles is this of Stown, holds cave firm. And Na'Vi, the clock hasn't been on their ally at all times on this T side, and Bit loses everything on his first poke, his first prod.
It's still on Shush here, the rotation's far away. Shush needs to lock this one down.
They've got nothing left, Chad. Absolutely nothing. 24 points of health. And a dream. Oh, even less. Even less, a bit more shrapnel, but still their hearts beat. There's a tendency to overthink in these rounds. Crowd trying to will them across the line. It's simple. Takes the first step in that direction. Damage. Sprays that down. He's so low. And they find the bomb, I think, just in time. Just in time. Heroic recover it.
This is the thing with Heroic right now. They're not looking flustered at all, right? They're staying very, very calm in these situations. They're not rushing the retake. They're not just running in without clearing their corners. They're doing it as a unit. They're doing it as a team. I would suspect the comms right now for Heroic are an all-time high, right? They're staying very clean about these situations. And that started with the opening over towards B. It felt like a lifetime ago because the round was drawn out, but they had fantastic B lane retake utility. They mollied over the top towards the pocket position. The flash was great onto Tessus, and the shot onto Cadian was even better. But Stown getting one back on Boomich, having lane control means they can start to rotate on over a little bit quicker. They even drop back towards the site. It was Shush getting the kill onto Bit. That's a one-on-one. Bit did not wait for the rest of his team to get there to trade. Fortunately, they get in and they're able to take him down. They get the bomb down. It keeps them in a position where a little bit of cash comes in through for Na'Vi and the buy. But Heroic, they did a good job of dealing with this because there's multiple fronts they had to deal with. An individual stepped up. Refresh here. The X factor for the team with 3 massive kills. Secures the 4th and makes it a one-round game. RV, they don't want to let this one get too far away. They understand the finances on the other side. They can stay threatening. They can keep the foot on the throat right here. 5 rounds in the T-half is great already. Anything that they can add on top is going to be fantastic. And if they win a round like this, they can get maybe 2, maybe 3 rounds out of it.
A lot to hinge on this round right here.
Sound.
Simple. Bringing it to him. And down he goes, down. Shuts down the star of the show. Early doors. Refresh happy to play passive now because Stown has taken matters into his own hands. Takes down another member of Na'Vi, another luxury. You can pull all your resources back. Lock the doors.
We saw Na'Vi win a 3-on-5 over there on Inferno, but this is going to be even more difficult to do. The T side here of Ancient, notoriously difficult. Test us with information, that's the name of the game in scenarios like this. Play for info, play the crossfires, play with your teammates, fortifying this defense right now and dropping a smoke to block them on out. 50 seconds remain on the clock. Na'Vi can buy their time. There is no rush about this, but do they want to give this one a crack or do they want to hold on to what they have? They're still in a forward position.
There is enough utility to make a substantial attempt. And making no secret of their arrival. Nades in, steps 2. Blind and swinging. Great opener out of Boomich. And they're staring at smokes. They might get away with this. Tessus has shut down Boomich. Favors Heroic so heavily. Bit trying to hit some headies. Would need way more than where that came from. Being played with, toyed with by Tessus. Running out of chances, still flicked in! No bullets! The 180 for survival! Hoping and praying Tessus gets nervous, but there you have it, Heroic. They weather the storm.
Yeah, really just playing with Bit there. The jiggles making it impossible for him to hit that headshot that he's known for. Makes it interesting. The bomb goes down again. Na'Vi continue to be threatening here, but Heroic are dealing with it. They've tied things up 5-5. But virtue of these plans, Na'Vi can stay threatening throughout. I think the Vitality cheering squad's running out of energy here, Alex. You know, it's been 2 days, a lot of cheering.
Did you not hear them?
They weren't cheering just there, were they?
Well, we had the full ridiculous cacophony of Na'Vi during that round. They definitely have stepped it up. And looking to do the same was Refresh, because he just flirted with the idea of bringing some early presence up lane.
Well, it's the same game here from Na'Vi. They want this aggression to come on through so they can retake the territory and isolate some of these Heroic defenders. But it's not the biff early, right? It's not Electronic running out mid anymore. It's not the space that they'd worked with before. As another smoke lined up, Electronic is going to deny that vision. But look at this stack that's set up. They have all the vision they require, and even a missed smoke. Molly lands, but there's no threat behind it. The flash is good, but look at this. Heroic aren't backing down. They're not giving this territory over. Utility's not enough to push them back as Electronic gifted a bit more utility here to throw it out. Bit needs to get something done on his adventure as they try and force some rotations.
It does look like something's being bought here. Stown has got a lot resting on his shoulders and his life here. Round 11. Refresh has a wish, and it's been shortened by Electronic.
He's been great in middle. Another kill for him. Given the number advantage across here, but Na'Vi, they're not committing to anything just yet. They played with these rotations. Heroic have been back and forth. They can regroup the forces here and execute onto a site. Trade out efficiently. It is going to be Shush to deal with this.
Na'Vi have gotten into the site 3 rounds in a row. Lost it though.
Just Shush here.
Yeah, he's got so much to deal with. Snapped by Bit. A neck breaker onto the Dane, and that is enough to bring that round through.
But this is the thing, right? With 5 rounds as your base already, and the fact that they keep planting, that is a key. That is a key, but it's difficult for Heroic to stop them. It's difficult for them to stop them getting the bomb down. And in this situation, Na'Vi continue to be a bit of a threat. They continue to post rounds, and 6 is perfect here, but if they can rip all these guns away, the Tech 9 of Boomage, it's found one. Stound now on notice in towards Cave, and he can call across the rest of his troops here. If Boomage wants the boys to rip away the guns, they have plenty of time to do so. Bomb halfway gone, and I think he just wants to pick up a rifle of his own, so thinking better of a hunt in this situation is Boomage. Letting Heroic hold on to these rifles.
There's few that do it quite as consistently as Electronic in middle. It's a role often assigned to someone, a safe pair of hands, and I think he is the embodiment of it.
Yeah, and this is the thing. This is not playing out at the traditional pace that I think a lot of people are used to with Ancient.
Yeah.
Right? It can be slow at times, but most people would have the conversation this is a heavily CT biased map. By Na'Vi taking the pace out, allowing the aggressive utility of Heroic to be dumped towards middle and B lane, then that doesn't leave them a whole lot for the mid to late rounds. And especially with the economy game that's being played right here. Heroic, if they went for a round like that, they lost everything. Their loss bonus is pretty low, right? It was 1,400 coming into this round, 1,900 into the next. So they're not in a great place, and you can see that reflected in the buy now. Na'Vi are doing a fantastic job here, and every round that gets posted, Heroic might be feeling like they're struggling, but this is aggressive. This is a change. Again, they want this control.
Na'Vi happy to let you have it initially. But 6 already affixed to their name. Pressure applied in droves from this T side, and they still haven't had any friction.
Too many positions for Shush to worry about their ledge. Boomage could always swing on out. The push through mid is possible too, and control will be taken. This is where we might need a Heroic classic, right? Something a little bit outside of the box, something as a unit, something a bit more risky. Because Na'Vi are currently out positioning him here, and look at this. Starting to work on a bit of information back on Heroic. They're going to call this clear.
Yeah, but the messenger may not arrive in time.
Cadian's got the perfect weapon for the job for this here, Alex.
Certainly has. Rotate to be held at bay by Boomage. He's gone and sprayed down Tess as Cadian is in position, but loses his head. As Bit loses his mind, pops a heady. Shush tries to claw one back, and surely you don't go for it.
Try and pick up this AWP if you refresh here. I don't think Bit's going to allow it. Fortifying this AWP, making sure that they can't scoop it up and carry it through to another.
Yeah, candle lit in memoriam of that AWP.
Look at this defensive smoke they've just thrown from mid. Simple's going to grab that. Bit is going to steal away the AWP. Heroic just threw out the smoke from middle to try and allow Refresh to push through and pick it up in the grey screen, and he's trying to do that now. Refresh.
What is going on?
Oh, that's violent.
Oh, that's more like it, I guess.
Yeah, well, making sure he doesn't get away with anything at all right there. Refresh will be denied. It's just going to be Shush to save. And 7 now for Na'Vi.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, this is a vibe change. This is definitely Na'Vi getting back in control of this. Fantastic T-half already. Anything more that they add, if they get 8, if they win out the half, this is their map and we're headed to Nuke. There is very few possibilities for Heroic to get back on in after they lose this. G2 fans still out in full force. The team couldn't be here, but they clearly are.
That is one of the many defining characteristics of a Counter-Strike fan. The capacity to cheer for the Counter-Strike. G2 embodying that. And we do see our second tactical just elapsed there. That's Heroic just trying to solve this mystery.
Well, here's the conversation that's had with the loss bonus of 1900 that Na'Vi know. Do they go for a save or do they go for a buy? You saved 1 and 4. In this sense, 9 out of 10, actually I would say 9.9 out of 10, that you would go for a save in this situation, right? You would go for a save and then you'd go for a buy into that next round of play when the loss bonus is there. But by doing so, you put all the eggs in the basket of Shush to find the impact, and you likely give over an 8th round to Na'Vi here. All they have to do is avoid this M4, avoid tripping over their shoelaces, and Na'Vi are going to win out the half on their map choice. Fantastic stuff for them in the early stages here.
Yeah, I'm sure this will be a demo. Many teams setting their sights on Ancient may review a T side who've managed to look like they dictate the pace. And Boomich has found another immediately at the start of this one. Cadian looking to make one squeal, but between the wickets with that Zeus.
There's the rifle gone, that's the round done. Cleaning house. Na'Vi looking good now, just 2 more bodies here as Perfecto staying diligent, cops a dink but gets the kill. Tessus in the grave and it's just Refresh to try and save. 2400 is about to come on through, so they will be looking for a buy here, but Refresh, what's the best he could hope for? Probably not a lot. He can hear these footsteps coming, bounding forward, looking for him, trying to rip the rifle.
It's a nice elevation, it might be hard to clear. Oh, Perfecto does adjust quickly. Now aware and relaying the information. Look at that map. The entire Na'Vi squad wants to take it away. Extend your suffering. And that they have.
This is the thing, the last 3 rounds of play have been really good for Na'Vi. Had 5 staying alive in 2 of those 3 rounds. So this is fantastic. Their economy now starting to really bolster here. You got a couple of players just under that 10K mark. So this is fantastic. You could be looking at a 10-5 T-half on Ancient. Real last opportunities for Heroic with rifles in their hands. The door smoked through. Disrespect this time. Na'Vi coming through.
But here comes Cadian. Catapulted from his teammate's head. And breaks 2 dead. No, 1.5 through the boards. Tessus finishes what his leader started. Now that is some success. Heroic have been struggling to find anything off these aggressive maneuvers. Now they've got themselves a man advantage early in pursuit of a 6th. Just 3 components now of this Na'Vi machine, still trying to find a way to whir into action. It's down, denies bit. Boomich, a compulsory trade. A house divided now for Na'Vi.
Still possible here. Tessa's on a bit of an island right now. Has to be very careful how he wants to proceed. Doesn't have any help whatsoever, and Shush, if he goes down on this fact-finding mission, the round will be wide open. But as he continues to push forward, calls it clear. Electronic might get caught off guard by this.
Yeah, it's a question of Tessus as well. Oh, long-range spray.
Real problems now. B is open for business. This is a big issue for Heroic. You can't lose a round like this. You fought hard. You had the trades in the opening stages go your way. You cannot let Na'Vi rip this one out of your hands.
It was their round for the taking, and now it is them divided. Picking up the pace, Shush. Can't contest, but they may strike in unison. And they do. Refresh. Bests, boom. Electronic looking to secure the 1v2, but Refresh holds on. Again, he stands stalwart. On a map back-to-back from Inferno to Ancient, he seems to have held his own and held his nerve. Looking to retrieve an AWP. And any goodies that may linger.
Yeah, they had to win that one, right? They worked hard in the opening stages. The trades were going in their favor. Stown gets 1, goes down. And that's important for them to pick this round up. They can still keep this to a 1-round deficit, right? Going into the second half of play, win the pistol. They can put themselves on the board here. Maybe they can show us a thing or 2 on their T side. But Na'Vi are definitely in the driver's seat of this map. At this point, it is their map to lose. When you get 8 rounds on the T side of a map like Ancient, you should be walking this one across the line. Both teams can buy here for the final round of play. No dramas there, and it's full buys. Everything you want, kits are in play, utils there. No dramas whatsoever as the mid-util dropped. Previous round, Na'Vi went with a bit of pace. They tried to have a bit of a gear shift. It didn't work out for them as so many flashes dumped towards mid.
Like 4 flashbangs. And look at that. For a head-to-head, Cadian actually clips the wings of Simple. But it's hot now. Still hits the flick. Huge contribution out of Cadian. Run down by Bit, and the bomb spotted. The Star one-shotted, 17 HP for Simple to try and continue to maneuver. Last round, closing the gap would certainly be a recovery of sorts from Heroic. 8's great, 9's a whole lot better. And Cadian's given them a platform by which they can secure it.
Look at all the nades left over for Na'Vi here. They can do whatever they want. Still 60 seconds left on the clock. Any of the executes are possible. Got a bit of room to work with here, but the biggest issue is mid right now. This forward position of Shush. If he gets a kill, he can change the tide of this round here for Heroic.
Nice off angle, not one to be immediately. Oh,
great flash.
So blind.
The util has been on point for Na'Vi throughout.
Everyone working towards a common goal. Perfecto does go down though.
That's two. They've been straight in towards A here. It's all on refresh. He lines them up. He knocks down two. It's just one to find. Electronic in a 1-on-3.
That is a problem, a big problem thanks to refresh. The solo hold, and he lines up two. I think he caught a wind of Tessus. Electronic, not to be underestimated in a 1 versus 3 clutch on the stage. He's got a little bit of time to flirt with, and he's coming in. Refresh down, 1 to go, and Electronic knows. 9 seconds, Chad, he has to plan. He has to plan. Pulls a bluff! Beautiful! Truly unbelievable! He gets off the bomb! A second to spare, and Electronic pulls the 9th out of nowhere for Na'Vi! Unbelievable! That was a guarantee! And I'm seeing stars, hold on a second.
What an absolute monster. He opened this up with that kill there off the back of the flash. The 1-on-3 situation after refresh. Lines him up, knocks him down. Knows he needs to find the fight.
2. He had 3 seconds, Chad.
This is the thing, on the jump, he gets spotted still planting, thinks it's done, thinks it's dusted the flames there at his feet, and he converts. Electronic stepping up on the stage and puts Na'Vi close to converting their map now on the CT side, the easier side of the two. You heard what Simple had to say about this in the earlier stages of the tournament here. Let's see how quick they can convert. This would be 4 from 4 pistols here for Na'Vi, and they're looking to get this one done, looking to take it to Nuke.
Testing their metal into the Hurt Locker, Surge 3 Danes. And the gatekeeper, hot from the previous, is still overwatching. What a shot! It's down. Opens up with first blood drawn onto Simple, no less. Information relayed. Space seized. That's why you put the PT-50 in his hands.
Yeah, so much room right now for Heroic here. So many options available as well. Na'Vi are the ones on the back foot on this pistol around the first. They could be losing the series so far. 2 spotted.
Heroic would love a pistol to overcome a monstrous T-half out of Na'Vi.
Lots of problems for Na'Vi here.
First step taken in the right direction, Shush. He has got his full jester hat, waving, saying, come and get me, and look at what it's created. A wide open B bomb site. Cadian's already caught the rotation, and still they're hunting Shush. He has played his role to perfection. Just sold them down the river there, Chad.
Yeah, running rings around them right now. Na'Vi, don't know where to look. It's down to grab another. Boomich in the dirt, and it's just Electronic here, the hero on the way into the half. There's no way he wins a round like this, out of position. 5 to find, no time. And Heroic, a big pistol round to win here on this T-half. They had a really good game plan there on the T-half of Inferno. If they can do anything similar right now on Ancient, we might have a game. But as I mentioned earlier, this should be Na'Vi's map to confirm. Be quite a showing for the Danes here if they were to take this one in 2. Be mounting a massive comeback. But that's the first step in the right direction. Ten-round streak for Na'Vi on this map, right? And when you have a T-half like that, you're looking to convert and make it your 11th consecutive. You go through the laundry list of those scouts to pick up 10 maps in a row. Heroic's one of those names. I know that they're comfortable against the Danes in this territory. That's why they've picked it. That's why we're here.
Man, you have to reinvent yourself a little. Smoked off. Refresh, the leader of the pack with the littlest gun.
No early fight, so they'll give them the space. Playing for info here, Perfecto. Caden already getting across towards the Tetris box. Has a lot of room to work with here. The fight's going to come his way.
Same angle, same result. A repeat of the pistol, perhaps. They chose to invest, chose to try and defend for the second round conversion.
Yeah, you're not getting that FAMAS back anytime easy.
Couple of exposed heads.
This is the right call.
Boomic is one of them. He's going to pop like a watermelon if he meets that Mach 10. Whoa, never mind. Boomic still plucks him from the skies with only the P250.
They should hold on to this, right? They get the Famous back. They can drop that across into the next round to play. Just hold on to what you have. Give them the round. Allow them to have 8. No dramas here for Na'Vi. Right, still plenty of rounds to be played here. But this is great stuff from Heroic, right? They're not rushing it. They're doing it as a unit. The calls are bang on in the early stages of this one here, and the aim is on point, right? Hitting a couple of nice shots. And one of the issues that Na'Vi had within that first map of Inferno on their CT side, how often did it feel like they had a full buy? Every round or every second round, they had MP9s, UMPs, Famouses in the mix. And if you can keep Na'Vi in that same position where they don't have full buys, Boomic is always on an MP9, maybe Bit has a Famous instead of that M4. That's where they're going to come into some bigger issues here. Hey, will be confirmed for Heroic now. 1 round game at this juncture. And this is class from Heroic. It's not the most explosive Counter-Strike. It's not in your face, but the way that they are playing, it's that chessboard again. They're stepping up when they need to, and this is their most important game. Na'Vi are the true test in this bracket here for Heroic. Lying in wait will be Ents for that semi-final affair. Held on to their goodies. Let's see if Na'Vi can put their dugs in the right place here to convert with that save Famous and the pistols around it.
Electronic forgot his weapon. Been gifted a pistol to try. I will reiterate, this one set up on a silver platter for the 9th round. Heroic, they have the guns.
This is so risky.
They're walking towards the lion's den. Never to be underestimated is Simple.
Perfectly timed. That's all the U2 has dumped. They just dropped 1 smoke towards Cave. That's going to stall out Heroic here. Sure, plenty of time on the clock to regroup and regather, but they used a lot of utility there. Still have a couple of smokes left over, a couple of mollies to work with here, but these pistols, if they get in the right place, they can be potent. Time, if it starts to become an issue, Heroic could find themselves in some dramas here.
You can see the pivot. Smoke towards the temple position, but Bit looks to take a couple upon arrival. Just a couple would be brilliant. Hard to track. Pesky bounce. He leaves with nothing. A quick one out of the P250. Electronic desperate to whittle away further. And it is Simple's Famas. Na'Vi with quite a foreboding presence now as the bomb does go down the flank. Look at this. A track, a tag, and a headshot. And Astound has found 2 in quick succession. Heroic trying to hold on. The rope is slippy. Na'Vi pesky, now just the one. And they know where he's coming from. A great first headshot from Boomic. But they stand and bang. Side by side, they ride to the 9th.
And they smile with that one. Stown with that double. Massive stuff from him. Bails them out. A gap in the smoke that could have been Heroic's undoing. That would have been Na'Vi's way back in. You could see chipping away Electronic. Simple finds the gap too. But they're able to make sure they don't go down. That would have been dire. You can see just there on the fade. That's the double from Stown. Massive stuff from him and continues to battle forward.
A team effort. Heroic nearly walked straight into the jaws of Na'Vi there.
Guns are out now. This is where it heats up. Fighting forward, Caden. He wants to take the fight, and he's gone down to nades. Utility alone will be his demise.
Oh, taking some risks down. He wanted to be the playmaker. He's just the bullet catcher. Limping now towards that inevitable defeat. Refresh.
They're in.
Asking some questions of that statement. Boomic is tucked in. The uncleared angle. A couple of wallbangs. They do connect, but the bomb now planted safe. They need to try and find a frag. Oh! Tessus 1.5. Tessus, he may have done something special there because Simple's ears are ringing. And Electronic's already gone down. It's only the 2 of them now. Simple and Bit. And look at this. Look at this from Shush. Finishes off what Tessus had started. And now Na'Vi counting on Bit.
Chasing Ghost.
He's so loud. And they know it should be a spray, and that is 10. 3 out of Refresh. It was down with a triple in the previous. Every single member has delivered on this second map, and now Na'Vi in shambles.
This is trouble now, right now for Na'Vi. This is big issues. That was a 3-on-5 situation, opening towards mid, opening towards cave. They still lose the round. The gap from Refresh, the push that he made, the balls that he had to go for a play like that. That's the only reason they get into that round. Refresh is stepping up when the team needs him most. Had a rough tournament so far, but it doesn't matter when you're in the quarterfinals, when you're taking on Na'Vi. They're going to limp in, a bit of a half buy here and a change. This is the AKs. They're going to use their range right now. Heroic are making some big calls.
Oh, this is fast. Look at the contrast. He's already in. Just as vision's restored. Your eyes may fade to black at the hands of Heroic. Staring at smokes and flashbangs. The whole squad is here for both teams. And still not a body has dropped. Look at that, they're mollying CT. Spawn, Chad. But Electronic has caught Cadian. Over the donut smoke, I believe.
Bomb's not down yet. That's a bit of an issue here.
Look at this. I've never seen it. 4 Ts in Temple.
They could back off. They could make a bit of a odd play here, Heroic. I know they have so much space to work with. They're hoping the fights come their way. But Electronic, giving them the room. You're going to have to make a bit of a chop and change right now, Heroic.
You can't stay here forever. Spotting out another. Simple, humble. Re-smoking, this is a sign of a commit, but look at that. Something to play with. A toy added to the toy box of Electronic. Perfecto resides. They're going for a fake out. They want to try and draw anything left out of Na'Vi. Separating Perfecto. Claws it back into the 4-on-4. Time-sensitive mission now, and still Bits a problem. They've chopped and changed the weapons. He can throw some heavy 50 caliber rounds from his pistol. Still stands strong, stalwart, on the swivel is Shush.
Trying to go big.
Not ready for the deagle. Saved by Refresh there. That nearly really spiraled.
What a crazy call. Take the bomb through Temple, try and go CT spawn towards B, but it works for Heroic. They get so much space, they wait for the fight, they take them with the AKs, they use them at range, and they actually wait for their own smokes to fade before they get that one done. But Heroic up to 11 now.
Yeah, that felt like a bit of a rule breaker.
Look, it was the right call to make against the pistols, and they found all the space, but it got dicey when Electronic found that first kill.
They are on fire on the T side.
This is the moment that Simple needs to step up. He's got this AWP out now. This needs to change for Na'Vi. They're down 2 rounds. CT side of map, and they're backs against the wall. They're 1 map down. Their map choice. Tournament life on the line. Defending major champions here are under the pump. Heroic. They're bringing it to him.
They haven't got a single defensive round on the map. They haven't lost in 10 ancient showings. And through the boards, boom.
They found openings before, but they haven't been able to convert. This has to be the difference maker. Another 3-on-5. Before Refresh, he was the X factor, but he's in the grave. Somebody else for Heroic need to step on up.
It might have to be Bit to end and slap away this advance. Nice find from Electronic, and that's a Na'Vi remedy. 2 openings. Only Cadian with a chance to close. Simple says no. And that is the first. That is the first CT round for Na'Vi.
Need a couple more of those to start building this CT economy, build that bank up, and Heroic, I think they can smell blood in the water. They're going to take a timeout. They're going to have a discussion. The 3rd timeout for Heroic here. Get Exist on the mic, get him to confer with Cadian. Some big choices here.
Oh, yeah. Odd finances.
In this situation, Cadian would traditionally back himself in, but it's the T side of Ancient here. I don't know how he's going to operate with an AWP if he wants to go for that type of an option. He can, right? He definitely can. But where is he going to find that opening, right? When the gun rounds have happened, the 2 gun rounds that we've seen, they've been dealt a dud hand. They've lost multiple members early. Now here it is. Cadian, with his best map of the tournament on Inferno, trying to step on up and find the solution for the team. There are going to be a couple of purchases around this.
Antwerp trying to will this into a 3rd map. Heroic to spoil it all with a smile on their face while they do it.
The opener!
He's found it! Electronic flirting with aggression and rejected upon entry. That is a gift, Chad.
That's more than you could ask for. The opener within the first 10 seconds of the round right there. The in-game leader, he backed himself into the AWP. He found the kill he needed to, and now Na'Vi are the ones who have to solve this. They don't have enough money to work with in a situation like this. They haven't built the economy. They can't lose a round in this way.
And what's so punishing is that it's within the first 10 seconds. You have no answers. no answers for where Electronic used to reside and provide. So they're flying blind.
It's on the rookie here. I don't think we can call him that anymore.
Yeah, he's got a lot of util, Chad. I'm sure his premonition will dictate he starts dumping something soon, or will he sprint to aid what looks like a commitment into the bits. On in his sight, big burst, shushes Deagle, puts him down, tucks him in for an early bedtime.
Big problems for Na'Vi here. They haven't accounted for the refresh X factor in a round like this. Bomb's gone down. Time is ticking. Cadian with the power weapon. Refresh could have the round-winning play.
They're going to be so focused on the objective at hand. Retake the site. And it's Heroic, who starts strong. Full explode of his mag, and he does go down for it. Punished for the spray. And this is, didn't spot him. Oh! What a turn-up! A no-scope from Simple. That was supposed to be it. That was supposed to be 12. And now the defuse coming in. Cadian asking if he can get anything going. Na'Vi saying no. Can I see it again? Rewind the stream. Play it in slow-mo because Refresh had Simple dead to rights. But one of the highest sensitivities in the game, and it's just muscle memory destruction. The first, he's in temple, they say. Refresh, he activates, he chases, and Simple just destroys him.
Making a scene on everybody's screen. That's a heartbreaker from Simple right there.
Holy moly.
Staying alive, the orb's been saved. This one's not done yet.
What is Boomich doing? He's cooking up trouble. He's pulling out an alligator. Into the swamps of ancient creeps and alligator. He hit a banger before. Shush on the dig, beat out Bit. Keeping it conservative, Heroic in pursuit of glory in the next. Bomb plant, frags.
This is so threatening here.
No,
he's on an island.
It's just him. God, it's audacious. Legs to stone, poke, prod, try and keep the defenses up.
Big nade.
Scott, and again, they find the opener. Look at the damage he just did. The most effective nade, I think, this game. But it costs him his life. Does it cost him the round? Light guns. This is supposed to just be a plant. Could it really be a Heroic round? The alligator discussed the perfect weapon. What are they doing? Charging forward and just trying to bring the fight. Cadian asked to do the impossible, and yeah, averts his gaze for a second. Electronic, perfect timed for the engagement. That will put Na'Vi in control. And what went from 0 CT rounds, we now see 3 in consecutive fashion. Na'Vi take the lead.
But they're so threatening. They're still so threatening here, Heroic. The fact that they're able to find this weak point, they're heading over towards A, and look, Bit, that nade was great, but he still went down without anything. There were issues in a round like this. All the kills came in their way. This is Heroic playing outside of the box Counter-Strike, thinking if we catch Na'Vi off guard, and they almost did. Simple was blind, he looked away, lucky that he had bodyguards. His teammates were there to bail him out of a round after the heroics of his in the previous. This one's still got a couple of twists and turns left. Cadian back on him with another AWP. Na'Vi, no, they're not off the hook just yet.
Takes balls to go aggressive on a CT round with this much riding on it. Heroic know all too well. Every trick in the book from Tessus in pursuit of information. He leaves empty-handed.
They know they've been tested now. Look at the change up here in this CT defense. They put the biggest gun on campus right now to deal with any of the pressures the Bit has been feeling, because they have been able to get in, and how many times are they going to be able to retake that site? So changing up the defense here, Na'Vi, looking for their 13th, looking to take us to map number 3.
Good pace to this, flashing in, looking to test Cave. And Boomich, no issues, just re-peeks in, brings the fight. Na'Vi have an opener. And it's Down that wants to perhaps close. He's found the head of Perfecto. Walking in, walking tall, puffing up his chest, taking as much space as he can. There are flashes behind. That trajectory implies more. More on the way. Good shot out of Shush. How has he found Electronic? That keeps us level. But maybe just for a moment, so much information filling his eardrums. Boomage, how are they not? Ready! They are! Oh, they are, don't worry! Shush onto the head! Back and forth and one-on-one. This is nuts. Simple. Quick transfer of power back and forth. Did he spot the ball? 20 seconds.
Shush has heard this.
20 seconds! Oh! And he's done it! Shush with a couple of bangers in Antwerp. Boomage had the round in the palm of his hand. Shush just enough time to adapt. Impressive all round, but yeah, we're tied right back up. That's how he got electronic.
Yeah, it was a forward play for Info there. And Shush using his environment to his advantage in that situation. Simple with that kill, but he has no idea where Shush has gotten off to. I don't think he knew the bomb was down. The flick was almost on point in that situation here, but both teams, the money for both teams is in a rough spot. Both can get a buy back in. Both have some omissions in the purchases. But Heroic, if they could win a round like this, they're setting themselves up to try and steal this map away and 2-0 Na'Vi. This is a team they've had nightmares about.
But how often do you beat your nightmare in reality? They did it once at the RMR. This might be enough to get that demon out from under their bed.
This is the crucible for Heroic here. If they pick this up, if they defeat Na'Vi in this fashion, a whole new chapter in the Heroic book is opened. And a new gear for the team that we didn't know was possible.
On the prowl. Nades sail in, an exchange of utility. And it might be futile because it's Perfecto who sprays down 3. Monumental when he's needed. Perfecto delivers.
Questions to be asked here. Still problems.
Burn, Hurd, it's down. How has he slipped around? No one knows. No one knows. Now they do, and Simple relieves the pressure valve. Cadian, I don't even know if you got the time for funny business. But Perfecto just stands tall on that ramp.
Looked like it could have gotten out of control there as well. You could see that if he doesn't get 3 kills in that situation, they could scale onto the site. We've seen them before with a bit of pep in their step. Able to get some upgrades coming through a bit, gets himself an M4 there, and yeah, they do hold on to the AWP on the other side of things, but this is where the finances were an issue for both teams, right? The loss bonus for both teams, not great whatsoever. This is the situation for Heroic now where maybe they want to burn that final timeout, have that conversation, but here it is again, Perfecto. Shutting down 3, a massive spray down on the silent stem 4. Secures the round for his team, and they will burn the final timeout here, Heroic. The Danes know that this is still an opportunity with the saved AWP. Acadians found an opener for them. They just need to capitalize. Nobody's really been a slouch in this one. Stowns topping the scoreboard with 19. 14 apiece for the likes of Tessus and Refresh. 15 for Cadian and Shush with 12 to his name. But the crowd starting to get louder and louder here, knowing that Na'Vi could be taking us to that 3rd.
Could bring the operative word, Chad. Still isn't everything.
They've been made to work for this. 10 maps in a row for Na'Vi on Ancient.
Oh my God, you guys are amazing. All right, ride or die. The chips to the center. This is Heroic, putting it all on the line. And just full blind electronic and bit combined, and there's another walking into his line. Oh. Cadian bringing out the big one. And a suspicious smoke blooms in front of Donut. Bit, they know he is the A player. And he's in such a prime position to disrupt. Takes down the bomb plant. 2 remain, make it 1. Refresh gets nothing done. Only Cadian with a slight opportunity, and the first does connect, but he won't get many more. Spots out, building the picture, and already plucks another from the pack. Cadian making something out of nothing. He's got so much time, and now Na'Vi start to quake in their boots. Start to think it through. Looking for answers. And he'll keep them looking. They have the bomb. There is no doubt in Na'Vi's mind as to where that bomb and the last player will be eventually. 41 HP. Setup adjusted. Cadian. Right to the scope. He's chosen incorrectly for the nade, and that's perfecto. Na'Vi edge closer. They put a lot into that round, Chad, and it fell flat.
Yeah, you said chips into the center of the table here. Forced by behind the saved AWP, Cadian with almost the hero moment, almost resuscitating Heroic's T half here. That's how it started. The trade was fantastic from Cadian. The bomb getting denied, it could have spelled a completely different story over towards this A site, but this means that Heroic will likely concede 15 now, unless someone can step up. 15 more than confirmed as they look to rush B straight into Perfecto. He's found one, completely blind. Down with the trade, the B bomb side open for business. Boomich to respond. He's smoked off, they can get this down.
It's threatening, great shot. Whoa, Simple's heating up. Okay, someone take him down. Tessus does with the round surely ticking away. Down, he has been making some hero plays. But not today, folks. Nuke is a single round away. Na'Vi flustered, but they do not buckle. They came into this half, the defensive half, the favored half, and they conceded 5 on the trot. Couple of timeouts used well. Blade, the council of Na'Vi, putting their heads back on tight, and now it is 3 opportunities. 3 opportunities to close and secure that Nuke third map. Antwerp, you fancy a third map? Light peppering. Cadian on the receiving end. Progress now. A late smoke. Very nice, and using it to great success. A lot riding on Electronic for this territory.
You got to be careful with the sound cues here on the boost. Electronic could just spam you on down through the smoke, but they will dismantle and turn their attention elsewhere. Cadian, that was intentional. Right, it looked like what he did right there. What's that for? That is quite truly smoke and mirrors. It's part of the mind games. The forward positions, those sound cues are more than notable.
And that might lead.
Yeah, look at this, rerouting immediately. They've knocked on the door of A a couple of times. They knew that Simple had moved that AWP over there, so hoping to keep them guessing right now. Na'Vi, they look to batten down the hatches. There's a couple of gaps to be exploited here. Heroic do have a lot of room to work with. There's no early warning system on this. Operating in the dark here. Na'Vi are giving a lot of room to Heroic here for what could be the final round of play.
Understandably passive in nature.
Out of util and Na'Vi, just a couple of flashes. That's all they have to work with. Heroic have their final few pieces to put onto the board and look for this room. Surging forward now. Simple has a choice. Play behind it, play ahead of it.
Oh, good util, look. He's been denied, and now they can surge forward. Shush does clear the corner. Electronic was supposed to be the savior, and now the side is clear. The bulldozer of Heroic just flattens the defense. It's so satisfying to watch. Just nuanced details in order to keep the feet planted. Draw the util out. And the first of the 3 goes Heroic's way.
Yeah, going to force Na'Vi into a save here, and that's if they get to hold on to these guns. Wanting to get that AWP back, Cadian has been good to find some impact. Simple's already dealt with that problem, just needs to keep himself alive. Flash forward, shot, hit, and that is beautiful from Simple. Does deny that hunt, and hopefully wards off the rest of Heroic as Perfecto and Simple look to hold on to what they have. Their lost bonus bottom of the barrel here. Going to be hard for them to get an investment going. A couple of dropped guns, likely. But somebody will go missing into the next round of play for Na'Vi.
That util, the smoke and the flash combo, just saw how that completely nullified Simple's contributions for the rotate.
He had two choices there, right? And the thing is, if he was there a second or two earlier, he would have pushed through. He would have played ahead of that smoke, but because of the timing, had to play behind it. The kills coming in, that A bomb site getting rumbled, even though they had two players there, that was the bigger of the issues. But when you have two players on the site, you're expecting them to be able to lock that down. But just wrapped upon, denied, and Na'Vi purchased behind these saved guns. They want to get it closed down now. They lose this round, Alex, and the final round is going to be 1,900 loss bonus. They'll have nothing to work with in the last round of play. They have to win this one, or we could go to overtime.
The best opportunity to secure Nuke in this quarterfinal. Na'Vi are mapped down. One round is all they need, but Refresh has got other plans. He's opened up the B bomb site. That was the only sticking point. Wow, Simple is on one. He is looking furious, and he's missed his chance. Will go down, and Na'Vi, they may have to cut their losses. Bit takes one on the way out the door, but Refresh is the one that just kicks open the B bomb site.
Yeah, massive issues here. There's no way into a round like this. 3 to survive here for Heroic. Bomb planted, already ticking away. And Refresh, you have to sing his praises. 16 kills, but the amount of times he's walked into this B site, the rounds that Heroic have won in this game, they won a 3-on-5 off of Refresh, rocking that B bomb site open. He just walked in, 3 kills previously, and this time round, again, he's more than happy to take that heads-up duel against Perfecto. That's the entry they needed. Simple looked threatening there, but you can't call on him time and time again to get you a multi-kill to make these rounds possible. This is massive issues for Na'Vi now, and Heroic know it. Their finances are in the bin, getting broken this late on the CT side. It's a miserable place to find yourself, in Heroic, they're looking fired up to take this one to overtime.
You know, we were really praising the T-Hall of Na'Vi, Chad. They got 6 rounds. Heroic boast 8 on this T side. They just need the one more to take us to overtime, and that is a timeout. Well used. The second of the 4. Carried into overtime should we require.
The fact that they have so many timeouts left in their back pocket here shows that they haven't felt they're under the pump, but they clearly are. You have a blistering T-half from Na'Vi, and now Heroic are showing they can do exactly that. They pick up their first pistol round here in the series, and they go on that streak. And now, with the finances absolutely in the bin, the guns being juggled across, trying to work out how to work this buy out. The stars of the team here for Na'Vi look like they're all going to have rifles in hand to try and defend their honor and get this done 16-14.
Wielding the AWP and making a call that could define their result at the major. Cadian has a decision to make. Battle for mid control, one out by the Na'Vi utility. Stown progressing early, wants to take ledge and has done so unscathed.
This is quick,
lots of pace. Lots of space. I think they identified Na'Vi were giving them room.
And they continue to hit and knock on this door of Bit. This is his chance. This is it from Bit. The first is his. The pressure's coming. The molly's down.
Yeah, Tessus might be wise to give that the time. Immediately, Na'Vi start to rejig the setup. It's telegraphed. It's apparent. But Heroic not to be underestimated. That was the last smoke Heroic have to boast. And it's time, but already this advantage. Good nade, chips away. Trying to clear, they do go down to Bit again. This is his domain on the A site. But they have managed to get a little bit of leeway. Flash is good, Cadian safe. Time to pull the teeth of this 2v3 for OT. Or can Na'Vi secure Nuke right here? 2 clicks of the mouse, all it requires. And Stown goes down, there you go! Nuke secure! Na'Vi a test unlike anything they've seen before on Ancient. Heroic do make them sweat. But Na'Vi here and take us to the distance.
Extending that winning streak now to 11 consecutive Ancient wins. Na'Vi, they do it the hard way. All 30 rounds, massive plays required. But it doesn't matter anymore. They're moving to Nuke with a smile on their face. They have withstood the Danes. And they're back in this series.
And so is Bit. And so is Bit.
He needed that. He was tested on that A site time and time again. Finally, he stood up, right? There was multiple occasions where they came over towards that A site and knocked on his door, and he got one and done, if that. And this time round gets multiple kills, and they close it out. So Na'Vi sweat off the brow.
Yeah, you saw them send simple, send electronics, someone to help him. In the end, he just needs himself, that lovely hold for the last round of regulation, and they do secure it. My mind is awash with what the third map could look like. But before we do that, let's break down the second over at the panel.
An absolute emotional roller coaster, but Na'Vi, they survived the white knuckle ride. They were not going to let that man win streak go down without a fight, and man, Heroic, they brought more than I thought possible on that second half, but Na'Vi, they survived the brawl. That was an absolutely spectacular map, Maui.
That is the Ancient I want to see played.
You satisfied? Are you happy now?
Yes, I'm starting to come around to the map. That's what I want to see. You rarely see teams take that much initiative from the individuals, and you rarely see them put together plans on the fly that are as clean as what Na'Vi and Heroic did there. That was some excellent top-tier Counter-Strike. There's a reason we build this as the marquee matchup, because it absolutely is delivering.
Yeah, and I have been sold on Navi's T-side. That was the greatest question mark for me moving into this Ancient. The fact that I hadn't seen it in a while, I hadn't seen them make the difference on that half, but actually the way they mastered the tempo of that first half was so key for me. How they changed from a very fast round to a slow pace. I think that most teams, when playing slow and Ancient, end up just being absolutely walled out. No way back into rounds. But somehow their entries were so crisp. When they decided to go, oof, I was convinced.
Yeah, that tempo, I love you bring out the word, the pacing, it just looks so confident and so fluid for Na'Vi as well. That was something that you were really excited to see, particularly in those post-plant situations, but actually entering into bomb sites as well for Na'Vi, beautiful stuff from them.
They are high-flying fraggers. They trust themselves so much. We got round 6 here to break down, and we will see just how Na'Vi love to enter these bomb sites. Despite the fact that the opening kill happens towards mid, we see that Na'Vi unlocks things by pushing forward deeper than so many other teams are comfortable with. Look at how much they just trust themselves to move on and take down Cadian, Tessus as well. As soon as Na'Vi knows that you are playing back, that is usually the strength of the CTs on this map. The fact that you can play back, play safe around those angles, but Na'Vi takes everything away from you when they want that site.
And what's interesting in terms of conditioning as well is that in this round, the timer is quite high. It's still 1 minute and 10 seconds when they actually pounce. And when they decide to slow, they punish Heroic's attempt at regaining information. And that has to be the #1 condition if you're going to beat Heroic on the CT side. You want to play slow, you have to cross your T's and dot your I's. You have to be everywhere on the map and let them come to you. Let the clutch come to you. And that's exactly what Na'Vi did in these slow rounds.
That's something that I love about just the development of Na'Vi over the span of a few years. You know, they were so classically famed for that slow style of Counter-Strike, but the fact that they can mix that pace up as well. Beautiful to watch, particularly on Ancient. We have got to give it to Mr. Electronic himself as well. Huge man, you were saying, Maniac, this is the man that we look at on the big stages. Sure, he might have been a little bit slow. There might have been a few question marks about him coming into the stage, but that land stage, he always is going to be delivering.
Out of all the professionals that currently are at the top level of Counter-Strike, if there is a man that I would always trust to show up in big games, it'd be Electronic. And I think he's earned that title so many times. He's had, at moments, maybe a period where he slowed down, maybe he didn't find his groove, but I guarantee you, when we hit the playoff, when we're on the stage, when the spotlights are on him, he just shows up, and it never fails. I thought this time, his year in 2022 was so slow, and it was such a fumble. I thought, surely not, but he proves me wrong another time, and he shows up with his A game again.
Yes, I mean, I think you wanted to talk about this one, Clutch. We all wanted to talk about
this one, Clutch. Bring this one up.
This one shocked the crowd, shocked the audience. I think that Electronic has just become a stone-cold killer. It's almost like he doesn't even care if there's a crowd in front of him. In fact, he probably plays better with it.
Maybe he loves it.
Likes the excitement. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's try bring up round number 15, because it actually started off with a really nice spray down from Refresh, and we thought, man, like he's lined that up perfectly.
Yes.
Beautiful timing for him, but then Electronic just absolutely answers back into this one.
Yeah, round 15 is another example of the very strong Na'Vi that never gives up. Look at this, the work being done by Electronic. Well, I think this is probably his highlight, and only in round 15.
Oh, right here.
It's just the way he moves, the fake plant with 4 seconds. 4 seconds left, and a fake plant. And the thing is, if he fakes and his opponent doesn't peek, he looks foolish.
Yeah.
But he works out.
He mind controlled him. He mind controlled him. He pulled the string, and that's exactly, he made Heroic do exactly what he wanted in that round. He snuffed them out. He figured out exactly how to break that one down. I think that Heroic did a good job doing that with some teamwork, but the fact that I mean, Electronic can do it on his own. That is why he is a world-class player, and he's delivering once again in the biggest of moments.
We've also got to give it up to Bit as well, obviously, in those final moments, in that final round, doing absolute work. But the fact that you were saying, Maynard, before we were coming live, not necessarily translated, you know, in the opening kill stats that we'll be seeing, but his ability to be making space and actually winning those duels initially, incredible stuff from the youngster.
It doesn't necessarily count as an opening kill by the HLTV definition, but the amount of time where Bit was actually the can opener into a bomb site, and so crisp in his entries. I think having a man like Bit and someone like Electronic on your squad allows you to toy a little bit with the tempo of your game, because you know that if you run down the clock and it's 30 seconds left and it's, look at this, look at the opening on Kaden, that's a freaking sniper against him. If you're Boomich, you know with 45 seconds you have a man that's able to white swing into an AWP and make the difference. Man, suddenly the tactical game of chess becomes so easy. You have so many possibilities with the explosivity of a man like Bit.
It feels like in Counter-Strike, the skill cap is infinite, but Bit is as darn close as it gets. The headshot percentage on this guy is fantastic. The way that he's able to just get, look at that. Look at that headshot. Actually, you know what? Actually, that's a little worse than I thought.
I'm calling it out. I don't think that's the case. I don't think he's got 32% headshot. Is that really what's going to happen?
I'm
throwing everyone under the bus.
Yeah, okay.
70%
We'll think about that one. We'll think about that one. But either way, the fact of the matter is that Bit is so consistent with his tracking ability on top of that. Even when he doesn't get the headshot, he's constantly keeping his crosshair right there. Every burst that he uses feels like the first 4 or 5 bullets kill. Every time. I'm never shocked when I just see him track a guy that's bunny hopping through the air. It's always just, it's poetry in motion when you watch his crosshair.
We focus so much on the first half because we kind of thought that was where the narrative was going. We kind of thought if Na'Vi is going to have such a dominant T side, surely they're just going to be absolutely trouncing over Heroic coming into that second half. I am impressed with the Heroic that we saw coming into that second half. Sure, they didn't manage to close it out, but they had a few more looks than I thought possible. A lot of those down to Stan as well.
They had a couple of moments. I'm not sure if we have round 22 to play out, because I think that could have been a moment where Heroic would run away with the famous no-scope from Simple as well. And if we make the comparison between the first map, I told you, Na'Vi, when you got them on the ropes, you can't let them escape. Look, it's the opening kill coming in from Kaden. It was mentioned by Chad at the moment. That's round 21 that we're seeing here. But Kaden had a couple of his openings, and I think that in that specific moment, when Simple pulls the no-scope, that was right there. Heroic could have broken Na'Vi in this very moment. That's it. That's right here. They could have done it. Unfortunately, you allow Na'Vi to come into this, and if you give them a little bit, they'll take your arm.
Yeah, you give them any breathing room, and they're back in this series. They're back in this. It is down to a BO1 now. This is where Counter-Strike becomes the most exciting. And I think at the beginning of the series, we were posing it that Cadian was coming in, map number 1, as the best opper, but I think Simple did a good job in shutting him up and putting down the villain in this series.
It's that anger and like frustration you see coming out of Simple as well. I absolutely love that. You can see it reflected in the server, the fact that he can get so hyped up in those moments. So many key instrumental moments coming into later in that map as well.
I mean, by his standards, Simple was nowhere to be found in most of this game. He took a long time to activate, but I said it's a ticking bomb. There's not going to be an entire series where Simple goes through it without having impact. That just simply cannot be. It simply isn't possible. So the fact that Heroic had this opportunity to put Simple down when he was not finding his group, I thought they have to seize it. It's right here, right now. And then a round after, of course, he hits the no-scope. Makes me eat my word. And then I know, from that moment on, I know he's online, and that might just be it.
And this series has been delivering in spades, and of course it is going to come down to that third and final decider map. We're going to Nuke, ladies and gentlemen, in a series that has delivered so much, and it's going to be giving us even more. Join us back after the break to see who will be taking it.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
The wait is finally over. Time for you to grab your tickets and watch greatness unfold at the PGL Arlington Major.
The music of the RMR repeating itself to a slightly different tune, but it does come down once again to the final verse of Nuke. We cannot understate how much is on the line for both Na'Vi and Heroic coming into this. Major life hangs on to this third and final map. I cannot wait to be diving into this one, Maui.
This is why we're here, to see big games unfold. Heroic pushing Na'Vi in a way that so many people counted them out. I would be shocked if more than 30% of fans picked in their pick'ems Heroic to advance. That would be unbelievable to me if you even see a third of them. But Na'Vi are now here on their third map, being challenged in a way that nobody at Stockholm could.
I cannot help but wonder how Heroic are feeling right now. They were flying so close to the sun on that second map. They could almost taste it. They could almost feel it. They were seconds, rounds away from pushing Na'Vi out of the tournament, doing something they had never been able to do over the months. But now they have to do it all over again.
Yeah, and you know what? Selfishly, so glad.
Oh, we don't care.
Yes,
we don't care. Yeah, I don't care.
Give
about
me all the rounds.
Down there on the stage, yeah, I want all the OTs. Give me all of it, because this has been a series that has delivered on so many levels. So what are you expecting to be delivered coming into Nuke, seeing as we did see it playing out on RMR, albeit in incredibly different conditions for both these teams?
Look, the main takeaways from that fantastic map that was played at the RMR is obviously the force buy battle at the very beginning of the first half that Heroic ended up winning. It was very taxing mentally, but they pulled ahead. Then we can talk about the T side, we talk about the momentum they had, we can talk about the liability from Bit, which has been a hero in this game. It was a 0 on that game.
Bit was not doing well the last time these two teams faced off. His ramp holds were in question. In fact, they were hurting his team, which is something you rarely get to say about Bit. Usually the star of this roster, a consistent rock on that side of the map, always delivering 2 kills, always getting 1 peeling off, but no, he was going 1 for 1 very frequently. In fact, he gave up ramp completely in some of the rounds. He wanted to back all the way back into B, and that is something that Heroic abused. They knew how to take that space away from Na'Vi, and they knew how to open up the entire map because Bit was having a bad day at the office. But today, it looks like he's come to play.
Yeah, it definitely does. Of course, we could just see the teams getting ready. They're all pumped up in comfort and style in the secret lab chairs up there on the stage. But moving into this one, I want to kind of throw it back, as you were saying, you know, to looking at the sample size we do have on that map of Nuke at the RMR. Tezos, the man to really be standing up for the side of Heroic. Of course, we've seen some flares of hope from him, but what are you particularly looking for Heroic to be doing if they want to pull up an absolutely incredible upset?
Well, it's great you mentioned Tessus, because he was the hero of that game on Nuke as well. Sometimes he would just pounce from that main area, a little bit a la Electronic, a la Rain. If you want to pinpoint the profile of players, it's about pressure all across the map, and then suddenly there's a timing that's been found, coming in, multi-kills galore. He was able to do that at the RMR. Is he going to be able to deliver that same kind of performance here?
And for Cadian, he had a fantastic map 1, shut up the crowd completely, maybe even made some fans. Map 2, though, saw him cool off a little bit. He cannot slow down here. If he wants to have a chance at beating the reigning champions, then he needs to deliver. If he can be that X factor like he was the last time these two teams faced off, he had a fantastic clutch on the T side in that lower side. If he's able to pull that off again, then Na'Vi need to be worried, because he manhandled them on Inferno.
This could be a reference series for Cadian, as simple as it is. For a man that we at times have pinned down as an individual liability, if you will, if you were to compare him before this series to the biggest snipers out there, the Shiro, the Simples, the Zaiwus of this world, would never give him the time of day. We'd say, yeah, he's a great IGL, but, you know, individually speaking, he's going to fall out. He's never going to be able to hold his ground. But he's doing it right now. He's the highest rated player for Heroic. Even on Ancient, he was finding these opening kills. He was instrumental. He could make such a statement for his career and his development right here.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does go down. We're going to see if the villain of the Sports Palais can take it against the reigning champions of the CSGO Major. Man, Alex, Chad, I am so excited to be diving into this Nuke. How's it feeling down there?
Oh yeah, exactly the same as you, Freya. I'm vibrating with excitement because we have our third map right around the corner. Antwerp, you ready for a third? That is a yes. That is a yes, and I hope you are too, Chad.
Yeah, Nuke, a real delectable treat here to sink our teeth into for the third and decider. Na'Vi getting to start on the CT side of this. Heroic to take the fight to them, and the T sides of both have been pretty tidy throughout. Julie's up before, scooped up. 2 pairs, Perfecto and Boomich wielding those. Very light utility for this pistol for Heroic. Squeaky blown off.
They're setting up for something. Flash from Refresh does nothing. The Julie's only the one. This is great for the T-side start. Na'Vi have to recover and retake. Wide open now, and so many opportunities for the T's to engage in some form of unison. Elevations adopted as well.
Bomb's already halfway ticked here. Some real problems for Na'Vi.
Lobby, maybe the go sign, maybe they're waiting for Electronic, but he's taking his sweet time. Coming in from main. Already very little to celebrate for Na'Vi. Heroic looking for a clean sheet and change with a couple of USB headshots. But their fate is sealed. Bit the last to fall, takes another head with him. But that's Heroic taking their second pistol of the series.
Open and closed by Cadian here. He dropped in top of main, gets the opening kill to kick this one off, and then they just split in towards that top side. So picking up where he left off, has had some good impact in this series. Might not be loved by everybody in the arena here, but his team are loving him right now. The impact the in-game leader has had is beautiful.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you heard Mathieu on the desk. I couldn't echo his sentiment anymore. Howie as well. I mean, stating the obvious perhaps, but everyone expecting this to be a good game, a close game, a Na'Vi game.
Well, they force ball in, true to form here. Smoke wall up. Refresh to stretch his legs behind these. Na'Vi responding to this immediately here too. Famous is in the mix. This is actually a tidy looking second round buy for Na'Vi.
It is, especially if you can get yourself a frag in the opener. And Simple puts himself in prime position to collect. Multiple bodies, gets info and gets away. Simple needs help. Calls for backup. Doesn't need anybody else. It's only Simple. And the nades combined, it will tag up Tessus. There is the backup we discussed. Electronic has to respect the flames, and now it's Tessus' chance to use that. But he just punishes them both. The CTs demand respect and control of the low site. They have the bomb, and they, more likely than not, have repelled the Heroic second round conversion.
Gap here.
Bit of a gap, bit of a gap.
He's got time. This round is not done just yet. 40 seconds left on the clock. 2 to find, knows where the bomb is. Boomich sustained a lot of damage here in the rotation. Is hearing the footsteps of Perfecto as well. So a good idea where both of these players could be residing right now. This would be massive for Stound to make his mark in the server early. 30 seconds remaining.
Na'Vi have a decision to make. They know where that bomb lies, and intermittent checks will be given up in favor of time being on their side as they both, in synchronicity, moonwalk to decon. He's got a cross, but how is he supposed to plant? There's 2 CTs right here. There's 2 of them, and they will collect. Na'Vi, started by Simple, ended by Perfecto. They have immediately wrestled back control of this game.
Well, the Dusk was just talking about the Force Spy Wars. Let's see how long this goes on. 1-1, and of course Heroic are going to bounce back in with one of their own. 2 drop Famis's in that previous round. As we're getting the shirts off, it's getting hot in here.
The Heroic corner.
Not many of them. I had a Dane in an Astralis jersey come up to me and say, we're going to be cheering for Na'Vi. So even the Danes are against Heroic in the arena right now. Saving an AK and getting a Galil into the hands of the CTs now. A bit of a light peppering towards the main position. Held at bay, and now Cadian's AK is noted. So that information is in the favor of Na'Vi. They need to be a little bit more careful how they ply their trade. Utility is scarce right now for Heroic as well, so they're going to have to try and do this through bodies. And the Des discussed last time round a liability that was Bit. Well, he's going to get some help early here, and in this type of position, he needs to be good for at least 1. Deep smoke's deployed. Not going to hit that mark here, so a bit of a flub out of Heroic.
Yeah, and limited resource. And that's the AK gone without a single bullet connecting. Bit to be tested. He is being run down. Meets down, but Na'Vi have a 2-man advantage as well as the weaponry. This investment out of Heroic, they need the plant to stop them is Boom. 2 on the plate. And Doors engaged, but Shush hits his heady. Down. Mission changes now. Damage, the name of the game.
He has a good idea that there's multiple players here. Heard some footsteps. Time again for Stown, but this one is very, very difficult with the Deagle in hand.
Yeah, Shush has caught 1. Stown the same. Anything more is a bonus.
They're giving him so much room, enough rope to hang himself right here. He needs to go down.
Yeah, he's actually going to start making a lot of noise. Just kill me. Just kill me. And they will oblige. Some pistol upgrades for Na'Vi. Smile on the face and a little bit of breathing room.
Heroic have had some woes throughout this event on Nuke. We've actually casted a couple of their games. We saw their Spirit match with Snubster at loss. Like we caught that one. It didn't look great. And early stages was these buys that they were going for time and time again. But the fact they didn't get the plant there and they only get 2 kills, it is likely now just to see them be humbled in a scenario like this. So Na'Vi have done enough. They respond to the early aggressions of Heroic here. And now we look to post Na'Vi's 3rd. Now, some of the question marks about Bit, we need to keep an eye on him. Now, there's plenty of options of how they can bolster the ramp position and help out Bit. You know, you can move Simple over there with the AWP to deter them from trying to hit that territory in later rounds here.
He got caught off there.
Yeah, look, a little bit caught off guard, but this push is coming through, and yeah, that's a bit confusing, but it works out. Simple gets the kill.
And he's going to get away if he's not careful. They just dip away, as does Simple. It was all part of the plan.
Well, Electronic...
yeah.
Okay. Simple, I naded you. I guess you could have the AK instead, mate. Try and use this one at range as it gets an opportunity now. Oh, okay. Electronic down.
So that must be a subset of Bogdan's Law.
Okay, there's a new one.
It's like
chapter
the
is this?
second clause of Bogdan's Law
see.
in his thesis.
Does it only work if your name's Simple?
Exclusively, as it currently stands. If you nade me and they're on a light buy, you boost me and give me the AK. It's a bit of a long paragraph, but it is there.
Okay, well, as long as we're sticking to the fine print. We're going to get to the juicy rounds now. Heroic, they get to set a bit of a tone here. And as mentioned, their nukes so far in this event, they have been wobbly. It's not filling me with a lot of confidence here for the Danes to be able to push this Na'Vi roster, which was once their absolute home turf, where they made a name for themselves.
Yeah, but there's none quite as potent on this map than Na'Vi.
They've been leaning away from it, which is curious here. Squeaky blown off. Stown held at bay by some defensive utility. Multiple incendiaries there piped in towards that squeaky door room. Don't want to allow him to walk out the door and get down that vent. So holding them at bay and forcing the yard smokes out now. Heroic are going to try and look for space elsewhere.
Bit of chip damage unconfirmed as the smokes completely obscure. Electronic, it's just his understanding and his intuition now for when to spray, when to click. Nothing connects. caged though by smoke from the CTs. They choose to disrespect it silently.
Now, this is the man you want towards the lower side of things to deal with this. Get one and away, or a repeat is likely here as territory is taken at least here for the Danes. Second component of this will determine where they want to finish.
Yeah, Simple's just keeping himself warm, staying mobile, staying jiggly. And this is one way to counter it. What a shot! Set up for success. Simple pantsed in the low sight. And activating straight into Stown. He was parked in on the hut. Chased down, committed on the drop. Bit on ramp, does put one down.
30 seconds.
But Stown still stands vigilant.
Bomb's in lobby here.
Where do they get it?
Na'Vi don't know this, and there's nobody from Heroic near the bomb.
What is going on
He's
here?
seen
Now
it.
they do.
Electronic spotted it. The round's going to change.
He's screaming, I have the bomb, and they've got 15 seconds. He
The
drops
round's
the
done.
smoke.
There's
It might
no
be
way in.
over. It might be over. All of that for nothing. Stown is watching in dismay. They're just rushing through. What else can they do? Na'Vi, solve it. Absolute glory. As they just watch as the fourth round comes to them.
Unforced error dies
dear.
after time. Tessus,
Zero.
that one's going to sting.
$0.
The smile on the face from Simple here, I think that says it all. He gets flatlined to kick off the round, and they still pull it back to fly in the ointment. It was heroic.
Tessus has a Glock and $0, chat. He couldn't buy a Haribo if he wanted to.
Oh, dearie me. Okay, well, that one is going to sting right there, and a timeout taken here from Heroic. This one is really going to start to mount. 16-14 on Ancient. How close that was.
Oh.
They could have taken it 2-0, and now stomaching a round loss like that. They were not the errors that we saw Heroic making on maps 1 or 2.
No.
They were the details that they were taking care of. They were looking fantastic. They were looking tidy. They were looking as a unit. And here, dropping the ball in what should have been their round. One way to get on the board early here on the T side after the Force by Wars had concluded. So they will have to stomach this one, Heroic. Tessus, that one is going to sting. But yeah, as soon as he runs through the hut position and he sees the bomb down, they know that the round is in their favor. It becomes about defending the bomb. So fantastic work, and look at this. Not the type of round you expect to be winning when the AWP gets dismantled towards the lower side.
And just a little glimmer of real raw emotion there on the face of Simple. Inferno into a close Ancient. You really did have that shot whistle past your ear of the 2-0, and they are coming to the domain of Bit. Can he find his feet? He does do exactly what's required of him. Get the kill. Survive, do not put weapons into enemy hands, and now it's Electronic to take everything away from Heroic in this round. A light buy, conservative in nature, Kevlar, some pistols, a little bit of map control. They have ramp and it's being respected. Tough one for Electronic. Oh, wow. Does that fall? Can he get it? No, Boomich answers the question.
Well bodyguarded there. The bomb is still on the back here of Shush. If they can break in towards this lower side, they might be able to get the bomb down. It's just the one man here to defend. He got the first completely blind. I'm sure he'd love to see his opponents. As Bit peers out, the AK spams away. He's being run through and the rotations are coming, but Bit's going to handle this. Shush is in the grave and Katie in 2. 5-1 now. Na'Vi stretching their legs here.
Dominant start.
But issues, right? Because Tessus went down after time, Na'Vi know this too, that his money with the loss bonus is not going to be where he needs it to be. So he will have to have a bit of an omission in the buy. You've got a couple of choices. You get a Galil, you get a Mac-10. Well, neither sound as good as an AK-47. So Heroic into this round are going to be relying on the in-game leader, Acadian, with his signature weapon here as the crowd getting louder and louder. Remember, this is the boogeyman for Heroic. Na'Vi are their absolute worst nightmare, and they're feeling it now.
Pressure into the yard's position. Simple. He wants to put Heroic right back onto the back foot with an early blow. And that's the end for Refresh. Meets his maker. Look at the aggression they're flirting with. I mean, it might have to be Cadian. It might have to. What are you supposed to do now? Look at the audacity out of Simple.
Lots of talking from Simple here as well. Nothing decided just yet. Number advantage. Just under a minute left on the clock. Smoke starting to fade. Heroic clustered together here, but here's the next one. Shadow spotted, barrel spotted, Electronic.
They're just going to assume it was clear after Simple already had low. But no.
Feels limp, feels like they have to save. Look at the time. What are you meant to do right now? There's no way forward, no way back.
What a shutout, what a shutout.
This is scary now that this is the way the game started, with a couple of unforced errors coming their way, and now when they're looking for room, they're getting dismantled one at a time. Heroic struggled against Ents on Nuke. They had a hard time against Spirit on Nuke. The T-sides were a problem in both of those games. And here they are the ones who opted to take it to Nuke, as Pumic has opted to take it away. Look at this from him. The timing is perfect. Gets one in the side, does get traded out, but that takes a lot of potency away from the next round of purchases.
Where's Electronic's weapon got off to?
He was looking for the AK that was on the body of Shush, but Tessus actually came over and picked that up because he only had a Mac 10. So it's the little details right there, but they will get the guns back in everybody's hands. And cash starting to swell for Na'Vi now. They're in a very good position. Lost bonus maxed out for Heroic. They can keep the purchases coming through, but remember, they need to get the plans to give themselves the bonus cash.
We haven't seen signs of a threatening post plant from Heroic yet. Bar the pistol.
It's the pistol, that's it. And they lost the force fight to the two Famises. That was where Simple had two big kills down towards the lower side.
Speak of the devil, look at this. He's already on the polar opposite in pursuit of the same. Refresh knows the pain. But it might be Cadian to be boosted into the line of sight. This is a familiar Heroic opener. His signature move is Simple, been watching his demos. Yo! One to the thigh, but Cadian does thrive. Superstar down, and so is the team.
Quick response here from Na'Vi.
Side. They are here on force in numbers and position. Tessus meets Pumic. He needs more now. Needs to tap these heads, these pesky heads. Slipping into the sight under his crosshair. He's only got a few bullets left. Oh, and it's enough! One left in the chamber. Pumic beheads. Bomb retrieval mission. Smoke up. You've got time on this. Trying to disappear. The door does not swing open. Electronic restrained. Forced away. Pumic immediately springs to action. Gets that info. Cadian is hoping to catch a rotate.
Power position.
And this could be everything. Look at that. A little smoke out of Electronic. And he leaps to his death as Bit plucks him from the pack. It's only Shush. At least a bomb plant, Chad, but he needs more. He needs it now. Electronics ahead, and the spacing's perfect. Na'Vi starting to smile. They know this is feeling very comfortable. Business as usual. Regular, everyday, scheduled programming for a Na'Vi CT side. It even started with an opener.
This is the thing. How many rounds are you going to get Simple as the opening kill? It's happened twice now, and they haven't been able to convert either of them. That's not going to happen every day of the week. The fact that they've been able to get that and still not get into the rounds is testament to how deep this Na'Vi roster goes. This is some issues here for Heroic. If you get the opener and you're not converting, you are in hot water.
Something is wrong, yeah, for sure. Na'Vi have really put a leash on this Great Dane. And again, the battle for first blood, this time one out by Stown. They have to be able to convert this one, Chad. And Simple immediately makes it 4-on-4. Cadian was assuming. Oh, Shush, zooming. How is he there already?
Slipped the net for a moment. This is the next fight on the plate. How many can Pumic get?
Yeah, he's been known to multi-kill.
Barrel spotted.
Oh, beautiful. Tess is ready, and now Na'Vi counting on Perfecto. Oh! Through the flashbang! He prevails with the double. Bit, they scream as they check the scoreboard. Known to be the ramp player. And Heroic's best opportunity since the pistol. Just one man stands in their way, and the clock is ticking every second in favor of them. Info is the name of the game, and Stown is the one to close. 3 kills out of him. A bit of a correlation forming.
Yeah, the post plans there that they had adopted were fantastic. That was a very difficult round for Bit to win. Heroic take care of business. They get themselves back on the board. The 7-round streak comes to a close. But Na'Vi can still buy. There's no issues in the finance department for round number 10. Heroic are going to Need to pull something off like that again, and it was much more of a pack mentality. They all went towards Yard behind the smoke wall, and they traded well. Got a second timeout called. And if they can get themselves up to 5 on this T half, that's going to be pretty damn good going into their CT defense.
Wow. Stown has more frags than 3 members of Heroic combined here at round 10.
Well, he's the superstar out of Heroic. He's the man who needs to step on up and take the pain, take the fight to Na'Vi. Would love a 2IC, a second in charge here. Plenty of names that can be thrown into that list, especially on a map like Nuke. Safe pairs of hands, a lot of these riflers. That's the thing with Heroic. They have so many skilled riflers here.
Oh, look at that spawn, and look at the intent in his eyes. As it is, again, Simple that wants to go walkabout. He's got this support structure in place. The nades rain in.
We've seen this one before. Different look from Heroic. This is a different look from Heroic here.
They're coming to test you.
It's on Perfecto.
Into Perfecto, blind. And already the frags come through. 2 required, out a bit, and he does get him. A hard laboured spray, and Tessa's not allowed to reload. That is another Na'Vi round. Heroic. Is that the sign of a team that's run out of ideas, or was that just another attempt?
They were hoping to play with the rotations there. They were hoping to play with the rotations of Na'Vi, but the rotations for Na'Vi were perfect. How many bodies did they just have on that top side? Bits the ramp holder. He's there getting multiple kills in towards that A site. Na'Vi read that one like an absolute book. The aggressive yard play meant they didn't need to worry about it, right? It meant that they could put an extra body there. There was a gap, it was ramp, but they knew it. You can't be strong everywhere, and Na'Vi hedged perfectly here.
Wow, 8 already.
Pace change again.
Very, very scary for Heroic, but they still smile and charge. Leading the pack was refreshed, was past tense, because Boomich is here, and so is Electronic. Another opening for Na'Vi, and it's horrible. It's catastrophic for Heroic. If it's not Stown laying down the law, who is it?
It's happening so quickly. We're already about to find ourselves at a 9-2 scoreline. These 3 remaining want to try and rip this one away, but what are they meant to do? They use the utility to try and get towards topside. They have been absolutely denied from Na'Vi here.
And now you find yourself where the round started. 2 players gone. Half your nades gone. I mean, you really are pulling at straws to find a way in. Tessa's got to have pixel perfect precision.
Yeah, trying to make something out of nothing here.
On the placement of that.
They're going to wait for this one to start to fade and drop their own. The avenue of assault, the vent. That is where they're hoping to find a gap right now.
Through the skylight.
Perfecto can deny this.
It's all about when he chooses to engage. Just shy. Heroic looking for trouble, looking for blood. They are light on time. The wallbangs distract. And Na'Vi give them nothing. Nothing.
That's heard.
And now they will start to fall, topple at the hands of Electronic. And nothing to celebrate. Na'Vi give them nothing. Absolutely nothing. Table scraps for Heroic. They got 9 though on the board already, Chad, and the half is not done.
This is looking like peak Na'Vi when they were the best on Nuke, right? That they could not be touched on Nuke. This is when Na'Vi would just stall everybody out with the CT sides alone. Remember the astonishing games that they would have where they would just close the door, the CT wall would come up, there's no way forward.
Well, I mean, this is the conversation we used to have. We'd say, okay, would you like to go to Simple and Electronic, or would you like to go to Bit? You know, I mean, make your choice, because all of them suck.
But they're not testing Bit here, and that was the conversation that Desk had, Bit having a rough go of ramp.
Here's Electronic. Him and Simple, not to be trifled with on the yard position. He reads them so well. Tess is caught out in the smoke. There is one back, that AK, invested in by the leader. He is trying to take matters into his own hands now.
Bomb down, loose towards that top side. Just running on out. Stown gets taken by Perfecto, 2 to find now. There was a small window of opportunity, but Stown giving up his life, dropping the bomb. They can fortify this. Simple now has the cross covered off.
Yeah, this is perfect from Simple. He's in the right place. Jiggle out. Goes wide on it. Cadian has baited the shot. Simple and shush with the slam dunk.
They need a fire starter. A 2v4 would be one way to do it here.
Oh, this would be the kindling cinder for Ignition. Certainly quite the remix if they can find it. Oh, he's heard. And that's so brazen from Boomic. He goes straight to it, like a moth to the flame. A Boomic to the scope. And Cadian completely caught off by that one.
Taking care of business right now, 10-2. Nothing's going to stop Na'Vi here. What can Heroic change? They're running out of ideas. This is going to be the third tactical timeout called to try and change things up. You can see them looking back, having the conversation with Exist. Needing to work out, can there be a solution? The half's not done yet. If they can salvage 4, maybe 5, their CT half not going to be snuffed at. They can get themselves back into this game, but right now it's one-way traffic. Na'Vi are undeniable so far in this third map, first half. Everybody stepping up in the conversation about how long could you keep Simple quiet. Well, still, he's at the bottom of the scoreboard. Electronic continues to have a banger over series. 17 kills for him already. Bit with 12, 10 for Boomic, 9 for Perfecto, and Simple with only 7. He hasn't even been needed.
Na'Vi have that air about them again, Chad. Just their presence on the CT side, it does look and feel like the final boss is back.
Oh, they've called this off, but he got caught running back through the flames. They wanted to do a top pop. Refresh was looking for some space, but running back through the flames, through the fire, he goes down, and an opening kill given up again. Na'Vi are set here for 11. They just have to convert 4 more frags. Heroic are caught chasing their tail, looking for space. Tessa's trying to do something, trying to get them some room, and he's been chipped away out through the smoke. What can they do? They can't do anything right now.
This is horrible for Heroic. You know, to feel so powerless in a game you play so much. It's a rarity, but they really cannot get anything going at the hands here of Na'Vi. Simple just looking for a couple of gimmies. Slips off, and it's Shush that's starting to find some headshots, but that is one of the many required. Cadian's got something to be said about Perfecto, and he has managed to slink behind. Oh, spotted out by Boomic, and it's Simple that will miss the shot. Legs, looking for damage, gets nothing done, and Shush just the one. 11 for Na'Vi. This is a CT haul any team would bite your hand off for in a third map of a quarterfinal here at the PGL Major. Live from Antwerp 2022, and our reigning champions sitting comfortable. I'm talking silk for the pillow they currently reside upon. 11-2.
Last ditch attempt for Heroic now. They're going to fall behind to the next. This one here is making the best of a bad situation. This is miserable. They've been suffocated here. The rounds they got those opening kills on Simple, I bet they wish they converted those.
That's true too.
Boomic is denying this. Look at his forward space. Flashed off. He's going to give away his forward position with the spam. We'll have to reload. They're coming through.
Oh, this is not bad. He's so blind. Maybe Shush has given him a way in, but they're not ready for Perfecto. Up for just the one. A double spray out of Electronic. Stubborn as always. Heroic have to deal with Simple to find their third. He's dancing on the vents. He's hit them before, but not today. Stown's still there, and he goes for it again. They do find something right at the tail end, and it still smiles for them. But for, dare I say it, Chad, it is compulsory if we want a competitive nuke.
Yeah, if they can grab this, if they can get themselves 4 rounds here, going into that second half, they get the pistol, right? They won the pistol in this map. They just weren't able to convert the follow-up, right? So there's definitely been a shift in the tide as far as the pistol rounds are concerned. And this team isn't giving up yet. Hope dies last as the buy for Na'Vi is brittle at best. Simple will get back his weapon of choice, but Electronic and Bit, they've got some ambitions in the buy, and they're 2 of the biggest names. Top of the scoreboard right here for Na'Vi. Are going to have to operate with a little.
Oh, wow. I just watched Refresh go down in the opener again. He's having a screamer. Nade arrived, so did the MP9 spray, and that MP9 is working wonders in Electronic's hands. He's already nearly killed 2. Stown is now walking funny. Bogdan's law prevails. And a 4-on-4 final round, third map.
What is Bit meant to do with this?
Just defend an entire part of the map with a IKEA pistol.
12 bullets. Gonna have to have a lot of efficiency out of those. Forced back by maybe Yutzla alone. More flashes. Molly's come through. The sound cues are there. Space to be taken here. Minute on the clock. Heroic would love to get this 4th round. They need to get this 4th round, and there's no way back.
Electronic has decided he really wants to make it clear. There is no way in for Heroic. Double kill out of Electronic. A forward position, but information relayed and time rotting off that clock. What is that with the CZ bit? Pokes his head up his hidey hole and says goodbye to Katie in that dream of a 4th T round. Distant now. And it's bit again to fall. He's been found out. Tess has paid a bit of a heavy blood price for the first of the 1v3.
Just has to plant. He has to give himself a chance in this. Digits punched in.
They respect it. They want to strike together. Take the jump up. Engaging with one. Can he do it again? The 180. Just a 90-degree turn. Oh, one bullet's not enough.
Simple giving him a bit of a parting gift right here. You can't see it, but I'll let you know he hard-loaded a couple of mags right there into Tess's body before the defuse gets converted, making sure they remember this. Map 1, it was Heroics. Map 2 could have been Heroics. 16-14, close as you like. And right now, Na'Vi rubbing salt in the wound, 12-3. A masterclass on this CT side, scattered with a couple of Heroic rounds. But just 4 more now for Na'Vi to convert, to put themselves in the semi-finals to take on Ents.
Boomic just giving his last pep talk, making sure everybody is in sync. Because, I mean, Na'Vi know as well as we do. 12-3 is great. Winning the pistol almost seals Heroic's fate. So a lot riding on this one, Chad. The playing field doesn't get much more level than a pistol round.
This is a must right now. As cliche as it is, this is the truth for Heroic here. They stare down the barrel of a momentous task. You need to mount round after round on this CT side. Squeaky smoke from Boomic.
Simple mission accomplished.
Spotted some info there. Sees the leg.
He's dancing with him, keeping Stown out of the round, and they can bound straight into ramp. Nice click out of Tessus. Stown already met that P250, but it's down. Tessus is looking to come up huge for Heroic when they need him most. The CTs. Oh, Tessus! How do you get 3? He was alone in the site and takes the majority of Na'Vi out of the round. Electronic and Boomic, though. The bomb is ticking against the odds. Na'Vi counting on Electronic here, and he's gone. Heroic, the first of an incredibly long and arduous journey if they want to advance.
Yeah, and they're not out of hot water just yet. You know what that plant means. Likely to see the Na'Vi purchase here. Bomb goes down, extra money to work with. They've been very threatening. There's a couple of questions, right? Do you want to take a save, know that you can get a 4-buy into the next, or do you want to destroy Heroic? Do you want to embarrass them here? Do you want to blow them out of the water with a single-digit victory on the board? There's a lot of options available.
When you say it like that, I feel like the answer is clear.
Yeah, well, this one isn't the give your star the biggest gun and let him work. This one here has a bit more of a team element about it. Na'Vi looking to get this one done with pace as a unit, as a group. Squeaky to be blown off.
Yeah, there's a distinct lack of incendiaries. They went for M4s instead. They won't be able to hold them at bay. They can kick open the door here. Na'Vi flooding in. Refresh, tested, just the one. It's getting scary now for Heroic. Already Na'Vi occupy the site. And across the face, he's hit by the Tech 9. Heroic running out of players. The one way down, it's calling upon Cadian and Tessus. But Na'Vi, they read it perfectly. They take the hero play. Maybe Tessus could find one of his own. Simple foils that plan, and Cadian reluctant as he readjusts.
See how dejected he is in this situation. That was their round. But with a crash and a bang, it all comes tumbling down for Heroic here.
4 M4s? At least 3. Heroic, they brought all of the big guns.
But this is the thing with Na'Vi and Force Spies. Traditionally, it's drop a couple of AKs and let the AKs work. This was them showing something different. It was a team-based top pop. They just went hard. They blew up and Squeaky. They run on in. And you pointed out the utility. Without those incendiaries to slow them down, the protocol utility, top is a feast for any of those pesky pistols. They run on in. They dismantle the defense. They get the bomb down and they convert. They even grab themselves 3 M4s.
Oh, wow. Heroic's own weapons could be used to seal their fate against them here. third map, final quarterfinal, our semi-finals set upon the conclusion of Nuke.
Yeah, red carpet rolled out now. This is Na'Vi's map. This is Na'Vi's series. This is Na'Vi's crown.
Still on their brow for now. Aggression. It's been working for Na'Vi. Will it work for Stone? Oh, he's been spotted. Betrayed by his backpack. Gets away from it. In pursuit of answers arrives Cadian on the scene. He'd love to make the difference here. Give his team a manageable scenario, and Cadian does put 2 downrange. This is set up now for Heroic to find something back, a response to the Tech9 topside hit. 2 to the good for Heroic. Objective, stop that plant.
Separated now. Decisions to be made here, bit the tail of the attack.
Yeah, this is spicy. This is really spicy. They're in the right places initially. Tessus is going to have a lot on riding on that, and yeah, nice shot out of Simple. He knows where he is as well. Oh, Cadian's down, and the bomb will have safe passage. A 3v5. The force by Heroic, putting it all on the line for this. And it's just 5-7s. A good shot, quick return out of Bit. First of the round puts him up to 15, and it's just Refresh and Stown. They don't have a kit, chat. Time is ticking. Time is ticking. Bit's going to be the first contact. It's his responsibility. He makes a lovely hole. He's playing the meta game here, but they hit the shot somehow. Simple to come up clutch, a 1v2. Spraying bodies, now he needs to spray them on the 10-second defuse. That'll do nicely. Mission accomplished. And finishes it with pizzazz. Hey, he wants the acknowledgement. Making sure you're still here, Antwerp.
They can walk this one home now, Na'Vi. The hard work's done. The hard work is done.
No doubt, dude. I mean, I can't believe. You talk about Simple in their nightmares. You talk about Na'Vi in their dreams. I think that Ancient is going to be there tonight.
They had some massive plays, refreshes and heads-up maneuvers, the way that that game continued forward now, but Heroic have to be dejected. What are they meant to do? How are they meant to get back into this game? This is their last timeout, has been burnt. They're 10 rounds in the hole. They got nothing to work with. Cadian gets them a double kill in a round like this, and it is still not enough. Simple makes it look too easy. Clock on his side. Glock comes out, and the final kill comes through. And that's the best they could do. And this was the choice. Heroic had 2 options here, is keeping the smiles on the faces. Mood in the camp for Heroic is not done yet.
That was the last timeout, Chad. Exist. Now has a gag order issued. He will just have to watch as these final rounds play out. Whatever possible rousing speech you can generate in the face of this level of Na'Vi, I don't know.
In fact, that's throwing his signature utility on Nuke these days. Completely obscuring the vision here of Katie, and that created Scout not going to do a whole lot. Electronic making some footsteps, that will be noted. This warehouse player of Scout will hear this. Can't communicate for the rotation, but that's going to weaken elsewhere. Plumage lingering, gets the chance and will convert. Cadian in the grave, 4 to find, and this is looking great for Na'Vi.
Penultimate round for conversion and that semi-final spot.
This is the form you want to see the team in.
I mean, maybe there's a reason they weren't showing too much Nuke. Getting it out of everyone's mind, forgetting just how dominant they can be on it.
Well, remember, Heroic chose to take it to Nuke. They had the choice. They opted to bring it to this battlefield, and they, once again...
Woof! That's a little something special out of... Oh! Does he do that? Can they close the round? Stown has given him an absolute brilliant double. You have to be able to convert these. That is a layup and a half from Stown, and now equipped with the Kalashnikov. Just survival on Unbreakable, called it for a reason. Shush on the MP9. Riding into a 5th round.
2 rounds in a row. Oh, Electronic's going to walk away with this, but 2 rounds in a row, an individual from Heroic has offered up a lifeline. This time round from Stown, it will be converted. A massive double on the Deagle, leading the charge here. 17 kills to his name, mind you.
I'm so glad that the Deagle still bangs. $700, but you put your crosshair in the right place. It can be so disruptive. Stown with a nice demonstration. Heading into round 20, Na'Vi. The scoreline reads 14-5. Heroic dust themselves off, and Stown, watch this again. Watch this.
Beautiful.
Oh.
Beautiful second shot there on the Deagle. Oh, okay. Yeah, dinked on through. Stown immediately put on notice here.
You talk about Deagles. You see how far away Bit is?
Yeah, well, Bit's been chipped away at here. It's a bit of a brittle buy for Na'Vi now. This is an opportunity for Heroic to start working into this game. This is a must as far as the conversions go. They get this one, they should get a freebie into the next. They start working on something on their CT side.
Heroic know they've been given an opportunity. Faces closer to the monitor than ever before, as they cannot slip up now. You do not want to be the one to give away that opening kill that could mark 15 for Na'Vi. Antwerp willing them to the 15th. Standing in the way is Heroic. And Cadian. Not the hard part yet. And it's still Boomage. Gets away as well from the trade. Cadian flustered, getting pushed and runs out of ammo, leads to his demise. They're battered and bruised though, Na'Vi, but they can count on their hero of Nuke, and Bits hit a Scorcher just off screen. But Electronic's still equipped with the big gun.
Look how low they are.
Same. They are so vulnerable. And they've got a decision to make. You can see these 2 Danes have made a decision.
The heavens here seems to be the right call. He's put himself in a power position, but that's not where the fight's coming.
Refresh is really needs this for himself, for Heroic, and it's not quite the round. Bit allowed to get that bomb down. Needed to be 3 from Refresh. Oh, Tessus catches him in the heels as Bit was about to disappear and play a very cruel game. But instead, it's Tessus, holds on.
Important from Refresh there. He only has 6 kills. He's had a rough game. He was fantastic on maps 1 and 2, right? He was having a lot of impact for the team here, but on Nuke, he has been kept very quiet.
Big from Boom as well. The first is great, but running down Cadian on the miss.
Yeah, I thought Cadian would have lost his crosshair there. Still manages to get 2 kills in that situation, so well handled. Keeps them just above water here. But that plant is fantastic. That is a difference between Na'Vi into a half buy or Na'Vi into a full buy. So fantastic work getting the bomb down. Lost bonus on their side.
Change up again. Electronic set up for success by his squad. And it's already Stown, deals with Boomage, but perhaps not ready for Electronic, as he does make haste and is fragged in the back. It's open towards the top side though. Perfecto catches one back. We are going to be floating in this.
This is a massive call from Cadian here. This is round defining this play. Knows he has to make a bit of a maneuver here. Can't just sit on his haunches, has to get something done, and as he rounds the corner, everything could be in his hands.
Oh yeah, just on the retrieval now. Simple's got a bit of a premonition and a dink! A dink! Simple's gun's just better. Couldn't find the second. And so he'll be operating on a low HP, but still with 45, Na'Vi have a man advantage 15, 2 clicks away. Tessus and now Shush demanded to turn this on its head, a 2 versus 3. This would have to be brilliant out of Shush. He's been spotted out, great damage, goes unscathed and away. Takes a lick before Now with the bomb to be planted, Tessus, perfect! Up until the point it wasn't. Still gets it done, and Simple in the clutch. That low HP from earlier. And with 10 seconds, he's supposed to plant. He knows exactly where Tessus is. A mind game, and Tessus just brings the fight. Another big round out of Tessus, a high impact back-to-back round. And that will finally take the wind out of the sails of Na'Vi. Heroic might have a chance here to at least fill their lungs with some oxygen.
Well, this is the thing, this is how the comeback begins. These rounds that are so close and Na'Vi not being able to convert, that's where maybe a bit of doubt starts to creep into their mind. Starting to activate here at Heroic. 7 rounds the difference. Na'Vi, without getting that bomb down, definitely don't have as much cash in the coffers, but still want to try and keep the CT economy under control. They know that only one surviving in 2 consecutive rounds. There's just one needed, and they can break Heroic here. The Danes are under pressure. They are under the pump, and the fight taken. Down steps up again. Simple in the grave.
Wow. Just backing his aim. Takes that fight up against Na'Vi, no less, in the 3rd map, and Cadian's doing the same. Don't forget, no timeouts. This is Heroic demanded to go on quite the spree.
This is crazy, though. The type of Counter-Strike they're playing, they're not backing down, right? They're playing heads up. They're still looking for fights. That's 2 jewels there that they seeked out, that they sought after, and they converted here as Na'Vi. They stand tall. They look for anybody else to grace their screens. Electronic has been an absolute monster. 27 kills to his name. How many more is this guy going to find in regulation? Now trying to chase him down, will grab one back and put himself up to 20. The only so far for Heroic to do so, and they have handled another threatening situation for Na'Vi.
Yeah, always going to be a threat. And that's something else. Another body drops.
Well, that's Tessus, the hero of the last 2 dead.
Yeah, look at that position. Now that is playing it passive.
Yeah, he can't do anything from here, so he's going to try and activate late, and if they want to find him, they will have to thrust themselves very far forward. So they've sniffed him out, but look, they're confined to one of the worst areas on the map right now. They only have no options whatsoever here. None of them are good.
And they opt to stampede loudly, projecting their final destination to their opponent. 10 seconds. They are just going to try and commit in the Astralis smoke. And maybe Perfecto gets it down by virtue of an empty mag. Cadian closes up shop, but Na'Vi mission accomplished in one way.
Yeah, consolation prize right there, but the loss bonus, as mentioned, building now, and this is where it becomes a bit of an economy game, because Heroic, with Force staying alive, are building themselves a buffer, but the rounds is the bigger issue, right? So you want to get out of this hot water so your purchases are tidy every single round, but you know as soon as you lose one, you're still in a rough spot. Na'Vi with that are able to get the guns back count. This game feels like a matter of time moment, but as I mentioned, the type of Counter-Strike Heroic are playing, it's not like they've cowered away. It's not like they're whimpering from the moment. They're still trying to keep that identity of a Heroic here, and if they still believe hope dies last.
Na'Vi with a new look, and immediately Refresh is taken out of the equation. Electronics had enough. He's decided it's over, and he ends it on his terms, leaping down from the silo and cracks open Heroic's skulls. You have to take some initiative now. Take some space, regain some territory, some hope, and Shush has done just that. Still the unknown entity. Where did he go? Electronic. 2 scalps affixed to his belt. Simple going walkabout. Who will this be called upon? It looks like Cadian and Tessus likely candidates.
Powerful position with all the information they have in their favor here. Just depends on where the bomb wants to finish. Packs together the utils there. The sound cues have been made. 40 seconds on this.
It's going to be tough. Cadian is the contingency. Doors are swung open, nades are dropped. Trying to spray Tessus out of position. Jiggle gives up Simple, and he lets him slip. Slips away with a single point of health, and Na'Vi, they can't plant. Shush has found the perfect frag out of all of this chaos. And now it's Perfecto, and Cadian's got both of them. Flips around to Electronic. The bomb was spotted, a great strafe, 9 seconds. He can't stop it. He can't. afford to risk it. 2-on-2. Shush right there, and the flash gets him!
No!
A disaster! He eats up the flashbang! The 2v2, Heroic within touching distance of the 9. And Simple sends them, condemns them to an 8-round, or rather 7, required out of Heroic in consecutive fashion, and they've got nothing.
Yeah, flustered there. Flustered there. You could see Heroic Kaden in the door, throwing out all those nades, causing the downfall, and now Na'Vi need just one. They kept Heroic exactly where they wanted them, and now Broken, limping in the final round of play.
Can the Walking Wounded find anything more in this third map, or will Na'Vi advance to the semi-finals? A couple of rifles and some hope.
Look at this, Na'Vi just taking their time.
Just hoping it's Heroic to jump straight into their jaws. Cadian has really impressed the analysts and fans alike. Oh, he's burning. Significant damage taken, but he stands his ground and won't look to elope. This is risky business. His pressure's applied elsewhere, and it's wide open.
Massive gap here. This is going to be punished. They need to find a fight, and they go into bit, 1-for-1.
That's powerful. You know the lobby lurk is gone. Freedom now for the CTs, and Cadian extends it so. Neutralizes Electronic. Decisions are being made on the fly now by Na'Vi.
Good play from Cadian here. He can shut this one down. The in-game leader, he's going to have to do it all.
He's got a read. He really has an understanding. And a hard shot. A better one out of Simple. Puts Cadian in a grave. Could this really be it, or have Heroic got anything more to say? We said it was just a question of putting it in for Na'Vi. And now, with every passing second, they start to believe the semi is theirs. Every decision you make, you second guess. You don't want to be the guy to open up the sight. Shush does so. It's down as well. Puts it onto the clutch. Master of Na'Vi, Perfecto, asked to come up. Clutch, he takes the first. Suspects the defuse, and that'll do! Na'Vi take it in 3. Off to the semi-finals of Antwerp 22. Sounds like Antwerp liked that one a lot, Chad.
That's the form you want to see out of Na'Vi. The defending major champions on the stage doing their best work. The CT side of Nuke. Absolutely phenomenal stuff here.
Shut down on the third. I mean, what a series overall, though. Inferno, Ancient, and that Nuke getting a little glimpse of Na'Vi ascending to a new power level.
Yeah, pushed them to their limits on Ancient, and that was Heroic's chance. They could have had this one button up 2-0, but they didn't want to give up. They didn't relent to Na'Vi. They take it to the third. They're not out of steam. They're just getting started. That's a statement right there. Heroic, one of their toughest tasks in this bracket. Now enters the next one up to the plate here, and that's what you want to see from Na'Vi if you want to get them back in that final, get them vying for another major trophy.
I'm not going to lie, Chad, there's a part of me that wasn't certain of Na'Vi. In the same way I was in Stockholm, I wasn't certain. But a little bit of convincing has been done on that third map, and I think perhaps some members of the crowd are the same, as the black and yellow sail to the semi, and we've got them locked in, as we do our panel. Let's tune in with them.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, the stars align for Na'Vi after an almost impenetrable defense on that third and final deciding map. They catapult themselves to that semi-final. They claw themselves ever closer to defending their major crown. What a fashion to be closing this one out in, Maniac.
Convincing. As Machine just said at the cast, they convinced us. They bought credits from us. The way they played this series, suddenly you can imagine them lifting the trophy again. That was vintage Na'Vi right now.
I gotta hear what Na'Vi says.
Yeah, no,
I gotta hear what they have to say about this
We're jumping
victory.
straight back to that stage because Banks does have one of the Na'Vi players to give us some insight after that incredible series.
That's right, Freya. I'm here in the arena that's making a lot of noise for the great one. But Sasha, this was not the easiest of games for sure, right? We look at Inferno, and that seemed like a game of chess. There was so much of this like slow play and second guessing. How difficult is a match like that?
It was hard to play, especially for me. So first of all, I need to step up, because as a team we played really good today on second and third map, and we actually prepared really well Inferno, but seems like they prepared it better. But overall, yeah, I just need to step up a bit, because my team carrying me.
And it's not often you've ever told me, I don't think you've ever told me that you need to step up. What are you feeling like at the moment? What do you think is missing?
I just feel it's some a bit unlucky rounds, and I'm overthinking that opponent's gonna do something smart, you know. And sometimes they just do something normal, and I expect something much better, and that's it.
Now, Ancient, before you beat them on it, you were 10 times undefeated. Now you're 11 on it, right? A really good streak, but that was so close. It felt like they had you on the ropes. Those last couple of rounds, though, what were the calls like? What was the energy like? Because you guys finally were able to fight back.
We just lost the last rounds. I mean, it was not that close round. We just decided to save, so we win the most important, the 31. But yeah, overall, I think we have a really, really good Ancient. We prepared for this major, definitely, and we're ready to play it.
Now, Nuke as well, right? A map that we knew was the Na'Vi map for a long time. They beat you on it last time around. How good did it feel to get it in this convincing fashion?
It's great because, yeah, of course we prepared this map. We had 25% past 3 months win rate on this map, and yeah, maybe it's a major map, you know.
Maybe it's a major map. I like your style already with this one. But also, right, Cadian last time around when he beat you, it was really important to him, that RMR game, you know, first series they won against you. Did you have extra motivation to put him down here, especially on a stage?
Of course, of course. It's more important tournament than 2 before that we lost. So definitely we expect them to play good, and yeah, I mean, it was good.
And this has been the crowd the whole time. Every time Heroic came on, they were being booed. You guys are just being cheered. What does this feel like, mate? This is amazing.
Yeah, that's great, guys. Thanks everyone who came and who traveled to Belgium. That's the first tournament in Belgium, and it's insane. So hopefully tomorrow and on Sundays there's going to be more and more people. Thank you for this atmosphere.
And I think on that one last time in the arena, make some noise for the great one, Simple and Na'Vi. Freya, back to you.
Thank you so much for that one, Banks and Simple. As always, man, we love Simple up here on the desk, and the fans certainly do too. I love the honesty coming out of Simple as well, saying, you know, he actually thought of some smarter plays. He kind of outbrained himself in those situations.
Yeah, but talk about a champion mentality. That Simple goes to the interview. They've just won the quarterfinal, relatively hard at that, and the first thing he says is, man, I need to step up. Yeah. I need to step up. I can't have my team carry me. I need to do more. That's why he's here. That's why he's been here for so many years, that you get that W, but the only thing he can see right now is how he must do more than what he has done in this series.
At this point, Simple, he's planted the seeds of his teammates. He's watered them. He's been the sunlight for them. He's watched them grow up, and boy, have they. I mean, the thing is that Simple didn't even have to do that well to close this series out. We see Electronic and one of his long-standing right-hand men showing us why he is the big game player that he is. The dynamic that these two have had for such a long time is, if someone has my back, always. That's how they feel about it with each other. And the thing is that now that they've added Bit to this trifecta, it is unstoppable. The force that Na'Vi is has shown and made Heroic crumble. It is so scary to be in a stadium against this lineup.
75 kills, 102 ADR, 1.46 rating. That's Electronic in this series. These are the numbers that this man right here put down when we painted him as being in difficulty for 2022, as being in shamble, being a shadow before himself, not delivering the type of Counter-Strike that we expected. He reminded everyone that anyone who doubts him in the playoffs doesn't understand Counter-Strike. Electronic is a safe value, it's a safe bet. When the pressure is here, he delivers.
It's absolutely beautiful to witness, particularly when we're coming up onto the stage, we're coming into these high-pressure moments as well. We knew Heroic were going to be absolutely throwing it at them. It is beautiful to see the fashion in which Na'Vi could be closing this one out, and the man of the match, of course, has to be Electronic.
And we have to think about the map pool for a second and what it means for the rest of this competition. The map pool was one of the topics you could attack Na'Vi on before the playoffs. Could say, listen, Ancient, yes, that's a win rate, but they don't really pick it. Nuke, 25%. They make a double statement. 2 birds, 1 stone here. They pick Ancient, and then they actually smash them on Nuke. You want to pick Nuke against Na'Vi? No. Go ahead, pick it.
Yeah, that was a delivering blow, definitely, for Na'Vi. I do want to go back to some of the rounds we got to put onto the spotlight as well. I believe, Matthew, you had round number 5 that you wanted to be showing, which actually showed Heroic having a route back into things, but Na'Vi shutting them down.
The golden rule, when you go up against a team like Na'Vi, when you have a way into the round, you have to close, and that's going to be the case in this round number 5. The fact that Electronic will find this kill and subsequently the bomb later in HUD. Heroic had the 2 opening kills, they had everything they needed. At this point in time, I don't understand how Heroic can potentially lose this. Bit gonna get traded. You see the bomb right behind as well. Electronic gets that kill and then he pushes into Squeaky. He takes his destiny to his own hands. He blocks that with the smoke. Shush falls down, 6 seconds left. And that is a round that Heroic should not have lost. They had the way in, they had the 2 opening kills, and it hurts because it's early in the game and you can feel it. It just slipping away.
If there was any wind in the sails for Heroic right there, Na'Vi snatched it. They took it all away. I mean, it was a gust in the other direction. And that is so disappointing for Heroic because it felt like that game could have evolved into what we saw back at the RMR, the force back, the wars to try to control the economy there. But, I mean, once Na'Vi got that, they never looked back.
And even more heartbreaking for Heroic, the fact that they get both the pistols in this map as well, and then Na'Vi stopped them from converting both of them at you.
Yeah, but this is also, again, the DNA of Na'Vi. When you get into this high-pressure environment, the fact that they have such a high success rate in this scrambly buy, of course, the force buy is the perfect example. What worse can happen? Look at this 12-4 line, and you almost feel like it's the final nail in the coffin when that A hit comes in. The pacing is good. Perfecto gets the drop onto Refresh. Simple with the Mac 10 surprises Shush, and then Stone is completely out of position. And as everyone is watching in awe, I think we all understand. We all understand that's the moment where Heroic is giving up that map. You're going to let Na'Vi get ahead with 13-4, having the money with them in the back. I don't think there's any coming back.
This is a statement game from Na'Vi in that so many teams, when they lose both pistols, they cite that as the excuse for why they lost the match. We got unlucky on the pistols. We couldn't convert them or whatever it is. But Na'Vi, they are so good at just showing that they are another caliber. They're another level than Heroic. They're so much better than them that it doesn't matter if they have the weakened buy because they can put things together. The individual strengths were there for everybody from Na'Vi, everybody contributing. And the thing is for Heroic, there were a couple folks that went missing in that one, and that's super disappointing because once again feels like you're back to square one in some respects because what they did on map 1 they could not replicate throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah, definitely heartbreaking for Heroic coming into this third and final deciding map. I do want to go back to that penultimate round though, because there's a little cheeky note from Simple that we want to take a look at here.
Oh yeah, this is good. This is good. 2-on-2 situation. The pressure is on. Heroic have a chance to close this out. Cadian already missed a timing here, but he throws a flash. Look at Shush's hand over his face right there. He's dancing. He's wondering, how come I can't see anything? And what is fantastic about this is how Simple is a showman. In the moments after this, we go to his cam and look at that. Oh, flash. Oh, you're blind. Oh, that's a shame right there, isn't it?
That hurt. That's really hurt.
He made that personal. He got the knife in there and he twisted it on him.
Oh, I absolutely love it. I love what we see from Simple time and time again. I just want to ask you guys, how much, Alex was using the word convincing at the end of that series as well. How much has this maybe convinced you about Na'Vi? Because this is a really interesting tale of this major. We were coming in saying, FaZe, maybe they're slight favorites. Are you viewing Na'Vi as potentially more the favorites now?
Look, I think it confirms some of the suspicions that I had moving into this playoff is that, yes, they're immortal. Yes, they can bleed, and if anything, Simple's performance is a statement in itself that this isn't quite yet the Na'Vi that came into Stockholm. But also, if you allow them a way back in, that's it. They'll snatch it right away from you. Heroic had a way into this semi-final by winning 2-0 on Ancient. That's the moment they must have pounced. This is where it is, but if you allow Na'Vi back into the game, they'll take it away from you. And once momentum is here, just like FaZe yesterday, you don't see them anymore.
They're both the most land-proven teams at this point. You really can't take anything away from either. I think a lot of people still probably have FaZe as the favorites for this major, but I've jumped ship. I'm on the Navi train. I'm on the Navi train. I cannot stop gushing over how good they are playing. Now that Electronic is on board too, that's it for me. No turning back. I'm in.
Well, hopefully we're going to get to see what I think everybody's dream is in that FaZe Navi final, but we do have semi-finals on the cards heading into tomorrow. Of course, we're going to see FaZe taking on Team Spirit, a team that have been absolutely tearing up the competition, the biggest underdogs coming into this stage of the playoffs, and then Navi taking on ENCE. They're going to have to be taking down maybe some of the more underdogs if we're going to get that grand final that most people have been dreaming of.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, you know who hates all the hype we're having right now? It's ENCE.
Yeah.
They hate everything that just happened right now. They hate it. They hate the fact that Navi showed their teeth so much on that Nuke map as well. They hate the fact that they were able to close Ancient. This is a really bad omen. But also, if you're going to accomplish something great and grand for ENCE, then beating this Navi.
Is the place to do it.
There you have it. It's right there for the taking.
Snappy even said that if they face Heroic in that semifinals, they might be the favorites in that matchup. So he's probably wincing a little bit at the prospect of having to face an informed Navi with their triumvirate delivering at this level. I'm worried for ENCE right now. I'm also worried for FaZe a little bit. I mean, Spirit is not a team you can take lightly. If you wake up on the wrong side of the bed that morning, then, man, Patsy, that dude is flying through your bomb sites. He's flying into your spawn. He's taking everybody out, and with conviction.
Yeah, I was maybe going to prod a little bit of that first series of the day, Matthew. Do you see the potential for FaZe to be bleeding in that one? Maybe even Spirit taking it?
Look, I have to do a mea culpa here. I have doubted Spirit every step of the way.
Yeah.
I've been wrong every step of the way. Not that I didn't suspect, I guess, the prodigy that Dexter could be, but Siren and Patsy, I had no clue they could take that magnitude as players. So as much as I have been wrong all the way, I might just stay wrong, be wrong all the way. I think FaZe is the much better team. I think the momentum they have shown in their first quarterfinal was very impressive. It was terrifying to play against them, but Spirit have shuffled all the odds at every single turn.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does play out tomorrow. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining me. Thank you guys at home for joining us as well. We're going to be back same time, same place tomorrow for our semi-final matches to be going down to find out who is making it to that coveted grand final on Sunday. We'll see you then. Good night.